How y'all feeling? Come on in. The stream is fine. Yeah, so tonight, graphic warning. Lots of cursing and probably some pretty inappropriate topics altogether. Just deviancy all the way around. Just the way you guys like it. You folks, you people out there. The other. Hi. Yeah, all you. So, flashy lights included, probably, maybe. Kinda. What are we covering tonight? Oh yeah, before I get into that, don't forget, if you haven't already, please do like and subscribe. Gets me into the algorithm, gets this little story and message and show off into the ether, so other people might find this, because I think it's entertaining. I don't know about you. Not everybody does. And tonight, it's more of a reaction, review, editorial of somebody else's reaction, review, editorial of an interview. Now, what interview is this? Well, the interview is Ben Thor and Mr. Girl. So it is controversy all the way around, yeah. And then at some point, really truly, one of the greater excuses here is the fact that tomfoolery mentioned me at one point, kind of slandering. No, he just had fun with me. I think it was hilarious. He mentioned my name, which of course means that I have a ubiquitous 4.5 hour tantrum stream to make about his 13 seconds of mentioning me. No, I give him such a hard time all the time. I make fun of him so much. I cannot say a word when, He basically called me insane, which is fine. That's fine. You can call me all the names you like. I was in a chat with one of these, know-nothings who's apparently the king of all ideas. What's happening? Get cracked for me? How you feeling? Yeah, so, shit. Let's start the show.
Here in the eastern part of where the time zones are.
So, most of this is really going to be me reacting and responding to a lot of this, and the reason I'm going to do this, let me just let the first little couple seconds
How you guys doing?
get through before I start my premise here of the show.
Am not cracked.
How did I?
It's very disappointing. I was told
well, Tom,
that when I took Adderall, it was pretty much the same thing.
Oh,
as
I thought you were talking about
methamphetamine,
caffeine.
and that I was going to get super high.
Oh.
And
oh, goodness me, Tommy. Oh, I got a great story.
Yeah, it's not really working out that way. I might
you're not really zooming there, huh, Tom? You got to get one of these super duper La Colombe coffees like I got.
This is
perfectly sweet and creamy.
This is not
Everybody
really
loves
getting
it
the job
in
done.
the face, in the mouth hole, sweet and creamy. Tom loves it sweet and creamy in the mouth hole.
I even slept last night. That's how bad this stuff sucks.
Damn, you slept. You literally
I haven't even been up for 3 days.
Didn't stay up for 3 days. And by the way, you will see my little verbal battle, and it's not really for a verbal battle. You know what it is here is that I am just not one to make decisions, especially when I know that there's like a judge that's going to make a decision. I'm not one of those people who's like going to tell you what is going to happen in the future. I weigh all of the possibilities, and in many cases, I'll play devil's advocacy just to think out what is the less likely, or, what could be plausible and what might be a good argument in the case. Yeah, I'm talking about, but a lot of these spaces don't allow for that elasticity of thought, the ability to actually come to synthesis via antithesis. And it's really disturbing in a lot of ways, and it's annoying in others. And it just suggests that folks want to control the narratives and agendas and all these little tiny blah, 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 bullshit. Baby ass. Bitch. No backbone. Yeah. I mean, I could go into ad hominem all day long, but we all know that really this is just about limited experience. I can't fault them too much. Everybody's going to have their opinion, just like mine. We all got them just like assholes. It's a thing. Yeah, the Thorpe lore with me, I was turned on to them a long time ago. Like early on, they'd only been streaming a couple months. I caught a lot of early lore. Then I had to work a little bit. And then I caught back up. And I came on to do some shows. And I was doing some other work for a friend of mine. Separately. But it starts with me being turned on to them by somebody who was scouting for a TV show, amongst many things. And he was like, you know what? You have a warped sense of humor. Tell me what is going on here. Because it is hard to watch them and really, well, let's say, create the vector of what is real, what is staged, what is agreed upon between the participants of what could be a sociodrama based out of their real life experiences. Or it could be their real life experiences. But I do know some things and have seen some stuff and have been there while the conversations went down. And also, I listen. I like to listen. Even though I talk a lot in this show, I like to listen. Oh, well, you know, get cracked for me. There is little more titillating. There's almost nothing more titillating than an absolute train wreck that happens in front of your face over and over, and they are incredible at doing that. And some of it is negotiated, and some of it is natural, because they are clearly problematic individuals. The question for the audience becomes, can you tell where the show lays and where the story is, or where the moral play that they're putting out, or what the sociodrama really is? And I have often said, being here online in the streaming world and interacting with these people who I otherwise would not have known existed, I've noticed that they have a problem discerning or enjoying things that are, well, like me, characterized entertainment. Over the top, wild, strange, odd, eccentric. All of that is just too far out for them. I think a lot of that has to do with the need to cling to worst case scenario. Everybody's got a malady. Everybody's got a psychosis. Everybody's been traumatized. Everybody been, and look, I do agree that we all kind of get traumatized by just living. Don't get me wrong. That's real. No. What I actually kind of dislike, personally, in my opinion, is making it a virtue. And then, in a very strangely fascist way, discouraging and then disseminating the discouragement of any creative spirit, because that spirit is not talking to the camera like, moist critical in a very deadpan way. Yeah, TV Scout looking at the Thorpes. And I want you to think about all of the incredibly popular reality TV shows. They're all very dramatic. They're all very wild. People fight on them. Since Maury Povich and such, and I can never remember his name. He went to Al Capone's vault. Oh gosh, Yeah, there's always been salacious television shows, and since reality TV is, in its essence, a quote-unquote unscripted format that is more directed than instigated, I should say. But in the case of modern day, Geraldo, thank you, Geraldo Rivera, I can only see the mustache. That's the big problem. Is his mustache pops into my head. The name does not. Yes, exactly. So the point I'm trying to make here is that there's a lot of grandstanding, a lot of sacrosanct behavior, a lot of self-assurance in making judgments upon others and calls that are so over the top and so extreme that, well, that's part of what the Thorpes have played off of. If you listen to anything that Ben says, anything that Grace says, they've been playing off of the audience's moral outrage. You just got to pay attention and pull your head out of the moral outrage, aka pull one's head out of one's own posterior. It's helpful to hear, breathe, and see anything but one's own poop. You know what I mean? Anyways. Yeah, Honey Boo Boo. They're always looking for Honey Boo Boo. What are you talking about? They're always looking for the next salacious thing. They're always looking for the next wild story. There's always someone looking for another pilot. It's whether or not you can give it an arc, give it a hero, have the characters that people instinctively expect within a drama, tragedy, comedy of errors, you name it. Online, though, and this is the premise of this evening, by the way. Online, you're not allowed to have that differential story. No. It's an arc here. And you have to be absolutely you. If you're someone else, you're lying. And I'm going to say, without question in my mind, without a hesitance, that anybody with that point of view that thinks that someone playing a character, someone hyping up a performance art piece, someone who is, in the terms of the modern day LARPing, which is such a bullshit thing, because LARPing is a game. Sociodrama, psychodrama, improvisation, scripted or otherwise, lightly scripted, or just directed, instigated, or otherwise. It is all performance, my friends. And I don't believe that this space should have people that aren't performers. Call me extreme. I just don't think that the mindset is healthy for those that don't want to perform, that don't want to have a set of ground rules, character, and even if they want to be themselves, okay? Because there's lots of great orators. There's lots of great orators. And actually, that's one of the reasons why I do watch Tom. It's one of the reasons why I'm using his video this evening and not going to the Mr. Squirrel directly. I'd rather give the view to Tom, and I'd rather, because I agree with most of what Tom says. Half the time. So, 70% of 50%, what is that? 35%? Something like that? 30? Yeah. Anyhow, point being is I really think that, and I've said this many times actually, but I'm just being more succinct. I haven't said it in a while. I don't believe that a normal mind, meaning somebody who is not versed in creating the suit of armor that protects one's psyche, is well exercised in the ways of keeping themselves healthy while sitting on a camera for 10 hours. Because you put on a mask no matter what. And to confuse that mask with your normal self, no matter what, is almost dangerous unless you are doing reality TV and you are doing the absolute truth beyond sociodrama, just absolute and to be frank with you, and that's called documentary. It's not called reality TV, it's called documentary. So, I apologize for some reason. It scrolled up. If you've been in the green room, I did not see you, so I didn't see anyone there, so yeah, feel free to call in if you have any points of view whatsoever. But let's see what Tom has to say here, other than wanting to be cracked out. Not even real meth, huh, Tom? That's well, I'm getting demonetized. Awesome. Yeah, everybody loves a train wreck. And art, by the way,
I did way better. You switched to
art.
math.
Art comes in so many forms. By the way, there's performance art too. People who challenge the lines between reality and performance, and or go over the top to blur the lines of the actual spaces in which art is generally done, turning the entire world into the performance space. In the case of a moral play, you might have heard me say something to the extent of the fact that the audience becomes the show half the time, not unlike the response to Punch and Judy. If you don't know what the story of Punch and Judy is, well, that is a pretty vicious affair. It was actually a children's puppet show for many years, where the term don't throw the baby out with the bathwater comes from. Where they would essentially have a pair of puppets in what we would call a toxic relationship, extremely so, and they would just basically beat on each other with a pair of slapsticks. Nothing good about that. But it sure did bring an audience for hundreds of years, and it kind of does play to humans' based instinct to want to beat on one another. And we don't have to beat on one another in any way, shape, or form. I mean, we can, but that's what's drawing people. So if you wonder why somebody would take part or watch or know these things about the Thorpes or Mr. Girl, or so, it's mostly the titillation, the taboo, the natural inclination to want to see what is otherwise a perversion. And in most cases, so long as it's not actually harming anybody, that's fine. But there are a number of situations here online in the little subculture of streaming and gaming, which is where the streaming seems to have, for the Twitch verse, I would say, even though we're not on Twitch, no, it is still the debate bro-minded, all of that stuff. It's all involved in that. It comes from the gaming, the language, the attitudes, the ADD. These are the drivers of a lot of the attitudes and perceptions. So we kind of take it for what it is and say, okay, that's included in this very, well, overtly inclusive mindset. We all want to be inclusive, but when you start giving credence and trying to separate off tiny little fractions of what is otherwise and what was otherwise called perversion and the possibility of someone being a molester. I'm not going to use the PDF. I'm just going to go back to the old term. Don't touch the kids. You know, it's pretty easy. We start turning into changing the terms for these things. What is it, map is the other one that they're trying to push. Fuck that shit. Excuse me. I don't want to sound extreme, but there's just certain lines that I will never allow to become normalized in any way, shape, or form, no matter the malady. I'm sorry if I'm stigmatizing you. Oh, the TOMtent is that's kind of a joke, Rude. Yeah, he mentioned me for about 11 seconds, so of course the joke is that I need to do a 4.5-hour stream about him. No, I actually agreed with half of what he was saying the other night. I'm just doing a meta on his Ben Thorpe and his review of Ben Thorpe and Mr. Girl, which is why I call him Mr. Ben. But yeah, I agree with most of what he said. I have a problem, though, with, in general, the myopic and limited mindsets of the streamverse having, well, one, issues with the line between reality and show, and the fact that there's a lot of people who are involved with the streaming world who are demanding it be something that, well, the whole of entertainment is not, in general. And I think it drags things down. There's a place for it, but if you demand that everything be the same way, then you never get anything creative or fun. You never get anything new. And as someone who takes a lot of inspiration from some real wacky streams, whether it be Real Fun Stream, and a lot of that stuff is on Twitch, by the way, or Forest to Wires, or any of this shit, that really just takes the art form of being live, just like on TV, except now we can do it in our home, right? Now I can do this in the studio in my house. You can do this in the IRL, which I'm planning the IRL as soon as the house is done, by the way. Probably by summer, I should be ready for it. Be able to just get up and walk around, get out of the studio finally. Anyhow. Yeah, the TOMtent, it's a meta thing. I love that term, too. All right, so what was I really talking about? Well, once again, I really believe that people that aren't planning on entertaining, I don't think that the whole of the space should just be that, by any means. Talking heads, there's always a space for editorializing, there's always a space for it, but I think we need to be honest about what that is, what that looks like, you know, and what it's become. Yeah, TOMtext, yes. Yeah, TOMtext is important for everything, absolutely. Yeah. I just think that there needs to be more variation if we want to see a healthier environment. And if the folks don't want to accept it now, that's fine, because it is going to happen. Some smart kid is going to watch Forrester Wires just as I've watched Forrester Wires, but they're going to do it in a cooler way. So when all this talking head bullshit goes, it's, the way of Donahue in his passe, which it will happen, and only the finest will survive, the most entertaining, what are people going to say then? Because I think that's a lot. The myopia of trending entertainment styles is another thing that, as someone who spent his life in entertainment, both providing, building, and doing for the masses, I've seen a couple of trends. And when I first started touring, you could find a band that was going to tour for the next 4 or 5 years, right? Now, not the case. You get folks that are out there for like 3 to 4 months. They drop their whole crew. They won't go out for another year. If they go out for any period of time, it's maybe 8 to 10 months now. There was one run I went out for 18 months, came home for a month, went back out for 6 months. That's 24 months. That's 2 years. It was just like, and it was with a dub reggae punk band, so that shit was a blur. It was a blur. Anyway, yeah, things change, trends happen, whether it be in music or show styles. If you look just 20 years ago, the way media looked and the way people behaved, it's all different. It changes every couple of years, so you keep abreast of what's coming. And if you don't change, if you cling to something as if the whole of the environment is static and that people don't want to go for something new, well, sometimes people go the way of the emu. Especially if you are doing it for just the love of it, If you're trying to actually do something professionally with that thing that we call streaming, which, thank God I do this for fun. Thank God I do this because I love this tech environment and the streaming thing, and anyways, I've been doing it a long time. I mean, from the technical side, I've been doing it a fucking long time, longer than people could actually see the stream. Anyways, yeah, long. I've been streaming longer than people could actually access the stream itself. That's the weirdest thing, actually, about it, because of the House of Blues in the 90s. Good old House of Blues TV. Anyways, all right, I digress. And I'm getting an old man talk. Hey, back in my day. Okay. Oh, did I not tell you? MR.BEN and a dash of TOMtent.
Good. Are you? Decide. Don't have to.
Wow, sorry about that. The intro was all scuffed. It was like, I don't want... Okay, I feel better about that. I don't know. Is it transfer maybe? I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. There's OBS. If day to day, you're just happy it turns on. The more you design in it, the more janky it gets. Anyways, so sounds like life. The more you add in, the more janky it gets. Streamline, kids. Don't carry a bunch of shit around like Grandpa Aaron. Oh my God. No, I'm nobody's grandpa, as far as I know. I'm nobody's dad, as far as I know. Shit. All right. Tom, you were talking about crack. I'm sorry. No, let me get this straight. Meth. What do you?
Yeah,
what's going on?
Last night while I was streaming, Stardust and food shops were getting into it. I talked a little bit about it at the end of the stream, but I don't...
Stardust, the child of Oscar the Grouch from Sesame Street, and I don't know. I think he just bifurcates. That's probably what happens. She's honestly, to me, at this point, she's a human Muppet. I have very little like positive to say about somebody who literally just sits on the stream and spews negative the whole fucking time. Come on, Lighten. Come on. I never heard you talking about how beautiful things are. I guess some people just that way. But it's just it's the way she talks. It's also just I know what it was. Oh God, who was it? Oh, I had the characters like a week ago. She's a Muppet. To me, she looks like a Muppet. I picture a Muppet. That's what's going on in my head when I see Stardust. Sorry, I will never take her seriously. It has nothing to do with her gender. It has to do with the fact that most of the time she's just a person stuck in her room, bloviating about perceptions that are philosophically bereft of grounding most of the time. Why? I think it's because a lot of these folks like to just hear themselves talk. That, and also, none of the things that they talk about are going to be affected. It's all irrelevant. It's all just, meandering conversation and an argument held fast to another standard that is more akin to how folks talk in VCs or social groups of people that are fairly, and this is where my real criticism comes in, unsocialized. So why is it that these people are the driving force of an entertainment juggernaut that is available to the mass public? And, even now, I'm a talking head. We could, we could argue this. I just have fancy shifts and changes between the scenes.
What was going on there, what happened. So I said that I was going to cover that today. Still plan on it. Now, the last couple streams have not gone as planned, so I just want to go ahead and...
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why. If you leave... No, I know why. Of course, streams don't go as planned. You can only plan so much when you have an open line, by the way. And somebody calls you, and people are going to call him. So it's kind of funny. I mean, the spontaneity and being able to improvise and say yes is a big deal when it comes to just rolling with the moments. And a lot of these folks, I think, in my opinion, have confused this whole VC world with doing a show. And they just adapted it onto, and by the way, it is convenient to hold a panel, be able to have a discussion and debate, but it is a totally other thing when you start bringing your personal life onto the stream and acting as, and then the audience who's parasocial in a lot of cases, because a lot of these folks are literally here because they are sitting at home and this is the entire environment that they live in. So sadly, they take this stuff very seriously and they get more involved in it than is really socially responsible or healthy, frankly, in my opinion.
Caveat that I think a couple streams ago we planned on going over Destiny and Jordan Peterson and then going over Don Lemon.
Oh, and by the way,
Elon
yeah,
Musk.
food shops. How could I have left out food schnapps? Foosh pops is essentially somebody who is admitted to being not an admirer of the youthful form and the enjoyer of a kind of pornography called lolly. And, you know, say what you will about it, argue what you will on either side. Old school, we would have just called that fucking perverted and a bit degenerate. And hopefully there's no play out in the real world, which there doesn't seem to be in any way, shape, or form. This person is very bereft of that, but there also is some confusion because, of course, if you're not familiar with who Food Shops is, she is trans. So there's, you know, I mean, the implications here are just wildly off-putting. Everybody wrong. Everybody wrong. Bad attitude versus wrong. Wrong versus wrong. It doesn't make right because it doesn't like cancel itself out. That's the weirdest shit. When I think people think that cancels, you know, like somehow that cancels two wrongs, make it right. No, bullshit. Bullshit. No, my friends. As a matter of fact, being earnest, trying your best, is the closest we can get to quote-unquote universal right. And it's not always going to be right by everybody's standards. There's just no way. You do your best, and that's all you can do. Hi, everybody. I'm aronmsound, and this is the show known as Lookup, where I interject myself into a conversation that, in most cases, not a single person asked me to be involved in, by way of which I take it someplace most people won't expect it to go. Now, tonight, we are talking about Mr. Girl and big old Ben. 6'8" of him. Ben Thorpe, that is, of the Thorpeverse. If you're not familiar, that is a semi-degenerate moral play that intimates that he and his daughter had some kind of strange incestual affair, which has never been proven and rather has to do with a terrible incident of inciting rage that was caused by years of mental torment, lambasted upon Grace Thorpe by, I'd say, evenly from both parents in one way or another. But we would say, if you just we being the royal we in that moment. But I think that if you looked at all the evidence in total, in its actuality, you'd find that there is some very odd behavior from mom in the story. And in any case, Ben has very sharp takes, and I have my thoughts on why someone would become as kind of wild and angled as he is now. And although I am an enjoyer of the Thorpes directly, because it is wild and salacious, I also, of course, like anybody who is fucking sane, am always concerned about how far this possible sociodrama is going. And I say possible because I can only know what I know. I'm not behind the screen. When you and I, we don't know what's going on over there. We don't know what they've agreed to, what they haven't agreed to, what is abuse and what isn't. We can just infer and assume. And most of the people online who are sitting in chats, most of them, I really don't know if I trust to make the legitimately leveled assumptions, informed assumptions that are reasonable to any situation, because most folks here love to just like, oh my God, oh my God, about everything. That's how the story of the incest got around. Is it literally was a perturbation by some real freaks who aren't even online anymore, by the way, who spread it as a rumor. And I often have theorized that, or at least I speculate, I should say, that it could be the Thorpes were smart enough to perpetuate their own PR bad or otherwise. And for some people, especially when you're talking about shows that propel themselves off of the most degenerate ideas, or the concepts that there may be something degenerate in the background that we aren't seeing, well, that is a hell of a way to get all of the folks who are either sacrosanct, lurid, or just interested in finding out what the frick is going on. So you get a lot of people, and you get the haters, you get the saved gracers, you get a wide range of folks coming to look in at the car crash, because it's like, what is this exactly? Especially for those of us who've ever been involved with a theater and proper sociodrama, like I was involved with in the 80s, early 90s, when sociodrama was absolutely the rage. And I can't imagine if somebody had a stream on us and some of these sacrosanct, chest pounders, virtue signalers had seen us, those people who would call the cops because they're so concerned about you, despite the fact they really know nothing of what's going on the other side of the screen. Now, at the other edge, and I'm saying that back in the day, people would have been concerned about us, but we were acting and all. Everybody had agreed to do what we were doing or whatever, and sometimes that involved, like, whatever emotional, abrupt moment happened, we would say yes to the dress. Well, yes. And some of it was really emotional and heavy. And for being young teenagers and young adults, we took that shit like champs. They would never let us do that shit now. They would literally never let us do that shit now. Oh my God, the lawsuits. Because we were taking our emotions into the depths. And challenging each other and creating subtle characters, which is one of the reasons why I laugh in people's faces of like, you have no clue how fucking complex a mindset I actually personally have. Because like if you don't know that this is not my natural character, you gotta be kind of fucking, like, let me just be real. Let me just break it all down. You have to be fucking super fucking, what is wrong with you? Do you not? I don't know what to tell you. Just fucking enjoy that Delulu. Shit. All right, back to the character. Yeah, you gotta be fucking out of your fucking gourd. It's important. One, because presentationally, it helps to have an entire mindset. And that includes what other people say about the character, what the character says about themselves, what could possibly be said and extrapolated about the character, built into a role, as well as the additive ideals of both physical posturing and mental posturing. You add that all together. You start that as an adult. It's like playing an instrument. It's best to start as a kid. You can learn it. But it's going to probably take longer because elasticity in the brain is a thing, right? In any case, that's one of the reasons why I tend to be kind of a proselytizer, if you would, of performance antics. Having a character, especially if you're streaming, protecting yourself that way, and having and that's why for some folks, when I get the little red flags that somebody's actually performing and the whole audience is believing them, I always, side eye go, okay, hold on, let's check this out, because some people are. I know I am. I don't talk to you on the phone like this. You gotta be a fucking... It also lets me be sillier. I'm kind of a square. That's what happens. Got a bunch of responsibility jobs. This is fun. Fuck. Anyways, Tom.
Right afterwards, and I ended up going over like 2-3 hours and still only covered.
Yeah, I think we're not. I don't know if we're gonna go 2-3 hours.
I need to move it.
Yeah, move that, would you? Good God.
It's still.
Yeah, no, it's still. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with you, dude? What's wrong with you?
But yeah.
Mike sounds good though. Actually, it sounds exactly the same as the other
get to
one.
the food shop startup stuff, but that's the plan.
No, it does sound better than
right
that snowball.
We're gonna
Good
start
for you.
with Mr. Girl and Ben Thorpe talking about.
Why did he was like choking on vomit saying that. What happened there, buddy? What was that? It was like Jesus Christ. Yeah, look, he looked like he's just about to yerp. Yerp. Yerp.
And then we'll watch Food Shops and Stardust talk. And I mentioned.
Should I speed this up?
I'll probably mention this again when we get to the video. But it does seem as though like Food Shops is kind of going after people who were.
Is she
like,
kind of doing that?
Very much in defense of her, and
yeah,
we're like, see, so this is a thing for me. All right.
Okay.
And again, I'll probably mention this later. But
is it a thing for you? Do I do
when
that?
My friends do stupid shit.
Throw peanuts at me if I do that stuff.
Okay. I'll point out that they did some stupid shit. Each time.
I would hope so. That's a good friend, though, Tom.
Yeah.
You're being a good friend if you're pointing out your friends
Probably
doing stupid shit.
That. But that's as far as it goes. Right?
Okay.
I don't sit there kind of harping on it. I don't sit there like, what a fucking idiot. What were they thinking? This is so stupid. Why would they do?
What? What? I don't. What? Oh, no, actually, yeah. That's because that's kind of an emotional regulation thing. It's a thing about respect of other people. If you really do care about somebody, you will say something if you're concerned about them. But once they've had a response to you, whether it's yay or nay, if they're an adult, you kind of, unfortunately, gotta leave them to them. Say your piece, move on. Don't be a fucking nudge. What can I say? Is there much more to say to that? Grown people don't hound others. It becomes a controlling issue. And there's a lot of that online where folks want to parasocially control others because they don't feel comfortable with the environment themselves. So everybody has to kowtow to their uncomfortable behavior. And that's just not, the world doesn't fold to our whims. It works with us sometimes, but for the most part, it's mean average. And the more you kind of get used to the fact that we have to deal with everybody, that there's hey, Lizard Tree, what's happening? Tonight is a semi-drama night. It's actually kind of shit talking a little bit, but it's also kind of back to that point I've made a number of times about how I really believe that performers should take over streaming at some point in time. I'm sure it will. I'm sure that more proper shows will happen, that the live streaming will turn back into live TV, and that'll be the most popular thing, and we won't see just the talking heads of, I loved the video game and it was absolutely fantastic. I hope I'm not showing too much emotion right now, because then you might think I was lying, and I want you to consider that my pretend autist is not actually just being an insufferable asshat, but actual autism. Yeah, I'm kind of over it. It's a thing. It's become a thing, right? And sorry if I'm being sour. I could give a fuck less. Half of these people would never behave the way they behave online in real life, so it's also a performance as well. I would give them awards for having good performance, capability, but most of them are just playing the same bad guy, which, hey, if you want to play the bad guy, just fucking put a cape on, put a curly mustache on, but otherwise, being contrarian asshat about ideas such as social liberation, civil rights, women's rights and liberties, equality in general, you know, the nation as a whole. These are things that just simply, everybody has a right to an opinion, but you don't get to just act like these things don't exist, like rules don't exist, like laws. There isn't precedent to all of these examples. Like, we don't live in a nation, at least in the U.S., that, you know, passed ERA in 1981, long before many people were born. And I mention this only because a lot of the behaviors act as though they keep reinventing the wheel, not for the fact of ignorance, but rather solipsism, self-importance, a suggestion that because it came up in the moment of conversation. And I've literally heard some folks on these debate panels claim supremacy of thought because they considered that we should do some action that was long sanctified principle by law. Often it's fucking astonishing half the time. Myopia, inaction, ignorance with pride is what it looks like a lot of the time. And no fallibility, like absolutely no fallibility. And this is one of these things that, like, when I talk about this, is I'll always say, look, I am just as fallible as the next person. I make plenty of mistakes and misstatements and all sorts of stuff. I can always I'll also take multiple sides of things and see different angles because I'm complex, and no one idea is actually black or white in many cases, unless it's a truth or fact situation where 2 + 2 = 4. So you'd have to say, is the answer 4, yes or no? You know, there's some strange ideas out here. Yes, lizard tree. Strange ideas indeed. Strange fruit. Let's keep moving.
Do something so dumb, like I don't do that, right? And that's where like a lot of like the shit with other people more recently blew up.
I'm gonna get comfy for this one. I hope you don't mind.
I had just covered drama with a couple of those people and was very nice about it the entire time.
You are real nice about it, though, Tom.
Oh yeah,
you are really nice.
But, you know,
and by the way, part of the thing of why I'm actually also covering this is because I did get into an interaction with a character in chat. And I wanted to kind of make an expose of it, in the sense that it's like, even when you present a logical alternative to any one concept or idea, and that alternative based off of what is known, meaning what is publicly known as fact in a situation, it's just another angle, another idea, but it also was contrary to what the popular opinion was. And I really was considering this thought as, well, is anybody even looking at this? Let me play devil advocate. I didn't say that, but I shouldn't have to. I'm just looking at the concept as a possibility, a plausibility. And the response I got was the assumptive fallacy, the false equivalency association equivalency, where, and you'll see, because I am suggesting that maybe there's things we don't know, that maybe this is performance. Could that mean, like, the real question became, in the situation, whether the thing we were watching was performance or whether it was actual abuse. And whether the court will see that. Not whether I do. And whether I do, not being included, was completely missed. Which I find not stunning. Initially, probably a year ago, I'd have found that stunning. But now I kind of recognize that this is it's many things. It is a cognitive dissonance. It's a concerning ignorance of prefacing an important contextual relationship and is being replaced oftentimes for people's assumptive values and their own biased or cognitive bias. In many cases, it's that the agenda and narrative that folks want to carry is easier to just hang out with a bunch of people that are all saying the same shit that you are, than see that someone may have a different point of view and consider it at all. That's the point that I'm making, is that for some of these folks, it's fascist in mindset because they will not consider. Oh, thank you very much, Lizardtree. I appreciate you. I like this. It's a comfy shirt too. And underneath, this is from a tour from 2 years ago. I think it says Deb Never in sign language. Actually, great band, Deb Never. She's one of the support acts. Really enjoyed her. In any case, I lost my point of view. I lost my train of thought for a second, but it's okay. I believe that the explicit limitation, and as Brittany Simon would call it, bubbles, social bubbles, or literally just, what we could call insular bubbles otherwise. Oh yeah, the one with the music is that's Deb Never. Yeah, cognitive bias. Yes, thank you. The approval of one's own opinion and then basically shoring it up with information that agrees with one's own opinion. There's a lot of that online. There's a lot and for someone like myself who is always looking to challenge my own bias, I find it humorous half the time. I also find it that my form of unusual or eccentric and analytical capabilities, or my extrapolative conceptual capabilities, my language skills are often completely fucking lost on this, not this audience, but on many of the audiences. I play with that. I play against that. I don't care about being an instigator in that situation. I know Lizardtree knows about that. There's some situations where it's okay to challenge the environment around us, and a lot of these folks are not used to it, so as soon as you start challenging them, they try to go for the lowest blow and associate you as the target, or associated with the target of their ire. They're being unhappy with the situation. TMLs? What is TML? I've been looking for a new panel. Kind of got burned on the environment in God love him, but my man Jack Talcott. The missing links panels. Missing links. Yeah, I have a feeling. Some days I want to jump on, and some days it's just too thick with like tough rhetoric, where there's still a lot of folks where I kind of have a real problem, and I don't want to get into too many battles with people online. It's not my intent. I'm trying to still create and have creative conversations. So it's careful. The machine lies. My issues is the sovereign citizen stuff. I just I can't get down with it or even play with it. I will listen to it, but my concepts on those things go way more theoretical and way more like long-term evolutionary biasing towards a free and let's call it ecosystem related set of what would become natural law based off of independent declaration and supported generalized international law that sees everybody as their own border within a certain area, but following a standard of rule that gives everybody the same platitude across the planet, not some freaking lawless whatever freak drinking their pee decides is the rules in that 10-foot square radius. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. No, you're okay, Lizardtree. I just when I want to have a debate, and this is the hard thing about stream debates, is finding ones that are philosophical, informed, reasonable, and trying to get to synthesis. That's not really what folks are doing in these things. They're just having regressively aggressive and reductive conversations that don't really get to synthesis. They just get to disenfranchisement. They just get to a separation and further away from the ideas. And I've also heard some anti-Semitic shit go down. To be frank with you, even though it's veiled. It comes in all different forms. The whole banker stuff, coded language out of that panel. So I try to stay away from that too, because I'm just not interested in being involved in it anymore like that. I keep an eye on it, but I think now, as I head into this next year, I'm looking at kind of a different set of concepts coming up here. Not only will I try to be more, let's say, scripted in this show, but I also want to try to develop something a little more formatted again. And, now that I have kind of a visual to support that. But otherwise, I appreciate the thought, because I will at some point. What happens is that a lot of these folks already know that I'm going to either challenge or they'll immediately reduce the situation to something that happened before instead of the topic. And that's the other problem is I like to find places where people are talking about topics and not people, which brings me back to the fact that most of these folks who are not trained to stay on target, they vary into social aspects and start to conflate the line between the VCs, these conversations online that are private, these interactions between your friends, quote unquote, parasocially, and the show. And then they use them for show and call it clout. And it is the most disturbed, disingenuous, degenerate behavior. The lowest form. This is lower than reality TV behavior. Oh shit. Well, if he does that, I'd love that. Yeah, I'd love to have some actual point battle debates where people lose points and gain points for facts or synthesis, and lose points and can be expunged or expelled. Meaning that, like, if you break the rules 3 times in a round, you're expelled the round. Next point, you're expunged. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're expunged from the panel. So it's similar, like people paying it off, but you lose the points and, you're off the panel. And especially when you're doing like panel debates where you have an anchor man and a lead and somebody's doing the research in the middle. You lose one of those people, your team's down a member. Not the one that gets stiff. I know it's not. It's 1 minute from Aaron After Dark. So I'm already making stiff jokes. Anyway. Once again, 11-second comment about me. Now, 3-hour response. No, that's not what this is. This is not what this is.
And instead,
I think that's hilarious,
when
though,
I did something, yes, they were. I felt like
Jizzlick,
they talked about it. Very
Jizzsmack, Jizztickle, the fart in the chair, the kid with the fart. He's a fart in the chair. Just weeks and weeks and weeks on poor Tom here. Like, I don't know if you know who I'm talking about, but just smacktickle, justlickle, chesticles. I don't know. I don't know how you say his name. Just licked it. Fuck. Fart in a chair. That's all. That's what I call him. He's a fat kid who looks like, and I'm gonna be just rude, because that's what he is. He's a degenerate, fucking rude kid who's a hypocrite of the highest order and the most ruthless, unsocialized piece of shit that shouldn't be respected or have any credibility. And the only reason people are watching him is because they treat him like a fucking milky ass lol cow that he doesn't even realize is happening, mostly because he's so solipsistic, so self-absorbed, so sure of himself, while he's a Roblox fucking nosebleeder in his mom's fucking basement. Or he's got 12 roommates or whatever the fuck it is, you know? I don't really care. I'm just gonna assume, based off his behavior. His name is, Just Lick. Jizz Tickle. It's just a bunch of letters. And it literally spells just lick. So I call him Jizz Tickle. Or Jizz Tickle, Jizz Lick. He's, look, the first time when all this went down and I found out that somebody was like being ruthless to Tom, I went to go see who this person was. And he literally looks like the internet schmuck on, he is the embodied, if they created a character after anybody, South Park nailed the internet schmuck. It's Jizz Tickle. Down to the fucking goatee and the man bun and, you know, filling the chair. Although he's probably, if he's 6 feet tall, he's 380 pounds. If he's 5'3", he's, you know, 180. Is that right? Yeah, something of that nature. You know what I mean? And yeah, I'm going to weight shame. Because the guy is a fucking turd in a chair who literally, it's as if a lot of these folks never were socialized beyond video games and they think that that's how you interact with the world around them. I'm somebody who grew up who actually, like, you know, Jizz Tickle, yeah. Grew up in an environment where, like, you really couldn't get away with this shit. Still can't. Like, I tend to stand up for what I'm going to believe in. Especially if I talk shit like this. Because I heard so much just disingenuous, needy, attention-seeking, loaded question bullshit with this guy virtue signaling because he actually had 3 attractive or semi-attractive women on his panel, all of which were OF people, basically just seeking out attention for more virtue signaling, none of which were sanctimonious really or sacrosanct in their own values, all of which were problematic. And this guy goes off on Tom and proceeds to just go for weeks. Oh, like a male version of Nicolina. Yeah, except he's actually, yeah, Nicolina, I have more respect for actually her deviousness because she's just plain out evil. This guy plays as if he's some kind of virtuous saint. Then you go to his Discord and it's all fucking, yeah, like just the most deviant bullshit, childish shit. Like I found pictures of Law taking a shit and everybody making commentary about it, sitting on the toilet, smiling up at the camera in the main chat. Like, I could get in the wrong. It could have been an unsafe for work, but either way, it's still fucking like, this guy was talking about him being a perv. This is what it boils down to. They were talking about Tom being a perv for literally pulling up one of the girls' Instagram, which is a thirst trap Instagram, just flat out, during a debate, because he was talking about somebody asked him who's on the stream, and he scrolled it up and it was like up for like less than, literally, I think they counted 18 seconds. The fucking response to this went on for weeks. How? And then it turns into other things, including an accidental, it was his fault, there's a whole accidental leak of a picture, I believe it was semi-nude, of somebody he was seeing, or so I don't know the whole details of that stuff, but I do know that there was some salacious after effect, people trying to identify who the person was in the picture, which is fucking noxious and childlike. Much less the fact that it was clear that what he did was an accident. He didn't do it on purpose. It was something that just fucking came up in the midst of, he was playing, I think, you know, Windows file, and it brought up just like a folder immediately afterwards onto it, and it was like, what the, oh shit, you know, from my understanding. I don't think it lingered there for a while. He didn't disseminate it though. A whole group of these people, including the people around Jizz Tickle, apparently disseminated the photo, which to me is like a form of some kind of weird revenge porn or just inappropriate dissemination of a very private photograph. And then folks tried to identify it on stream, and then it was identified, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff. There's some other things that include one of his main mods. It was also his editor. A lot of things that normally would just be behind the scenes and would be private affair. but because of the lack of ability of people to be able to discern the line between what is private and personal and what is show, because of the parasocial fucking sociopaths. The parasitic behavior of parasocial behavior. Oh, the drama. These folks, like high school kids, decided that they could discern what was right from wrong for him and everybody else. And there was this whole series of experiences that the poor guy had where people were telling him what other people were saying, and nobody could find that other person making the statements. They weren't making it for themselves. They were letting other people, leak out the information. It was very weird high school drama, and somehow Tom is the bad guy. And I'm going to say this in the most succinct way for all the adults in the room. The hell of the fuck he was. Let me scold the fucking child brain. Minimized, reductive, bullshit ass, fucking revisionist piece of shits that did nothing but hurt people for their own enjoyment and use every cope to cover it up because they themselves don't have socialized capabilities or emotional fucking reciprocity. And it's no excuse to call yourself an autist, my friends. It is simply inexcusable what these people did. They can go suck a fat fucking huge Vosh-sized. Anyhow, the reason I say this is because these are the same kind of people that you find on the other side of a McCarthy panel trying to figure out who's a socialist, who's a lefty, who's a better. It's not just that. They're the ones who we should worry about, in the coming future, if we get an authoritarian regime taking over or some scary shit. These are the social panels that will decide based off of their puritanical and limited experience in the world, or their unspoken religiosity just bubbling right underneath the surface, veiled by all of their virtue signaling. I mean, you don't have to go very far to find people that are literally playing out the same fucking virtues that somebody told them was important when they were 6 years old and never adding to that shit. Yeah, Tom is a champ in all this. Be honest with you. Tom is a champ. We only got 2 minutes into his thing.
A lot of
I've been talking for an hour, right?
Bullshit to get spread.
Oh yeah. I'll just ramble on this shit.
Yeah,
I feel.
I was thinking.
I feel strongly.
I would never do this to these people. This is kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
So so then when you see people who did that, obviously with food shops, where they were like, yeah, probably not great to like talk about watching Lolly, but it's just an optics thing, not like morally bad. Like people who want to freak out and cancel her and like stop associating with her, it's a little too much, it's a little too much. But like those people who could have just made content just shitting on her and kind of just milking the whole thing and trying to make it as big of a deal as possible.
Yeah, because that's their whole life.
Now,
they don't really have much more than that, Tom.
That
is their fucking little jerk off session. That is the thing that gets their little gonads shivering because they don't have any kind of life. I'm not going to just assume that they're all incels out there. I'm going to assume that they're just fucking shitty ass, limited socialized people who don't really have much of a sense that people's lives get affected in one way or another, especially when they don't have the suit of armor on. They don't have access to one. They're just trying to like talk to the camera. This is part of the danger of this scenario. If you don't have the armor like Tom, you don't give a fuck with like Tom. He's more of a TV news guy. He just doesn't give a fuck. He could be better as a reporter. He's not an actor. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Is over time and not agreeing. Now, Stardust's title last night was that like, I think it said like food shops thinks I'm fake or something like that, and
I may have to swap out on this.
I wouldn't say fake, but I'll tell you, like in the end of my drama, I was very confused about the way that Stardust went about it, where we seem to agree on things, we seem to have the same perspective, and then the stuff that like didn't matter at all, she came and kind of vague posted about people telling her things, but she didn't say who told her what, or and it was right after I finished saying, hey guys, stop like pretending to speak for Sass. If she wants to speak, let her speak first.
Yeah. Sass is an adult. A whole bunch of other adults were acting as though they were speaking on her behalf because maybe they had heard her in a VC or otherwise, but nobody ever saw really what was said by her, which I gotta say, disappointing on Sass's part, disappointing, even worse, on the entirety of the group around Tom, who then treated him as a pariah when it was really them being pariahs off of his own actual life experiences going on. Trying to build an audience off of quote-unquote optic when fucking most of them wouldn't know an optic if they were in the fucking optician's office. Plus, what if you're the bad guy like Ben? What if you play at being the bad guy to morally outrage your audience and that's the optic? None of them think of anything other than the one that fits their puritanical point of view, which is another point of the problematic scenarios that create a fascist environment of controlled little echo chambers. Most of them think that everybody behaves the way they do, and that's monolithic behavior. Most people are not monolithic. This gets problematic when you start extrapolating across the whole spectrum of this subculture. Thank God, thank goodness, Lord, thank goodness that this is not actually a wider social event. We have subcultures across the wider socialization of the world, but we don't have this kind of extreme disenfranchisement everywhere. It's creeping there. I'm hoping that art, music, and love, and someone talking about it, pointing it out, that it's happening, that's been happening, that it's organized, it's not accidental. Somebody talking about it, maybe pointing out where it's wrong, where it's fucked up, where we could do better. Yeah, thank Bob. Thank you for reminding me.
Otherwise,
I'm hoping that could do something in the long run.
It's not
little by
coming
little,
from
right?
her, and then she literally did that thing that I just finished.
Self-awareness,
asking people
being
not to
aware
do.
helps,
So
right?
That whole thing was confusing as fuck for me, and but I wouldn't say fake. So
Yeah, that was not fake.
I am
was just fucked up.
interested to get into whatever the fuck they're fighting about and figure out what's going on there. But alas.
Nope. First
We're
you
going
got
to
to
do
deal
that.
with Thorpe and Mr. Girl.
Ben,
The highlight of this evening.
Mr.
We're not
Girl.
going to get into the food shops bullshit.
stuff on the kicking.
I don't like either of those people personally. I think both of them are intolerable, insufferable, fairly
That title
ruthless
was after
folks who
Food Shops had already started
are-
trashing Star on her stream. Yeah, I was told by a couple of people that Food Shops had kind of been talking
Based
shit for like a
in
couple of days.
this subculture's
before
idealisms.
Yesterday when they finally confronted each other.
What can I say? That's why I
If
don't
that's
like
how
it.
Foods reacted over a comment on someone else's talk show, how do you think Foods would react if someone made critical content?
No, the slamming of food shops isn't critical at all. I mean, like, what the fuck? Sometimes some of the commenters are like so
To be
living
fair, I think
online,
the
you can
fight is
tell
one
that they
way,
just
and
want
Star
more.
seems
They want people to be
over it
stabbed
and
online
not
so
give
they
a
can
fuck,
feel better.
simply. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Cheers, Tom.
I think Food Shops was just embarrassed. Well, so again, I don't really know. So let's not get too many spoilers out there before we actually get into it. Cause yeah, I don't even know what.
Yeah,
they're
no spoilers
fighting about.
on the
I'm
food
just,
slop stuff,
I'm
okay?
just giving
No spoilers.
general understandings that I have currently, my thoughts with those vague understandings, and then yeah, and then we'll get into it. But I'll probably repeat all that when we actually get to it. So
Please do, Tom. I won't remember.
anything else?
And I won't be
Anything
watching by that
else
point.
interesting
Neither will you.
today? You guys have
Don't worry.
interesting days.
I always have interesting days, Tom. Thank you. Building the house, almost done. About to pour the cement for the garage foundation, do the driveway, and you know.
The thing is, though,
sorry,
Queeman
sorry.
has been shitting on Food Shops for a long time, and Food Shops is basically chill with
You say
Queeman.
you say his name like a Hawaiian. K-U-human. K-human. K-human. Okay? I think it's Hawaiian, so have some respect for the damn dude. No, that's another one. Thinly veiled, just hateful human being whose entire premise is just spiteful lolcowing while they seem transparent in their mom's, you know, one of the back bedrooms of their mom's house when they're done from school. Anyways, I can't imagine growing up in that environment thinking that that was entertainment, to be frank with you. It troubles me that some people do and are confusing it and demanding that that is the only way that the entertainment happened, that this show is somehow outside the norm. No, anyways, yeah. What about
Weird.
Kay Hueyman? Nothing?
Yeah, I remember when
that's
they
what
were
that-
shitting on
all right.
her. I remember her saying a couple of times, like, you know, if it wasn't for this, we would all be friends. We would all. We're
Yeah,
all
if it
the
wasn't
same
for this,
types of
the
people.
whole
We
world
do
would
the
suck
same
each
thing.
other off. I'm kidding. I'm just being hyperbolic there. Sorry.
Are you?
Sorry.
You're the type of person, because
He's reading chat, by the way.
Food Shops got rid of Yuki because Yuki's that type of person. Like,
Manta says she's
Food
chill
Shops
with
doesn't get
Koo
along with
because
those types of people for a reason. because
Queefman because she's clout hungry. Oh, I was talking about Star Schmuck or Food Slobs.
I had a good day. Met nice people. Nice
Nice.
Uh,
Nice. That's always fun.
people on the internet meeting. Nice people is always a
Good
a
thing.
huge plus.
Yeah. When people
A
on the internet are
rarity.
actually meeting people, that's
What
a
up, leader?
that's a super positive for
What it
everybody.
do?
One less possible
Yeah,
serial.
I really feel like everything's
pew
kind of
pewer
out
in
of
the
place
world.
right now. I feel like I'm sitting way over to the left or to the right, but I don't know why.
It's called camera angle, maybe, Tom? Tom? Angle?
Because if I move over this way, I'm behind my chat. Normally,
Yeah.
I'm sitting here though. This
Okay,
is
so the
normally
camera-
my mic is here and I'm
camera
sitting
angle?
here, and
Angle of the camera?
I can't tell what the difference is.
The camera angle? Oh. Tom. Tom.
Yeah, it's still.
Yeah.
This is weird.
I really, Tom, could you just, do you mind not, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, thanks.
that works.
Yeah, I guess so.
And to an extent,
Oh,
all
let-
streamers are clout hungry.
Yes,
so you
they
gotta weigh
are.
pros and
I'm sorry.
cons
Let's
with
get into the meat of
each
things. Let's
clout
get into
endeavor.
the Mr.
Yeah,
Squirrel
look,
girl.
Like it
Mr.
depends
Girls
on what
stuff.
it is that you're
Hold on,
doing.
here we
Like
go.
saying they're cool with that person.
It's right here. It's right here. I promise you.
Got 11.
I like Tom too.
Tom
That's-
Flory Show. Did
I
you hear
wouldn't
about
share-
Lori
I wouldn't
doing a
share him if I
dumbass
didn't
talking
actually
about
like Tom.
Destiny recording calls
And once
being
again,
reason for-
the 11-second comment, inexcusable, which is why 4.5 hours of coverage is pretty acceptable in this case. Yeah, no, I like I was saying, I constantly make fun of Tom in one way or another and poke and prod at him. So anything that he says, I got to take with a grain of salt and laugh because it's just deserved. Just deserved. By the way, if you're not familiar, this man right here, this degenerate is called Mr. Girl. Now, I will say this. Originally, I really thought this guy was pulling, not too dissimilar to me, Andy Kaufman. I thought he was pulling some Andy Kaufman. Know what I mean? Thought I was doing some Andy Kaufman. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? I was wrong. I think I was wrong. I think he just lost his mind. Mr. Squirrel, yes. Yes. Mr. Yeah, that guy. Sorry. Slip of the finger there. Go one too far and suddenly we're back at the beginning of the show. My bad. Mr. Squirrel, yeah. That guy. The beard. I think he lost his mind at some point. Because I mean, either that or the performance piece just fell flat on its face when the moment was right, which was a theory of mine as well, because the thing he did on Destiny was either you're nuts for real, and you just don't get that what you're doing is not impactful, or it's like a gag, because most of it was just like chats from the shows and from Discord. It was very strange. Previously available information. It was very strange. Just compiled. Anyways, so yeah, Mr. Girl. Very odd man. Very much playing on the how uncomfortable can he make you at any given time.
In Farha, we're fighting in more. We watched the stuff that Xena. We watched the Xena call 3 days ago on stream.
Silent.
No, that is a follower of Paul Unslaved. Which, by the way, for some reason, I now have like an immense amount of anti-sovereign citizen material. Where now I've been finding all this footage of all these same people that we see on the panels, like getting arrested and going to jail for their antics, and the interactions between they and the judges not going the way they would have you believe that they would go when they're on the panels. And it's pretty fascinating stuff when you hear them cry as they're dragged off to the jail, when they are definitely full of let's just say pride when they're on their panels. It's pretty amazing. No wonder these folks hate the state. But no, the guy who's drinking his pee is a homeless dude living in his car who follows Paul Unslaved. Yes, and he had his acolytes doing the same as well. And I know that they were doing that in the beef sector, and I don't think they realized that, you know, those folks in the beef sector, they'll find out where you're from. Doesn't matter that he's homeless in the car. That's even worse for the guy. He's exposed. Yeah, Paul allegedly got, well, I saw the video. Paul did not play into the best situation for the homeless guy. It kind of seemed like it pushed the situation to the edge where the homeless guy got arrested. The dude drinking his pee. Anyways, Mr. Girl is this fuzzy guy. He's not homeless. Nope. He's not
Maybe
homeless.
This is what we wish we weren't.
No.
I disagree with you.
Yeah, if Ben Thorpe shows up in this chat while Grace is in this chat, I'm calling the police.
Okay. All right.
That's a joke, by the way. He's not going to do that.
Final thought.
He's not actually going to do that.
Final thought. My final thought is that I think it's
Let me move this
you
over
have
so you
these
can.
therapists on. Whenever you talk to these therapists,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a bad experience with just one therapist because I thought they were stupid. I thought I was smarter than them, and that was harmful.
By the way, that's
And at
Grace.
one point,
That's not
it felt
bad
like
as far as we know.
Like there was an instance where I had to take care of them, where they were insecure, and it was really weird. I think that whenever you
I should
have
be coming into the
therapists
chat
on,
anytime
and
now.
then you dismantle them and show how dumb they are, which I don't think you're doing anything wrong by doing that. I just think that gives the impression to people.
You call the police, I'll call Officer Foley. You can't call Officer Foley. He had to randomly go into early retirement for some totally random, unforeseen reason. I think he just ended up with a
I can't
bad
remember how
knee
to play it.
somehow. It's really, really a shame.
People who are already on the fence and like maybe your content has made them think about
I can't.
maybe getting closer to trying therapy.
Making people kill themselves because they want their therapy. They see the underside of the therapist and then killing people.
Yes,
I can't
you're killing
remember.
people.
Yeah.
I just think it's something.
Thor
to
TV
consider.
is Grace, yes. Well, it depends. They share the channel now. So.
Eventually, we are going to have our smash match. I'm going to take out all my anger at you and myself.
Well, that's
Yeah.
based. Definitely good. Take out all your
I'll have a Smash
anger.
event at some point.
That sounds.
Goodbye, Mr. Girl.
That sounds like
Goodbye.
gay porn more than it sounds like a therapy session or something. They don't do therapy with Mr. Girl. He needs therapy, clearly. Have you seen his videos? Tom, there's a lot of dead air, bro. I don't normally realize that there's a lot of dead air. Oh, that's Mr. Girl. No wonder. Yeah, because this whole thing is dead air.
Oh, hello, Grace.
This is actually her dad, Ben.
Oh, hello.
Oh, sorry. Grace said hello in the chat.
She's in the chat. I can't respond to her or talk to her legally.
You can't talk. You can't talk to her.
No, he can't talk to her.
I am.
I don't know. I feel like this is like third-party communication right now. It's pretty obvious this is third-party communication.
Okay, see, if you didn't know Tom's sense of humor, you'd think he was serious there, and he's just fucking being silly. Of course.
Yeah, this feels like third-party communication to me.
He's actually making fun of the fucking reactionary bullshitters.
Because you kicked her.
Well. Yeah. Well, that's what they say. I kicked her. I committed assault.
It's always third-party communication.
I saw the video.
People get this.
So if everybody who doesn't know, this is Ben Thorpe, father of Grace Thorpe, who kicked Grace a week or two ago and then was arrested for assault.
Which is true.
About a week ago. Assault and battery. Yeah.
Assault and battery.
Okay, so we'll see the video at some point here. It comes up, but Ben does shove Grace with his foot. It looks very unexpected. It doesn't look like it so much hurt her as shocked her, but that's up to interpretation. And she says it didn't hurt her, so I'm taking her word. The moment is in the midst of what seems to be a heated back and forth. And so the question becomes, in the situation, for the audience, is it real? Are what we're watching fully? Is it what we are watching fully real? Is this something they've agreed to? Is this something that she expects to happen? Because Grace has been smacked on camera before. It was a gag. There have been suggestive moments of violence before. She dragged her mom out the door, and apparently that was a setup too. Although Ben has been arrested for kicking his brother, and that's on film as well, and that was legitimate. You can tell he's kicking him. So the determination really is, of course, the courts. We can make all of our own assumptions from these things. We can just assume we know better. And this is where I draw the line. We don't really know either way. And one of the things that comes up in my mind is the fact that this is the kind of scenario that's kind of bad either way. And what I mean by that is that, let's just say the future of some of this reality TV. Oh, like Ernie says, it's all a movie. Yeah. If you're playing it as that way, and the Thorpes tend to play that up. So the question becomes, what is it that they have agreed about prior? As somebody who's done socio-drama, I know that people can get into a damn near full tilt real fist fight and not actually be fighting. And to be honest with you, and looking what he did, it does seem like he pulls, even though it's a shocking moment, he doesn't look like he really like full tilt kicks her. It's something about his pull. It could be what I'm reading into it. These are all things. As a human, we're fallible. We don't know what happened. We weren't there. And the determinations of the situation belongs to the law now. So, that said, my concern again becomes for those who are performers. Because does this mean that folks can be actually playing out a real scene, Romeo and Juliet, and doing the the end scene where they commit life-ending results with poison that they share, and instead of the heart-reeling, dramatic, sad story of truly unrequited love that Shakespeare wrote, that's a historical classic, instead of it being a classic, suddenly somebody calls the law because they see two people acting out a scene. Yes, a viewer called the Popo Lizardry, and when they did that, the law decided for them what was going to happen. And that's the problem of the situation, because there's, in almost every state, protective laws and orders that bring the district attorney or the state's attorney into play when it comes to spousal or domestic violence. So a determination is made, and it's because it was an anonymous viewer calling in the kick, let's call it the kick or the shove, the determination was made elsewhere. And I could see how if you didn't know any of the background or the possibilities, you might think, oh yeah, that was abuse. It's definitely, the whole thing is abuse. I mean, the situation sounds abusive, looks abusive, it acts abusive, must be abuse. At the same time, I also know personally that there are other motivations, agendas, and a lot of dynamics that if you just act like it's all black and white, you're kind of ignorant of the larger situation of what's happening there. That there are manipulations between both parties and also performances going on, and we don't know where that line really is. We don't ever know where that line is, and if somebody says that they do, they're full of fucking bullshit. Straight out. Especially when it's just general audience members. The fuck you say? Give me a fucking break. None of you can tell what's real and what's not. People think that I'm a fucking Looney Tune because they see the character that I play and can't differentiate even after I say it. Because, oh God, somebody did it. That must actually be fucking how he did. Just but some. Fucking dance. Fucking dance. I'm telling you. Yeah. And yeah, I'm talking shit. Who cares? If you're watching this, you're probably enjoying that I'm talking shit. Because I think it bothers the most of us that are like, let's call us normies, like living in the real world on a regular basis. Not living our whole lives in VCs and in Discord and watching streams all the time only. And don't get me wrong, I do keep track of them most of the time for storyline or you keep up to date, but I also watch other media. I also have friends and a life and work, you know. Most of these folks also, I guess most folks aren't having like a lot of achievements beyond the streaming world, and if it's not focused around the streaming world, they don't really think it's important, I guess. I don't know. At that point, I lose the focus on what's interesting to me about those folks, because they're admitting that they aren't really based in reality. They don't have a connection to it. And that's scary sometimes, I'm telling you.
Which I think
Sorry, I
we're
got
from
the window
Massachusetts
open, by the way.
originally, so like I'm in Rhode Island, so blue states. So the definition of assault and battery, assault is actually the psychological state of being in fear, and battery
Right, yeah, you
is
assault
defined
somebody,
as any
the
unwanted,
actual contact.
any unwanted touching. It's actually extremely broad.
Yeah,
And
like if you grab something out of somebody's hand, if they're a stranger, you can get arrested for that.
Right, it's unbelievably broad. Like if you tap someone on the shoulders and they don't want it, technically they can call that battery. But since the touching was not unwanted, it was crazy that I was taken to jail and processed and put in the court because it doesn't meet the definition. And when I asked the judge, he got
Well,
mad at me.
not the legal definition.
And so
But
I
you're
continued.
being
Yeah, hold on. You said when the judge asked him. Okay.
Yeah, there's now.
Where
So
did
there is
he-
some interesting
didn't he
things,
go
by the way,
over-
here where Ben might. It might be that Ben has been spending too much time with the sovereign citizens. Only because of the way he's defending himself. He does share, or Grace shares a record of what happened in court, and I hesitate calling it a record because it's basically Ben's memory of what happens in court, not the actual testimony from court. So I am concerned for Ben on this facet that he wants to defend himself, and of course we all know the old adage that a lawyer who defends himself has a fool for a lawyer. So I just hope that he does the right thing for himself in defense. And I honestly do think that if they're able to show it, if they're able to prove that there was some previous agreement between them about jostling or kicking or any of that kind of stuff, they might have an actual case of saying, well, we're protected performers. But if they don't, and it's just up to a call of discernment on the court's edge, they're going to go by the letter of the law, and then it's abuse, and it is what the assault that they call it. It's not about what I feel about that. That's what it will be determined. Sorry, I forgot the play button.
Like
down on the bottom today.
RI district judge single-handedly repeals First Amendment in court. Okay, yeah, this is.
Yeah, by the way, this is
recordings, although they're making
Ben's
recordings.
preach stream. This was pretty wild.
I mean, I suppose there's some reasoning behind that, but you're dealing with Ben Thorpe here.
I think I am going to speak.
Yeah, if you want to send me the
nearly
transcript.
photographic memory.
That's Grace saying, want to send you the transcript.
I believe it's okay that I listened to what was said at the appearance.
That's me saying,
hey, Judge, if you're listening out there.
Oh,
is it
Grace
okay
wears
that
a
I
motorcycle
listen to the words
jacket off
that
stream,
you said?
and we know she carries a shank.
And then as soon as I
It's
left
true.
that courtroom,
That's very true,
wrote
by the
them
way.
down. Is that okay? As best as I can recall.
Let's start 1.25.
Is that okay, buddy? Because what you said made no fucking sense. And I'll say that again. What you said makes no fucking sense at all. And I think your career may just be over because of what you said.
Ooh.
Oh.
Is it over like?
Oh, it didn't. YouTube, it didn't know like that. It didn't know like.
Like, you know,
I think
Gilligan's Island is
All right,
over,
stand by,
or
folks. I need to
is it over like?
restart this real quickly. Excuse me, folks. I apologize. We'll be right back to the what state? Rhode Island. They are in Rhody. Oh, Tom's live right now. What the hell? No, not all that other stuff. Not all that. Oh, hey. There we go.
Like Andrew Wilson's career is over.
You want to make court into a gay BDSM?
He's making a
I
joke
don't
based
play
on the
that
fact
way.
that Ben is
I,
constantly
as a
saying that
citizen,
Andrew
Catholic,
Wilson's career is
father of
over.
six, I
But
deserve some fucking
it's all just
respect, and
hyperbole
you deserve
joke,
to answer
you
some
know?
basic questions as to why I'm being put through this fucking rigmarole.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I don't give a fuck about your career, and I don't give a fuck about the Warren police.
Okay, so this is problematic because this could be considered threats to the judge, Ben. If you're out there, man, I mean, it's not the best look. I don't want to come to the judge. I want to say I understand you're angry, because I am. I understand the guy's angry for the over the situation, lack of understanding, and also the fact that, you know, it's the whole of the story is the audience doesn't know up from down, and we want to assume, well, 90% of the audience wants to assume you're just an evil person, you're just bad, and 8% wants to assume you're trying your best, and the other 2% of us are looking at you like, how much is this an act? How much of this is real, man? I mean, like, the lines are blurred, and it may be blurred for the people too, only because they don't know how to walk off camera and turn it off. And this is the story that we hear, is that many people do say that they experience the same kind of wacky, which it makes sense if people are just basically if they have character flaws and they're not trained actors to cover those up or to play other actual character, then they're probably going to play up those character flaws. That's just what it is. The camera's going to accentuate and put 10 pounds on them. That's for damn sure.
Department's careers either. What the fuck, guys? Whoever made that fucking decision, and this guy who made his fucking decision, well, I was fucking listening, and I'm no dummy, and I live in the.
Okay.
there I am again, commenting. It's over like CSI Miami.
What the
popular.
fuck is he doing? What is he doing right now? He's literally making changes as I'm on it.
See, come on, Ben.
He just-
Ben, if your memory is perfectly accurate, then come on, brah. All right.
Judge
so,
calls Benjamin Thorpe. Ben stands up, walks over to front of judge's bench. Judge asks him his name, address, date of birth.
Okay,
Ben
so
answers
first off,
these
we gotta
questions.
just trust that Ben actually does have a photographic memory, and just assume or presume that he remembers exactly. Yeah. Ben should lawyer up. Rhode Island does not play. Yeah, it's all not a very good situation, especially because I am concerned that he's been getting like information from like sovereign citizen guys. It's, you know, I got some videos of them going to prison after telling the judge what the law is, and they're just like, no, and I don't know, no, none of that, no, I don't, I'm not gonna play, no. They're just like, no. Yeah, it's pretty funny. No. 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 It's hilarious, actually. How the judges just don't put up with that shit. Anyway.
Judge on March 9th, 2024. The Warren police claimed... Wait.
On March 9th,
Okay.
2024,
The Warren police claimed you domestic simple assault on Grace Thorpe, a person they believe to be your daughter, and disorderly conduct. I'm going to enter a plea of not guilty on count 1, 2. Do you want me to refer you to a public defender?
And that is the
Ben?
moment where...
No, Your Honor. Can I ask you a question?
or Ben,
Judge,
Ben,
you got a question? Sure.
Ben, that's where you say yes, please. Yes, please, give me... I don't have legal advisory. Please give me public defender. And then I'll go hire a real one after the fact. But at least I'll be in your good graces until then. No, Ben. Damn it. Say yes, folks. Learn to say yes. Yes is powerful. Yes can be better. Yes can be your best friend, even if you don't like it. Say yes. Yes, and. Abuse cases are unpredictable sometimes. People who should be given grace get the book thrown at them, and offenders who belong in jail walk free. Absolutely. Just depends on which judge you get. And strangely enough, from my understanding, female judges tend to go more lenient on couples who are beating on one another from the statistics. What that is, I mean, maybe it's like more empathy, understanding, or I mean, I really don't. That's always shocked me, some of the weird statistics that happen. You think men would be like, hey, I understand how it... No, it's men that throw the book. Male judges, probably because they got sticks up their ass. They're sitting in that chair, and under that robe is just a stick in their ass. That's what keeps them judge-like, I think. I don't know. I really don't know. What makes a person want to be a judge? You got to be really sure of yourself. Like, I'm going to be the one who decides who goes to prison for life. Sounds reasonable. Oh, no way. That's awesome, Lizardry. I didn't know that. Your bachelor's is in criminal justice. Tell Ben to get a lawyer that specializes in DV. Absolutely. Absolutely. And theatrical law. TV law. TV law / DV. They are kind of... There's a little symbiosis going on somewhere in there, I know. Yeah, because I do believe that there is another aspect of this where they could rationally and reasonably argue to the court to say that the court does not understand how realistic their show is, and that they have worked to create the behavior that is very realistic on camera. True or not, I'm not saying whether it is. I am saying that this is something that could be argued. Because as soon as you turn the camera on, and in their situation, it's not like we're watching XQC. We're not watching Charlie's Moist Critical. We're not watching Tom. Who, if Tom kicks somebody, there's likely case law on this. Yes, exactly. I would figure there is in some facet. Because Exactly. In the case of live TV, what if it's improvised? What about boxing? What about all kinds of other? Well, boxing is when both parties agree. Now, mind you, that's sanctioned. There's, I'm taking it too far. There's got to be some thing in there where if it is, and I'm saying if it is, and I'm giving it a big grace of assumption because, you know, let's just say that it is likely a moment of aggression. Once again, not my determination. I can believe all I want. It's going to come up to the judge. Now that it's in their hands. The law got involved. It's fucking none of my actual opinion in the end, no matter which one I give. How's that? Well, I know a lot of folks don't have the fucking balls to say that shit online most days. That they don't really have a proper or appropriate opinion to either side because a judge is going to make that opinion. Yeah. It's not popular to say that shit, so c'est la vie. Clearly, I'm not here for popularity. Anyway.
And as I understand it, how about this? As I understand it, assault and battery is
yes, that is
touching.
I think I say it in here.
And assault is
based
putting
in
someone
accurate
in a
Ben
state
voice.
of fear.
Yeah, based in
My
accurate.
daughter claimed at the time to the police officers that neither of those conditions were present and that she a form of entertainment on YouTube and some anonymous person. The judge said, "What is your question?"
And by the way,
Ben said,
I gotta say one of the funniest things that's ever written in any chat. Grace assuring us all, trust me, bro. This is what happened. I was there. Trust me, bro. All right, Grace, I'll trust you. No, I believe you. I believe this is pretty close, but we don't know. I'd be like, there could have been an hour just cut away. We have no fucking clue. But you know, it seems kind of accurate. If it's imagined, it's well imagined. That's all I know.
"Okay, you're here because you were charged with a criminal offense. You're here for the arraignment. And then I'm going to enter not guilty pleas for
nice
you
reading,
and
Tom.
pass that on to unintelligible." Wait, it's an arraignment. Why the fuck are you acting like you need? You're not fighting
that's
your
because
fucking.
When people don't know, and I was watching this today, I actually saw a good amount of this in the, once again, sovereign citizen world, that they think that the arraignments where they're just putting in the plea and finding out what the charge is and whether it's legitimate or whether it's going to be tossed out, they try to start adjudicating or arguing the case, and the judges are like, dude, it's not, this is not that, that's not, well, you're not, no, you shouldn't. Judges hate it. And it's why people need a lawyer, because if you don't know the practices of our own court system, you could screw yourself just by being an asshat. And actually make it so that instead of something that would be a slam dunk for you ends up going against you. It really is that way. Especially when you watch enough court TV, you'll see most defendants tend to screw themselves. It's the weirdest shit ever. They get in and get angry at the judge, like the judge is like looking to give it out. You know, no, these judges don't want to fucking send you up a river in most cases, or you know, they're not looking to harm you. And then people go in and start arguing with them, and it's oh Jesus Christ, it's, you know, argue in your favor, but don't argue with them.
Case here. This isn't a trial. This is your arraignment.
Thank you. Yes, Tom. It's an arrangement.
What are you doing?
Not a trial.
Why are you acting like you're here to fight the case?
Because he doesn't have a lawyer. Because he doesn't know. And I look. I understand. By the way, I understand.
How can I be accused of a crime when it doesn't meet the? Well, let's find out. Points to Warren prosecutor. Oh, okay. I don't know how to answer the question, but let's find out. Prosecutor. On March 9th, 2024, at approximately 9:14,
so here's the charges.
The Warren Department received information from the Providence Police, an anonymous tip that a resident in our town was seen kicking his daughter on a YouTube live stream. On the YouTube channel called Thorpe TV live stream. Ooh.
Shout out. Yeah, nice shout out.
Got a nice
to the Thorpes.
ad in there. Let's go, dude. I
Yeah,
think he was
really showing up.
actually still live streaming. The defendant, Benjamin Thorpe, can be seen laying on a bed with his daughter, Grace Thorpe, at the foot of the bed.
This is true.
The defendant snarls his face before kicking the victim. The victim is shocked, becomes visibly upset. The defendant
Does he snarl his
defendant
face?
gets
I'll have
up
to
and
look at
walks
that.
away, and the victim appears to start crying and becoming hysterical. Officers responded to speak to both parties. On arrival, the victim
Yes.
explained that she
Yeah, we
and the
didn't see
defendant were performing for a YouTube audience and expected that we would arrive based on comments in her YouTube chat that
That's
told
also
her
true.
they were going to contact the police.
Yeah, and they
My
were telling
daughter
him
is present in the
not to call the
courtroom.
police.
That's irrelevant. No contact order means you can't contact your daughter. I know that. I'm going to enter your not guilty plea.
So essentially, what we have there is the charges, the charges being read off, or the accusation, the allegation, and the judge just basically telling Ben, well, all right, I know you're not going to do it for yourself, so I'm just going to put in you're not guilty for you. Yeah, Ben should still get a lawyer. Absolutely, I do agree with you on that.
Can I just ask how this could be possibly be ground for these charges? Sir, first of all, this is absurd. I agree. I mean, your actions are absurd. Entertaining the world by pretending to beat up your daughter? I did not do that.
Okay, so that's interesting. If that actually was said by the judge, it doesn't. It would be I don't think a misrepresentation, but a misunderstanding on the judge's part of what went down. He's saying that he beat her up, but there was, even though it was a shove, it wasn't damaging. Like, it didn't hurt her emotionally. It might have, but even then, she claims not. Whether that's Stockholm or not, we'll never fully know, even if we assume that it is. Because it is a performance, it's not. And by the way, the crying afterwards, it could go either way. You tell me. You tell me. I have my ideas, but every time I really lean to one side or another, there's some little bit of evidence that shows that maybe I'm a little off, or there's something else that needs to be added in. So I reserve the right to withhold my complete and total solution of opinion to all of this, really, rather, other than wrong and wrong equals wrong squared, not right. That's my one major hot take.
I'm just evaluating what I just heard. Whether it's accurate or not, I don't know. But if that's the case, you need some mental health assistance. I agree.
Ben, I agree.
Don't respond to me any further.
Yeah, Ben did inform the police when they arrived that it was a performance, and they weren't buying it. Even though she pleads with them to not take it away.
Oh, sorry. Well, what? No, I said yes, sir. And you told me not to respond. Okay. Your theatrical presentation in the courtroom isn't necessary. This isn't Judge Judy. No TV cameras here. This is real life. Yeah, little does he know, it's going on live stream later.
Yeah, exactly.
Dumb judge. And in real life,
There's definitely
you have people who change stories all the time. Sometimes people invent stories. Sometimes people just do criminal actions because of stupidity. $2,000 PR, no contact with Grace Thorpe. Do you want me to refer you to a public defender's office? No.
Mad call.
March 29th is your next court date. You're all set. You're a monster.
And my comment on this is Mickey Mouse is fucked.
I just ad-libbed that last part in there. Just wanted to.
Yeah, but it really did.
Yeah,
fit.
from
it
what
really did bring it
Ben
all
said, they
together,
keep calling
Tom.
this a transcript,
It
but
kinda
from what Ben said,
brought
he
it
just
into
remembers what was
focus.
said, and this is his general
remembrance
of it.
United States
Yeah, his
of
memory.
America,
You
and
mean
there's
his
such a
memory,
fucking thing as
Tom?
The first fucking
The normal
amendment.
word. The normal word would be memory. Tom, your memory. Is it just his memory of the situation, or is this an actual transcript? No, it's Ben's memory. The fuck kind of word? What are you writing a love poem in 1893? The remembrance of Ben Thorpe's experience in the royal courts of bullshittery, tomfoolery, remembrance, memory. Jesus Christ, people. Aphasia is a thing. I think aphasia is a thing. I think people just be forgetting normal words. Generally, in a DV situation, please determine if a possible assault occurred, Lizardtree says. Their general mindset is let the court decide because DV cases can be confusing. Yes. And this is one of those cases where I think if they stick to their guns, it'll likely all go away and won't be an issue. But if they start confusing the situation, or they let other people into the situation, it might get ugly. And I fear for them in some cases of the situation, because what is, well-meaning by the audience can turn into a very bad situation for them. What's going on, Song Wang? Welcome back. Good to see you. Yeah, good to see you back. You are back. Hey, Homer. What's going on? We're talking about Ben Thorpe's arrest and the reality line being blurred here on the tubes of you and the streaming platforms, and how the reactionaries and fear-minded respond to these things and don't really know the difference between real and not, and show and not, and some things like these shows make it hard for them to tell. Yeah, long time no talk. I haven't been streaming as much. I've been super busy with all kinds of things, house, life, work. Yeah. Unexpected work, too. It's always nice. So, out of nowhere.
And women are people, and adult women are people, and
Why does he keep saying this? Why does he keep saying this? Women are people. Who told him this? I don't
this
understand.
makes no
Well done, Tom. Well done. Straight-faced and all. Hold on, let me follow you up. Yeah, yeah, Tom. Seriously. Who told Lizardtree? Who did someone tell? Women are people? That's so weird. I thought in streaming we were in 1952 and trad wives and things. I don't know. Red pill? No? Is that not the thing? All right, sorry. Yeah. Like kind of clinch moment. Several things all at once. Working on more 3 different projects all at once in the past number of weeks. Last month and a quarter. Women are people, so why do you cry? Because they're touching themselves in the corner all night. That's the truth. Most of these motherfuckers. The reason Ben is saying that is because he feels like, and we can extrapolate out of this, but I know because I've heard him say this, he feels like they took away his daughter's agency altogether. That's his angle, at least, whether it's performative or not. That's his angle. He feels like the law took away his adult daughter's agency in the situation, and is charging him despite the fact that she was like, no, I don't want him charged, because the state didn't care. Because they're like, we saw the video, fuck you, we're charging you, and you can deal with it in court. And as Lizardtree pointed out, well, it makes sense, because the cops are like, we don't know. It was reported, I gotta arrest somebody. You know what I mean?
sense.
Women are people, so why do
Andrew
you
Wilson, if you're out there
cry?
listening, and I know you are.
Because they're touching
Please
themselves
tell your
in
wife
the
who's been on
corner
Tucker
all
Carlson to
night.
call the Tuckster up and get me on there.
Oh, by the way, there I am saying, no, Ben, take the public defender.
Are you Monty from Hormaxer Stream?
So
Yes,
this is
Tucker
Hunter
fucking
Young.
Carlson,
That's
yes.
who I was disagreeing with last
Yes.
night in chat. And he actually says something that is true here. He's saying that the system is infantilizing women. I would say that Ben is saying that it's taking away agency from his daughter and, in general, women, yeah.
Andrew's wife, Rachel, who has been on Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, Hunter, I saw you keep saying that I should get the edit.
And by the way, this is actually a case for G.G. Allen, Lenny Bruce, and Mapplethorpe territory, in my opinion, on certain facets of this. I was talking about this earlier, where what does concern me about this, about the performative aspect, is if they were, for the, let's say, optimistic benefit of the doubt, if they are performing and anybody can just call the cops on you when you're doing a performative KFAB scene that does involve simulated violence, that's a problem. If people don't know the difference between when it's a show or not. Now, in this case, it's intended to blur the lines. So it's very clear why there's a problem. But it's also involved with the fact that some of the audience is sacrosanct. And they believe that their virtue is more important than whether or not they know the truths of the reality or the facts of the reality. Those facts go right out the window when it comes to them wanting to prove how important and powerful and virtuous they are. And it doesn't matter if it gets a whole bunch of people's lives thrown up in the air. They feel empowered. Now, mind you, this is likely actually Courtney, the mom, calling the police. It's who Grace believes it is, but we don't know this. There's no certainty to that. So, because abuse victims will protect abusers often. Yeah, so some states mandate that the charges on behalf of the alleged victim, exactly. And that's the problem in this situation as well, is once the lever is pulled, somebody's going to jail. I know in California, they don't care. If it's a DV thing, somebody's going to jail, male or female. You guys choose. I've heard it said in front of me, there's people in front of me. Somebody's going to jail tonight. Him or you. Him or you, you know? Right in front of me, it was like, oh, damn. That's fair. Equal. And surprisingly, it was the lady who chose to go to jail, and he then was like, no, don't go. And she's like, no, I'm going. I'm going to. She did. She decked dude, and he pushed her off, and you know. Anyways, because by the way, yeah, for the past like 25 years, women really feel free to deck dudes because they don't think they're going to get pushed or shoved or hit back. In most cases, they're not, because we're so trained to not hit women. So that's another thing. Women feel, and it's also someone, myself included. You know. Yeah, and sometimes they do take both parties. If it's bad enough, yeah. Sometimes they'll definitely take both parties.
Edited version of this, but again, that isn't the actual transcript from what I understand. That is just what Ben typed up as what he remembers as his memory of the arraignment.
Normal words, thank you. Where the remembrance thing came from.
Ha ha ha. At the arraignment, you just determine whether guilty plea, and if you have a lawyer, that's it. Yes, that's it. Like, that's not the arraignment is not the place where they figure out.
Here we have Hunter starting to kind of troll Grace. Andrew chatted later. That's Grace saying that. And here's Hunter. Oof, the ironic response. Good one, Grace. I'm kind of chiding her. It's like, oh, okay.
If you have
I see that. Now, I'm not one to defend
whether or not what you did fits the definition, or
but I do love
anything like that.
These folks that take them so seriously that they
it's just for you to give a plea,
what's
so they can decide whether they're going to go to court, or if they're going to spend the next couple weeks with your lawyer
challenging them about just their biasing and thought, or whether or not they thought out the whole of everything. It's pretty easy, because they tend to come from a binary angle of A or B, and it's either high road or the ground, you're going to get out the door. Exactly. Arrangement is not the place for the actual trial. Oh, yeah. Hell no. Just like, don't do that shit on the side of the road. Don't try to be the hero. Fucking, if you're going to go to trial, go deal with it at trial. Stay quiet. Yeah, Ben did try to get on a soapbox, and it's like, Now, mind you, that's not the real transcript. Nobody's FOIA'd the real transcript, so we don't know if that's actually what happened. That's just what he's saying happened. It could all be for show. It could all be for show. Do not forget, we don't know. We're just assuming. And they are great at manipulating the audience's emotions. I believe that. And I'm not saying it's not real. I'm saying we should also consider that it is all real. Just don't make up your mind. Just leave it open. Be an open mind. Oh, right on, Lizard Tree. I totally understand. I appreciate you being here as much as you have. Have a great night and sleep well, Lizard Tree. Thank you for being here. Damn, I'm already 2 hours in and we've got like 8 minutes? This is old school M sound creepy.
To come up with some sort of deal. So,
yeah, a real lawyer would have been talking to the DA already, tried to get his guns back, and the no contact order is suspended while he's in parole waiting trial. Yes. I don't think there even would have been, it would have been a bond. He would have been out on bond. I think it said 10 grand. Yeah. The issue was there is a pre-existing assault on his son and a restraining order current for other members of his family. Doesn't look good to the court. Looks terrible to the judge. So there's mitigating circumstances in the background. Problematic.
I could have sworn somebody told me that Ben said he didn't want a lawyer. And the judge was like, what do you mean? You're not representing yourself, dude. That's not happening. They're like, you need to get a public defender. This isn't a fucking, this isn't Judge Judy or whatever.
Well, that's what it says. He doesn't want his answers.
My dad was arrested unlawfully according to DV standards in Rhode Island, so he should speak up at his
There's
arraignment.
me being
Okay,
smarmy. I
again,
thought Lauren De La Hoo-Ha
that's
is
just
the
as
judge.
useful as him speaking up at the DMV. Like, whatever.
Carlson.
Yeah,
Briefly.
she's pretty much right
I
about
think
that.
Tucker Carlson would love to have a conversation.
You don't get
I'm
your time
everything
here in
Andrew
court.
Tate wishes he was. I'm everything Donald Trump wishes he was. Those guys are great guys. They are persecuted,
Oh,
but they do stupid
okay.
shit. I didn't do shit.
Tom and I both had the
I
same
didn't do
response.
shit. That deserves. Fine, you. A judge is now saying he doesn't like my content. Hey, judge, suck it. You want to be an art critic? You got the wrong clothes on, nigga. You got a robe on when you want to be an art critic. Different kind of dress, dude.
And somewhere in here, I realized that I'm like 30 minutes behind.
No, Lalo sucks. Lalo sucks. He's an ungrateful little prick, like a lot of these immigrant Mexicans are. Actually, not a lot.
Yes, and by the way,
he's the bad story.
can I just second that? Also, probably very repressed Republican gay. I don't know. Nothing wrong with being gay. Love who you're gonna love. Love how you want to love. Just come out the closet, Lala. Even though you're not watching, and I'm just doing that because you're not watching. I don't know. You know, I wouldn't care if Lala was watching. I'd probably do it even worse. But yeah,
I don't want the judge going to take me up.
Kind of gay.
Because
kind of gay. In the
image,
not
stereotype
cool
of
gay way,
Mexicans on
but
the
in the
internet.
like.
So please, judge, I'm gonna do you a favor.
Anyways, yeah.
I ain't putting Lalo up. Hey, Monty. I needed some solace, some feminine consolation last night, and I didn't get it from anyone.
Yeah, good
Except
question.
for Warmaxer.
Ben, did you explain to the judge that he just had daddy issues? I mean, that solves everything, right?
Of course, he was busting my balls and whatnot. The judge probably is watching because the prosecutor actually shouted out the channel.
And there I am doubling down. Lalo does actually suck,
life
mostly because he's not here to defend himself, which is fair.
You might
which is fair.
Be married and have kids. You are sworn to uphold the Constitution of the United States. I don't want to hear about your emotional problems, your daddy issues. You're here on behalf of the government.
So, I think that is where Ben has a little bit of a point. He's going about it the wrong way. But there is precedent to say from the Mapplethorpe case, and this is where a good lawyer would have helped him focus his case to say to the judge, well, what is disgusting to some is art to others. And that is the literal summary of the Mapplethorpe case from the late 80s, where the religious right went after an art display that was pornographic for all, all intents and purpose. I don't know what to say, but that's what the judge says. So there's precedent involved here where, well, is disgusting to one, is art to another, if it's art. If it's intended to be art. I'm not saying that this is. But I would also say that most of the folks who are in trying to lambast or make a decision about any of these things are self-assured for really inappropriate reasons. They don't have all of the information and all of the things that we could never know. That's why I won't ever make a really solid determination, but rather look at all the angles and talk about them and consider them, which is an educated thing to do, I think. It's an enlightened thing to do. Oh, yes. Which animal is, who needs attention? Somebody needs, they all always need attention. And my point of view, that's why I get into the back and forth. And then also the fact is that Hunter seemed to be focused on grace. And what I found was kind of like, okay, if you're going to go after somebody who's already got problems and she hasn't done anything to you, you're just going after him, expect the same from somebody else in chat. And he didn't like it. He really didn't like it, I don't think. And Tom actually responds to me at some point because I'm like, bro, I finally just dropped the whole like, bro, I got cred. You just got statements and fucking bullshit farts passed around in chat. So do you have, this is my whole thing. And by the way, this is my checkmate. Do you have any accomplishments? Do you have any real accomplishments that you can talk about? Let's nose them up. Let's see what you did. See if we can appreciate each other's accomplishments. If not, you're just a fucking asswipe demanding that your balls are bigger on the table. And I'm putting my balls on the table and you don't have anything to match to the fucking... You can't put your labia up there? Get your clit out? No. You just get your hurt feelings. Get Crack for Me says, Ben wasted his energy with the arraignment judge. Yes, he did. It's bad. His real judge is a new lady to the bench. Gonna be interesting. Oh, you know this. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, because she's gonna want to do the right thing by the law because she's gonna be following it if she's new. That's not a good thing. Or maybe she'll miss something. I don't know. I don't know. Interesting to contemplate that one.
I don't see how you're going to make it through, dude. I don't see how your behavior is going to allow you. Andrew's watching. I don't call Rachel.
Oh, it's on the fucking Rhode Island website. How did I not fucking even think about looking there today? I'm all about going to the source sites. Why didn't I just go to?
Thanks, Monty.
Go to it's just rhodeisland.gov.
I would like to talk about it. It was kind of like perfectly
sick,
classy, I think, even though it was, an underwear shop. Yes, apparently he has any rights he feels like. He can abrogate all of my rights because he's feeling emotionally unsettled. It's fucking arraignment.
Okay, that's unfair, Ben. A judge has the right to determine based off of how you respond to the court and the laws and kind of how they feel. This is the thing. Based off the law. Most of the time, it's not how they feel. It's how they're responding to the law. Oh, shit. Thank you. That is spractacular. Hold on. Hold the fizzone. Hold the fizzone. The calzone there. I'm going to I want to pull that up in the background here. Where am I? There I am. Let's see if I can avoid this without actually. Yeah, there we go. That's good. There it is. Yep. Oh, did I not do? Oh, why did I do it like that? Cool. Thank you so much. This is fun. I love public information. It's always good. Yeah, I could FOIA. I could definitely FOIA the transcripts. I'm surprised that somebody hasn't already. Okay, I'm gonna. Thank you for sending that to me. That's really, really cool. I'm definitely gonna look at that because you know that there's gonna be something that nobody knows. There's gonna be something hidden in there that could be some YouTube-y newsworthy. Watch, it's all nothing. It's just a ticket. All right, where are we? We are over here.
Bing. But not with this guy. Daddy issues. Robo
So
Planet.
this is another thing, by the way.
Let me get my camera working.
Yeah,
Working?
Provo. This is another thing though with Ben is he distorting reality
You're being
or
charged?
is his reality
I was
distorted?
arraigned, yeah. And I asked him how it meets even the most extremely broad definition. He got mad at me and told me that this is what was interesting. He told me that I don't have the right to pretend to beat up my daughter as entertainment, which I absolutely do. But that's not.
That
what
wasn't
I'm
in the
doing.
transcript.
I absolutely do under the First Amendment.
Wasn't in the transcript.
No, Tom's right. Not in the transcript. If it was said in court, then he didn't remember to write it down. Then his memory isn't photographic. You know. So, did he say it? We'll have to. So, well, I guess I'll have to get the transcript and find out.
If you did like a,
mass
you did
murder
a,
people.
right?
Art.
If you did a skit where you beat her up, that would be legal.
Totally right. I mean, the First Amendment rights are incredibly broad. So for him to become an art critic, he's welcome to do. And I invited him.
And that would be okay. And so this is what I'm. Once Mr. Girl mentions, well, if this had been a skit, the First Amendment rights would have protected you. That's when I mention the sociodrama implication is actually an arguable point. It's a tough sell, but it does have precedent. So, mind you, I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm not saying absolutely in one direction or another. I am literally just saying at that point that the sociodrama implication is an arguable point. Something that could be argued. It might be a tough sell because it's up to the judge's prudence. It's up to the judge to discern whether or not that's truth, fact, and all the facts match up to that. Or the jury. It's probably a judge. But it has some precedent to it. That there's shows that you can't just, like, call the cops. I think the play Hair is the precedent for something like that. We were talking earlier, but it occurs to me that the nude scene in Hair may be something akin to the protection of the performance, although it doesn't, it could be simulated violence as well. I guarantee you there's something out there that, but you can't call the cops on Hair, and people were like we would SWAT now when Hair was new in theaters. So, there were laws passed because of that stuff, and it wasn't just because of the performance, but also because people were misusing and closing down the shows inappropriately. So, there you have it. There is some background on it.
Whether he thought my piece of artwork was, or our piece of artwork was morally good or not, but it has nothing to do with him being a judge. He was quite a character.
I would assume.
And in
counter-argument is that
the
he doesn't
argument
believe-
case that it is art, Ben is correct then. The precedent is clear in that Mapplethorpe trial. The end statement was, what is disgusting to one is art to another. And therefore, it is in the eye of the beholder. That said, and that was the whole thing about that was public funds being used to support what some deemed to be pornographic material. or deviant material, degenerate material. You know, I don't know if that is a prior or if that was dropped, Lizard Tree. That is an excellent question. I know he went to jail for it, but whether he was charged or not, and whether that charge stuck, whether it was dismissed, I don't know anything about that. But I'll tell you what, with the website that Get Cracked For Me sent me. Oh, hi there, Ruby. I might be able to look into some of that. Not that it's my business really, but just if I find some news, maybe I'll report on it. You know, I do feel like it's prying a little, even though it's public information.
Ad hoc defense.
I don't know if I want to know. Do I want to know?
Impulsive, violent attack. I would assume this is position.
He actually articulated his theory briefly, and said that people change their stories. So she was super clear when she was questioned.
So now, by the way, at this point, Hunter Young is now arguing law. I don't know if he's a lawyer or not. You know, we can just assume or presume that whatever it is, he has some legal, at least ability to look up and research the information. That doesn't make him a lawyer. It could be that he's just a YouTube lawyer playing one from his armchair in his mom's basement. Or maybe he's a paralegal. We don't fucking know. But he is starting to argue the contrary. He says, Grace, it explicitly stated in the second paragraph that when an officer responds to a situation, they shall take into custody the alleged perpetrator if acted out any of the following qualifications. And they go on to argue the qualifications. Yeah, I hope somebody can convince Ben to get a lawyer. I know, exactly. All right, enjoy. Sleep well, Lizard Tree. So Grace says that his behavior meant none of those that she claims, and they're claiming
that there was no unwanted touching.
Yeah.
And what's amazing is if the supposed victim says there was no unwanted touching, and the supposed perpetrator said there was no unwanted touching, who then determines? So the idea is that there's some women are manipulated into covering for their abuser. But
Grace,
I think the fact that
Grace challenges, tell me one of these things that met the qualifications.
Can't tell.
That's true.
That's
actually true.
Okay, can we test this definition that you're using?
Yeah.
Okay, so under the framework you just proposed, it is not possible to manipulate somebody else into doing something.
1 and 3.
Because if they do it, they did it of their own volition, and you can't be held responsible. So, like Charles Manson, for example. If you start a cult of people and then you say, go kill this woman on this night, and they do it, we can't hold that person responsible because that would imply that the people who did it are not people. Is that your position?
It's absolutely.
Yeah, his position is that
you.
Two things, and I don't know if it's a strong position. I'm not a lawyer, but his position has essentially been that the state took away agency from his adult daughter. This could be argued from her point of view, and should be argued from her point of view. As opposed to his. It looks less genuine when it comes from his point of view. Although both of them arguing at the same time, that could be a thing. You know, once again, you got to kind of stick to one rail or the other in court, I believe. You know, or at least if you're going to mount an argument, it has to have precedent and support in the facts. I think honestly, if they have anything to say, the argument for them performing is stronger than her not having agency, because the court's going to be like, the law says we can make the determination. It says fear, bodily injury, or death, and at the very least it was fear. So this is another thing about kind of like right there, Hunter's telling me he knows what Grace feels because he saw what he saw on camera. And I would say that is a huge presumption for anybody. I don't know what she felt. I can't presume to be inside her head. We can assume, but how much of it was acting? Was it a setup? Was it real? We don't fucking know. If I don't know, and the Hunter doesn't know for certain, just based off of the fact that he's presuming he does know. Fallibility in the situation. There's got to be a grain of salt on either side, a check of one's own biases in the situation, and the fact that there is a huge glaring hole in what we do not know behind the scenes when the camera is off. We can only think that we know. Unless in some cases you've asked directly and they've given you a direct answer that you can absolutely prove is true. Plausible deniability is actually in their favor when it comes to what she was feeling, because it's only inside of her head, and if she tells you otherwise, she could be lying or she could be telling the truth. We don't know, because we can only presume, we only assume. We're not inside her head. Anybody who thinks otherwise is just full of their own fucking bullcocky bullshit, poopy bullshit. Right? I mean, like, Jesus. Anyways.
Say someone lied to you. If someone lies to you, right, and you are convinced that, like, there's an absolute fraud, but if someone just tells you to murder someone and that murder is okay because I said it's okay, I think that's that person's responsibility.
Okay, so you don't think Manson
Kind
should
of
have
off
been
topic. But
arrested, I guess, because he didn't kill anybody.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly the legal definition, but
no, I think that's an unfair extrapolation,
No, he directly said,
or just an extreme extrapolation from what Ben was just saying there. I think he was saying there's limitations and platitudes.
Yeah, so
should he be
that
arrested for
person
that?
should he be arrested for telling someone?
And then here's Hunter out here trying to get her to admit to something. But you admit he commuted a felonious assault, correct? A loaded question, sir. You admit he commuted a felonious assault. Oh, is he a lawyer? I don't think so. I think he just fancies himself somebody who's going to get you. You're going to get a gotcha. He sounds like a DGGer. Very sure of their own ignorance. I say this to him later on. Felonious assault would mean that he was charged with a felony. He was charged with a misdemeanor. So it wasn't felonious by any standard. Objection! I know, yes, great. He's definitely that guy. Leading question. Yeah, like, duh. Fill in the blanks and tell us what you want the answer to be? Much? Hold on a second. How to tell us that you've already decided what you think the answer is, but don't tell us while telling us. Jesus Christ. That's the other thing, is a lot of these guys think they're being, like, smart. A lot of them think that they're being, like, real swift. And it's like, bro, you are just projecting like you're... Put your pud away, bro. Put your pud away. You walked into the room with your pud out first, and it's not impressive. In any what form. Any what way. Any what how. Put the pud... Just put it away. Yeah, and committed. He fixed there. Because that makes a big difference to his fucking fallacy.
Yeah, if he amasses a cult, he has this little commune of people living there who all think he's a god, and then he says, listen.
And this is where I start pointing out the possible other options. The question becomes whether the judge will believe whether or not Grace and Ben had a premeditated or pre-existing agreement to apparently violent behavior on stream. I'll say this directly again. The question becomes whether the judge will believe whether or not Grace and Ben had a premeditated and pre-existing agreement to the apparently violent behavior on stream. That is definitely a question that comes up that can't be ignored when they get to court. Because if they use that as a claim, it has to be talked about, and then it has to be questioned by the judge of whether or not the judge himself knows, based off of thousands of hours of them behaving wildly on stream, performatively, whether they'll have to determine whether that one moment was real and worthy of a misdemeanor or part of the performance. And the judge will decide. It ain't for us. We can choose to decide all we want. But as soon as somebody starts to act like they're the district attorney of YouTube, that's where it's like, man, let me just challenge the thought a little bit. And watch how this guy immediately makes it so that I'm somehow associated to the crime because he doesn't like what I'm saying.
I want you to do something for me. I want you to go kill all these.
Oh, I'm sorry.
actors or whatever.
I missed this. all these a-holes watch too many Columbo, The Practice, Boston Legal, and think they're legal geniuses. Yes. Yes, and none of them use constructive or unbiased or attempt to have an unbiased thought. They don't think of things in ways that include all sides of the thought. It's one way or the other, and normally it's the worst possible scenario, not Occam's razor, but rather like Occam's sledgehammer. It's fucking, it's ridiculous, redonkulous. I was about to just say that these people are fucking retarded. Yeah.
We're in this house.
Oh, I said
Go
that.
kill him.
Anyway.
Should
So
he
what
get
would be
arrested?
the charge? What would be the charge?
Did I just get demonetized?
I don't think it really matters what the charge is. I'm asking if you think he should be
Well,
arrested.
he's not guilty of murder, is he?
I'm not saying he is guilty of murder. I'm asking you a clear, binary yes or no question. Do you think that he has committed a crime if he tells somebody to go kill somebody else and they do it?
Well, I'm not a legal expert, but if
Well,
a
it sounds
mafia
like I
boss-
thought you were a legal
Well,
expert.
yeah,
based on
actually, that is a crime. You don't have to theorize. Okay, by the way, this is one of these things I was talking about. I've talked about this at length. When streamers just start to talk in hypotheses and speculate about things that are settled law, yes. Yeah, that's a criminal act. That's actually a RICO thing, too. And you can't tell other people to go commit a crime or a murder. That's against the law. And yes, you should be charged for that. That can also be considered stochastic terrorism if it's against a group. Of course. What the hell? The surreal hypotheses of settled ideas is absolutely the sign of delusion, of disconnect from reality. When are we going to just put that forward and recognize that that's not a healthy portion of regular conversation, that hypothetical argument set, that for debating purposes is beyond the experimental thought because it precludes a revision to reality. And unless we're actually talking about that as the premise of the conversation, then what the fuck are you really doing? You're just putting red herring out into the system to avoid having a direct conversation about the topic at hand. Being, do you think these charges are real? Do you think this is legitimate? And, both of these folks being fairly wild in their perceptions of the things. Mr. Girl having a performative reasoning and skill set that includes delay and timing and pregnant pause for other people's uncomfort and to search through them in many ways. It would seem. I'm presuming that it's a tactic of interrogation of some way, or it's become one. This is also a man who has very controversial takes on the whole, enjoyment of young people stuff, which is it's all foul. It's all foul. Let's just say that. So when you hear this stuff, I am surprised at how balanced he tends to be, but this is another one of these people who is kind of like the old man brain of the DGG extreme mindset. And if you don't know what the DGG is, that's the Destiny Gamer Guild. That's the supporters who live in a VC. It's a lot of the same South Park internet nerd. All of them are more right than the next. And if you were to go into the VCs, it sounds like an insane asylum when you go in there half the time. They're just arguing each other's point. Lame, cringe. I can't believe you had that topic. W's, L's. Because they were playing video games and then they went into a VC because the Xbox waiting room was filled.
First half of this conversation. So now
I'm an
asking
expert
you,
on assault and battery.
Ooh.
are you an expert on the logic of your own claims? And if so,
He's an
I would like
expert
you to apply
at
it.
assault and
okay, well, then
battery.
I would like you to apply your
Hey
own
now,
opinion,
Tom.
a legal
Hey
opinion. If you
now.
don't have a legal opinion, then I don't know why we're talking about your case because you don't have an opinion. If you do have a legal opinion, then I want to know if it applies to just you or also other people. If it does apply to other people, I would like to know. Do you think that Charles Manson should be okay? Do you think
I don't know the details of the Charles Manson case, but I'll take it on your word.
Oh,
Yeah,
and,
the hypothetical
by the
is
way,
not really-
yeah,
it's not really about
absolutely.
someone to
Get
do
crack for me. Here's
Yes.
some internet lawyers chiming in. Oh, it doesn't need to be felonious assault. What does that even fucking mean? And felony assault equals serious bodily injury. I wasn't harmed at all. I didn't even feel pain. There is the person, and they're all telling her what she should be or what the judge is going to say. Or it's like the most ridiculous thing. They're actually talking to the person that was victimized if anybody was. And I do understand, yes, some victims, and I've also had this experience myself. I have had beaten spouse syndrome myself. I know what it feels like. And I really would say, I don't think Grace has this. To be frank with you, I really don't think Grace has this. Grace may have trauma and problems from the growth in that family, from growing up around Courtney and Ben. But this is not one of those situations where she's Stockholming out. I just don't think it. And you may think that everything that you saw was real, but I do believe that she knows how to propel herself with her own true emotions and explode them out and or contain them or control them so that she can perform. What can I say? That's good acting. That's what a good actor does. And she is, whether you like it or not as an audience member, a fucking amazing actress. So whether you believe that she was abused or not, it doesn't really matter in the long run of things. What matters is what she thinks and feels. And if you don't respect that, then that says more about you than it does her. And that's a period. Pause. Yeah, get cracked for me. Anybody who's watched the program for any period of time knows that she's a really fucking good actor. And she can cry. There's even proof that at some point, I don't remember who it was that called her out when she was fake crying. Not too different than the wailing that we saw on camera. And they called her out and she stopped and she smiled and she kind of giggled and was like, all right, you got me. Yeah, you got me. I mean, we've seen her act. So this is stuff that should also be weighed in the consideration. That's all I'm saying. It's to just not take all sides of this when you don't know what's real, when it is partially a performance or mostly a performance, or when there's performance involved, you have to question your own bias. And most of these folks don't question shit about what they believe. They are just absolutely sure because all their friends patted them on their back and they all then circle jerked each other and told each other how important in the human centipede of Twitch pollness, how important their opinions were to each other's own shit stream. Yeah, it's amazing.
See the parallel in logic.
Well, I will draw the parallel, but I would like to know first if there's even worth trying to draw a parallel. Because if you're going to say even Manson shouldn't go to jail, then I.
Yeah, I agree with Grace.
Extreme view
Max kind of loses the plot here.
Which you may have. You may have that extreme view, but I want to know kind of where it is. So without trying to figure out why I'm asking you this, I'm wondering if you have an opinion about whether Manson, assuming he did what I said he did, which is form a cult, and then and maybe you don't even think he formed the cult. Maybe you don't.
And as Max asking cult questions, because of course that's where his mind goes. Oh, get cracked from the ass. They wonder if American social media is debate-centric because of the glamorization of the adversarial system we have in common law, civil law is generally inquisitive. The judge takes the lead. Yeah. By the way, it's not common law. So common law is what Britons and Canadians have, or they have common law-driven law, or Queen's or King's law now. Based off of what was common law. There is also maritime law, which deals with anything in the ocean, international waters, and then there is oh my God, there's the third and most important, which is oh my God, why am I blanking on it? It's not sanctioned law. It is oh, my attorney friend is gonna fucking hate me for it. There is a third section description, and that is what generalized law in the U.S. would be considered. And it's a combination of civil. The judge has authority over both civil and felony law, or criminal. I'm sorry, civil and criminal law. God, what is it called? There's a third and actually fourth facet, but we don't use the fourth facet, unless that would be. Is it? I can't remember. It's been a while since it was explained to me. But what we have is a judge who can do both the civil and the criminal. Both court. It just depends on what the court is being used for or what it's been requested for, essentially. And people get confused, especially when you've been hanging around the sovereign citizens. You only hear about two, like there's only two versions. But if you watch any of the videos about sovereign citizens getting had, the judge is always like, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, the glamorization of the adversarial system. They don't realize how boring actual court cases are, or how the questioning works, or how the logic of the law works, or how it is very, not just fair, it's like super balanced in most cases if you play the fucking cards right, you know? Yeah, civil law. Judges generally inquisitive. Now I'm understanding what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, where they ask more questions.
There's any responsibility for that. But
just like in Supreme Court.
He had this cult of people who all thought he was a god, and he told them to go kill somebody, and they did. Do you
I
think
he bears some responsibility for that? Yes.
Okay.
Good.
So I'm trying to reconcile that with you saying that you can't have manipulated your
And
daughter.
once again, here is Sheriff Hunter deciding what charges will be filed. Sure, if he wasn't charged with a felony, we don't even have to use that, but the third absolutely still applies. Okay, District Attenter, District Attenter, District Attorney Hunter. What the fuck, man? Ed, come on, Grey Bill. Catch up. He's dog walking Ben with his own logic. Nobody's paying attention to that aspect of this. How about the topic, not the fucking how he's debating him? Jesus Christ. Catch up. I'm sorry. I like Grey Bill, but sometimes he just is like so off in left field. Like, bro, what are you looking at? Stop looking at the Gophers. There's a pop fly coming in. All right? Sorry. I will talk shit tonight. I just feel like it. Excuse me. Next court date is March 29th. 5 days. So a couple days from now. Was this yesterday? This was yesterday. Yeah. All right. Anyhow. Beep.
To covering for you. But if you can manipulate somebody into killing somebody else. Because if you're saying,
I
if
see
I
what
can.
you're saying.
Yeah, because it's about who bears responsibility for what. So if the judge's view is that your relationship with Grace constitutes some sort of power dynamic where she is being controlled by you or manipulated by you.
Allie had pointed out that we should probably call this something new when it's failed art. We should call it fart. And then I corrected her and I said, I think that's spelled fart, P-H-A-R-T, Allie. It's just true, right? And then once again, Hunter Young deciding he knows exactly what it was that went down and is narrating what exactly he believes happened, attempting to enact fear by physically retaliating against his daughter for her upsetting him. Mind you, he's saying this to Grace. Can you imagine the ego, maniacal self-solipsism of saying this to the person that was actually assaulted as if you are one-up gotcha-ing her? Having a big W with Grace over something that happened to her. The fucking gall, low-life piece of shit that would do something like that can only be found in chat. That's for damn fucking sure. Which at this point was where I started to be like, all right, this dude's just a piece of fucking shit. Literally just trying to attack her. He's just trying to attack Grace.
I'm fine with what happened.
And I'm not a safe gracer, but I've been around them for a long time.
Yeah, but there's no evidence.
They're silly, normal people, all right? They have a problem like everybody else. Theirs is on the stream and shouldn't be taken advantage of by fucking awe-shocked, puritanical know-nothings. That's the other thing, though.
Well, I don't know if that's true.
Well,
but
the kick is the
before I
evidence,
address that,
but-
I just want to say that your first like defense.
So when he says that the judge said people change their stories, that is that's what they're saying, is that like
And okay, Grace then asks one of these other people in chat, Mohican, what is the evidence that she does what he says? And furthermore, even if she did, isn't that her choice? Very fucking logical question. Of course, none of these people believe that she has agency. It's as if she's not a real human to them. And that's kind of Ben's argument, actually. Even though it's not a logical one at this moment in time, it is in the broader scheme of like real life conversation about this. Yo, do you not expect that she is a fucking human and that what she's saying repeatedly, over and over, that she said in the moment and she's saying now, that's what she believes? And even if we don't believe it, you got to listen to her. Otherwise, you, the one not listening to her, is the disingenuous piece of shit. No ifs, ands, or buts. Once again, period. Pause. Anyhow. Yeah. Folks love their own brand, I think. What am I talking about? Think. I know they do.
Domestic abuse cases, which again, they do treat domestic abuse cases very differently than they'll treat other cases. And so, yeah, if they think there's domestic abuse and...
Yeah, they have to take them in under there.
The... Crap. Yeah, it's like then they're...
So also Grace is here defending. She says there is no evidence that I was manipulated into saying that I wasn't in fear for my dad. I have to gather that's true because we don't see it anywhere, but we don't know what they have. And that she was fine with the shove and didn't want to press charges. And that's kind of, you know, they do the charge because some people who are abused will not admit to the fact that they're being abused. Totally understand that. Don't know if this is the case. I really don't, because there is a side to this that, by the way, Grace seems to abuse Ben as well. Emotionally, intentionally, driving him nuts in certain ways. That's not like daughter-father thing. It's like actual psych abuse that's not too dissimilar than what Courtney was doing. And we've seen it on stream, and I've also seen it in the Discord, and there's taunting stuff that goes on between them. They have this very genuinely unusual and complex relationship caused by the other stresses in their family relationship. And if you don't know that these things are complex and multi-layered, you might think that things are just black and white and disgusting and beautiful, or one or the other, and things are perfect or not. And a lot of these folks who seem to have just apparently no life experience or to give any credence to any complexity of any situation, nuance of any nature, much less that all of life has nuance and complexity. Most of these folks, you know, they just want this to be a nightmare. And they'll make it even worse if they can, because they love seeing it get worse. They don't want to admit that, but folks like this dude Hunter, they're ghouls. They want to make a car crash and they'll add to it because they want to stamp on their chest and say how virtuous they were for pointing out what they felt was obvious, even if it's not really fucking true. If they can create the truth out of that situation just by force, they fucking will, and we've seen it. What's the very skinny girl? Bunch of people that were well-meaning sent her to rehab or sent her to the hospital for 78 hours when she was already planning on going to rehab, and it fucked up the setup for the rehab. You know, if you don't know what's going on and you're not in touch with these people, stay the fuck out of it. Unless you're actually seeing someone truly get hurt. But most of these people that we're talking about that will make this call don't know. They see any little infraction as a huge, massive, murderous reaction. It's called extreme reactionary. And it's normally caused from a lack of exposure to life. Which, I think we can say that a lot of these folks, after the illness that spread, they just stayed inside and never went back out. And it really affected them. Or maybe they've never been out to begin with. Kind of seems that way in many of the cases. The amount of lack of socialization, much less how, you know, people just assume that they're the authority when they never can say, oh yeah, I'm an authority. Oh yeah, I'm an attorney, so I know these things. Anybody worth their salt would say something. No, we kind of can just presume that this person is a know-nothing who knows a little bit watching CSI Miami, and so now they can interrogate the person and tell the person what for for whom this happened to. You were abused. That's the other absurd portion of
They're
this.
wanting to make sure that they
Lack
actually
of,
like give time for the
self-observation.
person and give time for like the questioning and that they can get the story straight. So yeah, domestic abuse laws are very different than like normal assault laws.
Yeah, if these people are going to intervene directly, then they're already sending emails to the DA with clips from Thorpe streams. Yeah, I would gather that's been attempted, which is probably why, you know, Thorpe's apparently been on a no SWAT list for a while, you know. And the Thorpes were warned when they got popular, on IP2 after Keemstar. Yeah, they were warned that crew, they're just reactionary little ghouls, you know, little fruity kiwis and little onions a mass, you know, and yeah, I mean, we are lucky that at least the police have had interaction with them before, so nobody got hurt, thank goodness. But I do believe that there's a lot of these self-help warriors, you know, who need to get a life. They need to get a life. Their lives become what they see on the screen, and they can't tell the difference between what's real and what's not anymore. It's a thing.
A good question. I'd have to think about that. I mean, I would say if Donald Trump had told his supporters storm the Capitol violently, but he himself didn't do so,
Yeah.
he would be somewhat.
Okay, and here I point out that the issue becomes Grace and Ben acting out simulated violence versus, well, that should have said versus, by the way, perception of what others consider actual violence, and it comes down to whether you believe it was part of the show arc or not. And that is the toughest thing. Because if you are somebody who doesn't know the difference, it's absolutely real. If you're somebody who questions the authenticity, could be part of show arc, grain of salt. If you're the judge and you don't know any different, you might see it as a violent act. Or you could just see it as silly. Especially if the person who had been attacked is saying, look, this is bullshit. From the moment it happened, I was saying, don't arrest him. Which they did say on the stream. And yeah, it is their fault for not being cautious, get crack free. But it's also the audience's fault for being unhinged, over-involved, parasocial, fucking parasitic pieces of shit with no fucking emotional reciprocity or sense of what's real or what's not. It's truly something that some of us who have watched the internet grow and streaming and all this grow, what we're concerned about from the time of the Digitour, the first Digitour, when one of the kids being interviewed told us that he didn't know that people like Epic Rap Battles and Mr. Guitar Man were real. He didn't know he could come see them. He literally said he didn't know they were real. And that was from the mouth of a 12-year-old. I believe that 12-year-old is in his mid-20s right now, and they still don't know what the fuck is real. Because they've been looking at a screen their whole life, and the presentations are just images. So there's no actual repercussion if you hurt the video game, hurt the image on the other side of the screen. And that's the direct association. If it's on the other side of the screen, it's just got to be a game, right? W's and L's, bruh. Bruh. Yeah. And so, mind you, pointing out a logical fact of the situation, like the issue becoming Grace and Ben acting out simulated violence versus the perception of what others may consider violence, actual violence, and it comes down to what you believe, what you think is going on, because we don't know, none of us are the wiser unless there's some background activity like a contract that says she agreed to acting out that stuff, or there's video of them setting it up, you know. There would have to be some evidence to show, obviously, that is a thing. I would hope. I mean, otherwise, we do kind of have to take their word, even if we don't like it. Even if we can assume and presume all day long what we think is really going on, They're fucking adults. And only a child would think that they can presume into somebody else's life the answers and truths, no matter how much we don't like it. And Get Crack For Me says they didn't see the whole stream when Grace got kicked, but right after, there were people in chat already baiting Ben to look and sound guilty. Absolutely. No, there was so much immediately around it. And if you watched it, she didn't cry at first. She got frustrated with the whole situation. And if you know the dynamic between them, she had been taunting him before they got on screen, so he was primed. That's why she went on, because she knew she had him primed, so he was ready to fucking blow his top, right? I mean, it's a thing. If you don't know the dynamics of the Thorpes, you just think that it's, I mean, it's just abusive from Ben. And no, this is complex. This shit is complex. They're all abusive to one another. Like, nobody's innocent. Nobody's not guilty. Like, you know what I mean? That's the other problem with this. Nobody's innocent. There's just no innocent party. And some of it is performative. So it's dangerous territory. It's dangerous territory on many levels. Anyways, let's round this up.
I would think that would be obvious.
I think so too. But of course he's the president, but is a father-daughter relationship, is there a similar assumption that because she is reliant on you or was reliant on you in some way, emotionally or financially or literally, whatever, is there a competing, okay, if she was
okay, here's another loaded and assumptive question, and it's very clear that this guy doesn't have a self-observation, or if he is intentional, it's the most cynical, stupid shit. Like, are you 17, bro? Grace, what's the purpose of someone physically retaliating against someone else out of anger? Well, Captain Loaded question, let me disregard the majority of that. Well, you mean, what's the purpose of someone... What kind of fucking question is that? Are you trying to be sympathetic to the person that got hurt? Are you just trying to be ruthless to them as they say nothing happened? That's the weirdest shit to me. Like, this guy feels virtuous while he's like you're supposed to be empathetic to the person who got hurt. If you really believe a crime happened, this person is just literally being a terrible human being asshat because they're attacking the person who they're saying got hurt. How confused do you have to be? How fucking self-centered, egomaniacal of a shitbird person do you have to fucking be to be this clueless? Oh, incel. I don't know who that is. He could probably have 3 kids. Still, it's incel behavior. It's fucking DGG behavior. This is the kind of logic they use. Grace, what's the purpose of someone physically retaliating against someone else out of anger? I don't know. You answer your own question, because this is obviously something you've already decided. Like, that is the most set up, fucking loaded, dumbass question of all time. Do they think that normally would fly? I would just look at him and be like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What fucking planet do you live on? That's like fighting shit. Like, are you just that ignorant of how that sounds and looks and behaves? Probably. They probably think they're righteous, or maybe that works in the DGG because they're also busy both gaslighting and manipulating, setting up bad questions. What the fuck kind of loaded question is that shit? Stupid fucking moronic shit. Sorry. Like, not worth answering. It's like, I would just look at a person, look at you fucking moron. Get out of my face.
And then the police say, is your dad bad? And she says, no, he's a good dad. Obviously, that doesn't matter. So at some point, if you slowly remove the power differential, then we have to believe what somebody says. But there is another point where we say,
Grace says they have harassed us nonstop. The police have participated. No evidence of any crimes yet. We've been deprived of many rights because of this. Okay, I understand. That's the way it feels. Whether that's true or not, yeah, the law's involved. They've fucked up a bit. That's the way she feels. I'm gonna take her for great face value at that one, because that probably is how that feels. That really sucks. That really fucking sucks.
Doesn't, even if you're saying it,
it feels like you don't have any right or control. And that's
that if you could convince her to cover for you, then she's not a person. So I was bringing up the Charles Manson thing because I feel like that's
buddy.
Feels. I know you're probably using hyperbole, but it seems a little extreme to say that if somebody does something because you manipulate them into it, as is the charge.
Well,
Alright, I'm gonna
I would
take
say-
the,
yeah, certainly if you have someone in a
I'm gonna take the dog out real quickly.
They're like, you're punishing them brutally, they're chained up, and they're going to face enormous consequences. It will
In the
mitigate their
meanwhile,
freedom.
I will
And there
not
is no
leave
such
you with a
condition or
chair.
circumstance.
I will
So,
not leave you
I believe in America,
with a
if
hair.
a woman goes back to an abuser freely when she has.
I will leave you with a video
and she is able to make that decision
of me
and should be respected as a human
some
being
time
with
ago.
agency. Unless she has some sort of, mental illness, she's retarded or something, incapable of
Oh my, I have a lot of videos, by the
decision
way.
making. I don't. And what's interesting about domestic violence laws, I've looked into them a little bit. They
I bet he has.
most
He's looked into 'em.
disproportionately hurt
I bet he
women and
has.
children who they're supposed to protect. They're in
Yeah.
fact have no effect deterrence-wise on, and they also affect minorities.
Here, I'll leave you with a. Oh no, I don't want to leave. No, not that.
I want to hear this.
No, I don't. We don't need to aggrandize that dude who lives in his mom's basement. That's cool. The guy who told everybody he was black, half black, but it's just his stepdad. You know, that whole thing. Claimed to be a rapper, never played a show. Not one that we can actually find. No videos. It's a karaoke bar thing. But anyways, what am I mumbling about? I'm just mumbling as I find the correct video for y'all, because I'm going way back. I have to go way back now, and I don't know why I did it this way. This is so stupid. Why did I do this? And of course, where the hell? Oh, yeah, this is fun. Gives me just enough time. I'll be right back.
Santa's on the train! Santa's on the train!
Well, you can't say people don't have fun in the New York subway.
Santa's on the train!
Not much more odd in life than a flash mob. And this is Santa Takes Over City Hall. I didn't even make it in time, but I think I did. Okay, I'm gonna make my way out through the Santas and see what's out here.
Hi, Lori. I'll be right back in. I'm just walking the dog. I just saw you popping into you don't have to. You can be annoyed. That was an annoying Dave Sandler, by the way. And yes, indeed, some people are just annoying to be annoying for attention's sake, because that's how they learn to get attention from their parents. But annoying.
And I may be a little bit late, but you know what? Whatever I'm standing in is really awesome. Fantastic.
Let's not fight about it.
We need to do this more in LA, that's for sure. Just show up in crazy places as Christmas presents. Because it brings a smile to my face. I don't know about you. This is just some silly, awesome shit.
The train station.
Yes, show up as a present. That's always good. I love that. Silent disco. It looks so silly without the, when you can't hear the music.
So next time you see a herd of Santas roll by, don't be concerned. Join in.
Nope, join on in. Go on in. We're going to watch one more, and then we'll get back to the Mr. Girl bit
down there
with Mr. Ben, Mr. Girl Ben, and a little TOMtent. That's content, but it's TOMtent. Jakarta is awesome, by the way.
So here I am in South Korea.
Shout out
for
Sylvia.
about 8 hours in the
Badass. She's making badass hot sauce in Amsterdam nowadays. She's not in the video, I don't think.
Incheon.
Yeah, she's not in this video.
Incheon. Oh, I got to catch up with my group up here. And here's the line.
By the way, if you get a chance, there's no thumbs up on this one. And very low views too. Like nobody watches my travel videos. They're really for me and my family and friends anyways. I wouldn't remember half of this shit if I hadn't have filmed this stuff, by the way.
Just landing in Jakarta. My body doesn't know.
And this is like none of it. Like there's like over 140 videos or something of the travel stuff, and it's none of it. I haven't transferred the majority of this stuff. I was editing this while I was like traveling and doing it in real time, you know. It was also a little more acceptable because people didn't know what to think of it while you were, you know, before social media influencer, quote unquote, kind of, right at the time it was becoming a thing. Thank you. Thank you. I do like Indonesia. Jakarta is amazing.
So here I am in Jakarta. And we're actually in what's called Southern Java, which is really awesome because the Java is great. And I just gotta.
It is. The coffee there is.
The amazing amount
yeah,
of
don't be afraid of the luwak coffee. Hoop coffee,
things that are just
damn
whizzing by
good.
on the little highway right here. And all I gotta say is the food here is absolutely incredible.
Absolutely incredible. That's the truth. The food was really good. All over, everywhere we ate in Jakarta it was also because they were taking us to great restaurants everywhere. So
Makes me feel really blessed, really lucky that I am who I am, that I get to do what I do. And
True.
by the way, Jungle Kitty.
Jungle Kitty. Jungle Kitty. Oh, I didn't quite get Jungle Kitty almost in focus. We were doing a show. We did Jakarta Jazz. I've been there a number of times. And a couple of shows in a couple big clubs.
Sorry.
And then we went from Incheon, so we had done a show in Korea, and I can't remember if this is one where we went from Japan to Korea to there, or Korea to there to Japan. I think we went there, Korea to Japan is what we did.
So, Christian,
Oh,
what
true.
exactly have
Passed
you
by
ordered
20 Fadil Revolution and never knew it.
Bouillabano.
The very talented Christian Wonderlook. That shit smelled from down the street terrible and tasted so good. AKA breadfruit.
I just want you all to notice there's a lot of fresh fruit sitting here. This is the kind of guy who's all up and down this street. They're all over the place. It's really amazing here. Very simple carts, very simple foods, making awesome stuff.
It truly. Right there, right in front of you. They're just like, yep, here's the fruit, slice and dice. There you go. There's lunch. You hear, here's the normal bowl. You take it to go, here's a bag or a cup.
All added to blend up.
And yeah, bags. Bags of drinks over there.
So you may or may not know this, but this, Indonesia, is one of the largest, or actually the largest Muslim country in the world. And we're just about to come on the noon prayer. And if you've never
Yeah,
read
that
it
was
for yourself,
amazing.
it is
Noon prayer was
pretty
astonishing.
impressive.
The whole country came to a
It's
stall.
reverence going
Just
on,
stopped
and
during
it's
noon prayer.
projected everywhere throughout the city. And actually, there is a mosque, apparently. Hey, Ha, what's happening?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the film there. I
Jakarta,
think
we
I-
take off for Japan, Tokyo tonight.
Yeah,
We're
we were
stopping
going
in
to
Seoul
Japan after
again,
there.
in Korea, so it'll be my second time stopping in Seoul, Korea.
Oh
I'm
yeah, and by the way,
standing in
so
Jakarta,
Incheon
outside
Airport, the greatest airport in the world. That place has like, well, first off, there's free showers. If you don't want to pay for them, they're free. If you pay $10, there's like a whole room you get with a little lounge and shit that's like a private shower for 2 hours. It's incredible. There's a movie theater, there's a mall, there's a hotel in the airport that you can stay at for like by the hour or 24 hours. The whole place is a really amazing thing. And let's talk about fucking business and first class lounge. Hello. Come on, people. Goodness. All right. Damn. Gonna go back to that. Oh, no, wait, hold on a second. Oh, no, hold on a second. Sails on train. Why is it not letting me go back? Hold on a second. Oh, I know why. Because I'm not in history. I'm somewhere else. And I apologize for going back to... There we go. There we are. And we probably won't get back to... No. Oh, hey, it's taking me right back. Good. Back to your regularly scheduled doldrum board face.
Yeah, here we are.
Yeah, here we are, Tom. That's true. Here we are.
Control over someone else.
Okay.
But you'd have to have some evidence.
Hey, what's happening?
Well, them having a penis is not evidence of
that.
Yeah, but it's kind of off topic at this point.
I didn't see the context, but in the
Ben,
video,
and it's
it
not
looked-
really the...
and Tom
Unless
did
you
say
hit him
what
with your
happened.
penis.
It looked like you kicked her.
Yeah, if you hit with the
side.
penis, that would be a thing. True, Tom.
And then
True.
she was quiet for a little bit. Then
So-
she screamed.
This is
and
when I start
kind
to
of
address
tore at
Hunter
her or
because I'm
scratched her
like,
face or-
okay, bro, come on, meow. Grace, what's the point in someone physically retaliating against someone? Okay, again, loaded question, bro. He wasn't retaliating against her. If you want to say anything, he got frustrated in the conversation and lashed out. That would be appropriate, but it wasn't retaliation for something. It's the fucking most juvenile way to view it. So I asked Hunter, what's the difference between an IRL and a streaming show? What's the difference between in real life and a streaming show? Very simple question, right? What's the difference between real life and a streaming show? What's happening, Ali? Ali! What's going on? Welcome. Yeah, no, we are back to Mr. Squirrel. Yes, and Ben Thurpe. Wait, how's the oh shit. What does that say? It's hidden by the thing. How? Hey, that's your come on, meow. Look, meow. Am I jumping nimbly pimbly from tree branch to tree branch? This will be familiar to you. I have, of course, made a 3-hour stream surrounding 11 seconds of Tom's commentary to me. So that's the whole point of this night. No, I'm kidding. I am just roasting Tom over 11 seconds of material. It's taken 3.5 hours. No, I'm totally kidding. And I was saying this earlier, Ali. Like I constantly crack on Tom so much. So his commentary to me about what is it, untreated mental illness or something, it made me actually laugh. It just broke up the monotony of the conversation as well. All nimbly pimbly jumping tree branch to tree branch. Do I, boy? Meow. That's the meow. Littering and smoking the reefer. That's true. Thank God. Smoke them if you got them. It is, after all, clearly.
Ooh, well, damn, baby.
Aaron After Dark.
Did one of y'all just turn the heat up?
Oh, always in
Or
here.
did it just get real
Shit,
sexy?
Allie just showed up. You know it's good. Come on.
Back again, baby. With Aaron After Dark.
Yeah! The blinders are off. Where are we now? Okay. No. Did he just say meow? No. Meow. Did he just say meow? Oh, I remember you guys. You were the ones who did the little cat thing. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. the second movie out is, sir. Good times. Good times. Sorry. I can literally laugh. Oh, yeah. You're in the Mile High City. So, yeah. No, I feel you. And cheers to you. And cheers to you there. Golly. Yeah, the whole movie, literally, like, that movie, the first time a couple times I saw it, just had me literally crying. I had it on VHS, believe it or not, and DVD. And I think I own it still somewhere, somehow. Anyhow, so I, so far, have just been pointing out logical concepts and trying to point at what I believe is the logical concept, and just looking at other sides of the argument, and also just like what you go out in a legal argument as is to say, okay, what is the situation? What are they claiming? Well, based off what they're claiming, this is how kind of, we can approach one set of argument. And Hunter has just been loading the questions towards Grace, which once again, and Allie, let me see how you feel about this. The fact that Hunter was just generally lambasting Grace, who was the affected party, without any sensitivity to her, as if she was doing something wrong by defending her dad, and him trying to prove her wrong is like a double wrong. It's like the most insensitive asshattery. I don't even know what kind of egomaniacal fucking bullshit somebody feels, but I think personally it's the lowest form of self-gratification, this kind of shit. Grace, what's the point in someone physically retaliating against someone? That's not what happened. A great way to misrepresent the situation and also load the question inappropriately. So at that point I was like, Hunter, what's the difference between IRL and streaming show? Because I don't think this guy, in my opinion at this point, I don't think he knows the difference between I want to know, actually. I just want to know, really, because I don't feel like he knows the difference in a healthy way, that there's a difference between show and not show. It's wild, because where does one learn this if not from their own family at her age? Abso-fucking-lutely. No, that is also included. And one of the things I pointed out, you might have missed 2.5 hours ago, is that there's no healthy party in the story. They're all viciously working against one another. So to assume that any party in the whole of the story is innocent is, not really knowing the whole of the story. And to not assume that what we know about what happened at the beginning of the stream, not that anybody deserves anything, but like that, well, Grace riles up Ben on purpose and then gets on stream and plays a victim. They've talked about it. That's part of the gag. And we don't know. We simply don't know if there was ever an agreement between them for all of this stuff, or if it was sociodrama and where the line really is. And if I don't know, Lord knows that an untrained, non-actor, non-performer sitting there viewing the screen, who probably is a member of the DGG, guarantee they don't know. And that's the reason I make the extrapolation to the DGG is because one of the first things the guy made as a comparative is to ask me whether or not I thought Destiny's stream were real. Which, talk about a fallacy of a concept of comparative. Destiny's a fucking talking head schmuck who used to play video games. He's not performatively doing shit. If anything, he's farting in his chair and calling that performance. To me. I know to a lot of these folks who grew up with an iPad in their hand or staring at a screen, they think that's the height of communication. And to me, it's the most boring ass, nonsensical, full of itself, egomaniacal, fucking self-fulfilling, limited logic that sounds like fascism most of the time, no matter how much it calls itself liberal. It always comes down to cult-like behavior that if you don't like what they're saying, get the fuck out of the room. There's no middle ground in their world. And, once again, hypothesizing about settled subjects and law. We heard it even in the conversation here, where Mr. Girl was talking about the hypothetical of if Ben thinks that if someone told somebody else to commit a crime, would that be a crime? It's not even a question. You can ask him what he thinks, but it's an insulting and stupid question, frankly. It's settled. Anyway, yeah. It's settled. Yeah. But yeah, Allie, it absolutely is a thing where if you were to see some of the shit that she leaked of her mom's texts, it's really research streams. Yeah, sure, but how is that compared? Yeah, how is that compared? Yeah, it's just one of those things where, like, if Destiny had ever read Shakespeare, I'd say, okay, that stream. There you go. Maybe some kick or keep is. No, he's not performative. He's the most boring schmuck who used to play video games, and the reason he's interesting is because he's an insulting and inflamed character. He's an extreme. He's almost a cartoon, and if anything is performative about him, it's naturalistically so, and also accidentally. The guy is boring as fuck. And when I had to do a whole bunch of background research on him, I was so bored by the time I was done and ready to move the fuck on and find anything else. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, I know a lot of people like him. I just can't get down with that shit. It becomes culty, and especially once you spend a little time in the DGG watching how those people behave, holy shit, you'd think that that was the entire world there. Yeah, he does seem like he could be very bright. I just don't think he's very well socialized. He's just a kind of a terrible person. And it's a waste of intellect, because even when he's in a room full of the brightest minds, yeah, and he's opportunistic. Yeah, that's totally fine too. I agree with that. He's made the best out of his circuit. It's astonishing, but he really is irrelevant to the rest of the world outside of the subculture. The problem becomes when these folks start to extrapolate that subculture behavior into the real world and then lay it on top of this stuff, and you get this. Grace, what's the point in someone physically retaliating against someone? Mean someone else? I'm gonna finish that fucking sentence with an actual grammatically correct
Hit your face or something?
statement. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
And then she apologized.
Sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry
think
about it.
she said, I don't know why I'm like this, I think, and then said, I'm sorry. I was trying to control myself, or I was trying not to let this happen or something. It seemed like she was apologizing for freaking out.
Yes.
Okay.
For driving.
Okay, Hunter, not a real response, just a smarmy one. Aaron, it depends on who it is. The Thorpe reality in streaming is obviously very blurred. Okay, correct. He does at least acknowledge that it is blurred. So why then, if that's the case, if you know this, Hunter, why is it that you are making assured and absolute references otherwise? Why isn't there variance or question in the things you're asking? Could it be? Should we assume? What was? There's none of these prefacing that suggests you don't know. There's only assured response in a loaded question. So this is very disingenuous. It's fucking like so see-through too. It's just like shift as soon as like, oh, logic come into play? Somebody challenge logic? Oh yeah, motherfucker. Allie says she just learned of him after you randomly found Tom. After you randomly found Easy through the bellows of true crime YouTube. Oh yeah. Oh, Allie, you came through TC through the crama, aka crappy drama. It says it's crime, but nobody's solving shit. It's just it's the craziest thing. There actually are some really great crime solving channels. I don't know if you're familiar with Down the Rabbit Hole. She's really good. BJ Investigates was much better 6 months ago. I don't know what the fuck's happened, but she's kind of fallen off. Like she gets like really fanned out. Like she really just kind of gets into people, and then and she's also focusing more on the Hollywood story stuff. But for a while there, she was doing some real in-depth, real journalism. Crime turned into crama. Yeah. But there's still stuff that exists. I found it, but it's far and few. Yeah, it's few and far between. Yeah, since summer 20. Oh, so you've been around watching that for a minute. Okay. Yeah. And Easy's technically a Thorpeter. Technically, although Where he came from before that is really, you know, it's wishy-washy, but definitely Thorpeter world. You know, I actually am kind of from an adjunct. I came back on and started streaming. One of the first things I visited was the adjunct Black Manosphere because I was covering Pearl. Be screaming about it, Pearl! Yeah, watching her streams, just screaming at her. It's fascinating, all the sectors, and how folks don't even know that they're sectors. Just like how Twitch poll, most people don't realize this, the Twitch poll sector that came from Twitch, aka Debate Bros, are considered an invasive sector to YouTube. And they have affected the way YouTube intended its streaming to be. Because they weren't gaming and they weren't doing the kind of things that were on Twitch. They were trying to instigate something else. And, you know, we've seen how that works out. There's also the beef sector, which is, you know, pretty wild. There is the bash sector, and bash sector is basically, oh God, what's that other one where it's like it's basically a sex sector where they're just like talking sex all the time on all the panels. Science sector, esoteric sector, the real woo-woo sector where it's like, you know, people picked up by aliens taken to Mars and now they are in the secret space program shit. Yeah, there's all kinds of wild shit out here. For real, and finding legitimate information, or finding like esoterica, or I found a bunch of great channels, by the way, that are just refreshing and real and authoritative, informative. One of these days, you should just make a big list of the really good, honest, like I shouldn't say up and coming because a lot of them have been around for a while, but trash talk community, yeah, drama community, yeah, there's, you know, absolutely so many of them. And then there's the jerks. The jerks are subset of the Krama, and then there's Kiwis, the tapes community, and then there's, oh my God, you just go on and on the lolcows and the fucking sectors upon sectors upon sectors. That if you don't actually challenge your algorithm, you would never get to it. It's and be careful adding Japanese stuff into your feed because suddenly everything turns Japanese. I had a great balance about 2 weeks ago, and then I looked at something, and then everything went, what was it? What did I look at? It was, hold on a second, I can tell you exactly what it was. It was one of these, like, kind of Mr. Beastie shows. Let me see. Who was it? It was one of these, like, oh, this guy's pretty good, and then suddenly every single one of the videos after that was like, everybody's Mr. Beast. It's like, what the fuck? Algorithm, stop with the echo chamber. Stop with the echo chamber. It wasn't Mark Rober. I've been watching him forever. Anyway. Oh, Preston Goes. It was a Preston Goes video. And suddenly, Circle Jerks, yeah. BJ Investigates. Oh, through her. Yes. Right on, Allie. You know, I did a whole connection of Aura to MK Ultra, and I sent it to BJ, but I don't think the mods ever got it, or I don't think she ever saw it in her email. But I sent her a whole dossier of information about the connections that were clearly involved with MK Ultra connecting to Aura and Lima Jabravovich. Just wildness. So hopefully she got that. Okay, now that I found Preston Goes, a lot of fun, by the way, really neat channel, makes stuff. There's a couple, actually, Quiet Nerd is one of my new favorite channels as well, which is like the guy just makes things and takes them into like the forest. He seems very lonely. Seems like a single guy, but his little creations are so much fun. And like, if you're gonna be a lonely dude, good pastime to have. Build shit, go places.
That level of frustration.
And he does. He like builds boats
for driving you to kicking her, not for her reaction.
Yeah, you have to see it. It's amazing. Out of very little material.
So basically, I mean, a 5-year kind of.
That's amazing, Allie. You've made a long trek.
Session.
A 5-year torture session culminating in you kicking her.
I don't know if I was in culminating.
It's ongoing. That's just part.
By the way,
what is
with the no? It's not infantilization. It's the need to make any situation a finite display of, or a finite example. For instance, what Mr. Girl just said there were, so after 5 years, this is the culmination as a kick. No, motherfucker, how'd you get to that fucking idea? Yeah, what a long, strange trip it's been. Hold on a second. That deserves, what a long, strange trip it's been. Don't get something like that. You know, that's how that would have gone. Yes. True.
Yeah, I think it's getting better, but yeah, I do think that. Yeah, I think that's a fair characterization of
Okay.
what's been going on.
So
Because of the trauma she experienced at her mother's hands.
okay, so I think the
which
counter
isn't. By the way, can I
perspective-
just mention that little bit, the trauma that she experienced at her mother's hands, that is involved in all this, and the competitive spirit that her mom set up between her. I mean, that's been proven in texts and stuff that Grace has shared. But I don't think that's included enough in a lot of the concepts. Ben becomes the evil demon because it's who we see, and it is who people respond to. And so Hunter, not answering my last question about whether or not he knows the difference between reality and a show, decides to ask me a question, which I then go on to respond. Hunter, exactly. So it becomes a problem for delineating the actions as criminal because the lines are blurred. It could possibly, it really does blur the lines. So it becomes a problem for whether or not those actions actually are criminal if they claim it's show. Doesn't matter what we like. This is what they will maintain as fact. Oh, yes. Hopefully it will continue. Long, strange trip it's been. True. Hold on. Oh, yeah.
is that if you kick her and she exhibits extreme distress and then apologizes to you,
Yeah.
it seems like she, to an outsider such as myself, it seems like she's not able to say no to you or stand up to you because clearly
Except
there's
if
an
you were
emotional
watching
reaction that
long enough, you
would
know that
assume is going
she
to be
can
followed
in
by,
certain situations chooses to,
you know,
and then
"Don't kick
others
me,"
she
but
can't.
then it's followed by an apology. So then
Yeah.
that I feel like that
It
calls into
varies
question
based off of the situation. So
her
Do you
ability.
think that
that's a very
women
tough one.
can taunt?
Sometimes
I
he can-
really appreciate Mr. Girl's thought process line here.
Yeah, it
so
is
far.
actually
I
a
think
really
that
good
this
question.
is
But I would
things in a
say
way-
it's the question of somebody who hasn't seen a lot of it, but it's a good question. And anybody who's watched a lot of this can fill in the fact that there is a vacillating Ben or alternation between Ben absolutely just being petty and mean and in some ways vindictive to Grace conversationally, and her taking it and agreeing with him. And then other times that if you watch long enough, you'll realize that Grace will spend an entire stream egging her dad on to the point where he gets just angry. So it's a real toxic play between the two of them. Without seeking professional help, why does anyone expect anything to change? Exactly, Allie. Exactly. Instead, there's all of these very sacrosanct platitudes of how everybody is sure exactly how evil they are and how sure that they are comparatively virtuous, perfect, clearly. I definitely wouldn't claim to, but I find it interesting how limited the viewpoints were and why I got into this disagreement with Hunter, who seemed so very sure of himself. The attorney Hunter over here, apparently. It could be a problem, not in this case, though. It could be a problem, not in this case. I don't know whether he meant one way or the other. And then he tells Ride that she's grasping at any defense. And there's Alley Cats, quote unquote, she deserved it. True. I mean, that is kind of Ben's defense there, right? That's fucking terrible.
that you
And then,
really
by the way,
can't-
if you're going to talk about a giveaway, any of the giveaways that's just totally missed, Allie caught. That would be a giveaway of well, yeah, he's saying she kind of deserved it. That's not very fair on either end. It's not reasonable. If he had said, I lashed out because she egged me on, that's different. He'd be at least admitting to something. But in this case, he's saying, well, you know, she did do this shit, and after a time, it's terminology and then the behavior. So, but Allie's the only one who caught it, really. I mean, it's right, and it's right here. Good on you, by the way. Everybody else is too busy making sure everybody knows how
Charles
virtuous they
Manson
are.
example is a great one, where these people are obviously brainwashed and given tons of drugs.
Oh, so he wasn't, hold on a second. He wasn't arrested before. That's what Grace is claiming out there. Yes, he hasn't been arrested before. And this is where I say, so, i.e. the established performance parameters like slaps and kicks can be a thing in sociodrama. This is a real thing. Whether this is what happened will become, and I say, is the question. And we as the audience shouldn't presume to know. We can only guess, but we have to also assume that a lot of this stuff is shtick, gotten out of control or what otherwise. A lot of this stuff is fucking shtick to get our attention, to keep us watching, because they know that the drama and the exacerbation of the very knee-jerk, reactionary, extremist minds of nebbish, basement-dwelling, gone nowhere, done very little, video game playing 32-year-olds who think destiny is the end-all be-all of public opinion. They know that those people are going to freak out and watch and hate watch and try to save Grace. If you haven't caught on to that yet, you don't really understand the Thorpe's moral play. Truly, truly. And I urge you to understand that some shows are doing this. Fresh and Fit is doing kind of that. Not the same way, but tactically, yeah. It's hard for Allie to engage at all sometimes. It's crazy making. True. Sometimes it's absolutely impossible and not worth engaging. That's why I don't go on the debate panels, to be frank with you, in most cases. It's just not worth engaging with the nonsense arguments that are made. Funnily enough, and there's no synthesis intended. They don't. Nobody intends to move their point. They just want to win. Funnily enough, a term you learned from your first therapist that you chose to get when you in college. Oh yeah, crazy making. Oh, that's true. Yeah, crazy making, great term. No, it is inciting. it's enough to make someone want to throw a dish half the time. I've actually I started actually approaching it with empathy. Now I just go shame. Now I just go shame, because these folks have such a cognitive dissonance, and they're so sure of themselves because of the echo chambers feeding back the cognitive bias. There is no such thing as information that's going to change people's minds if they are so assured in that fashion. Cult-like. So all you can do is be like, oh, you're a fucking moron. Yeah. They don't want a solution. It's more fun to spin in the crazy. Yes, that too. Thorpe Corporate Carter Article 1, Section 13 says Benjamin Thorpe physically assaults while on live stream is performative. Oh, you have the Thorpe Corp paperwork? No, that's a real document too. I didn't know that was in there. I remember that they wrote that. Holy shit, there is documentation. Hold on a second. Hold the phone, everybody. Holy shit. What the fuck? It's true. I remember them writing that. Holy shit. Oh, okay. No, but there is something out there, isn't there? Didn't Grace write a fucking Thorpe Corp agreement? If you've been watching as long as I have tell me if I'm just imagining this. Yeah, but there are articles. I'm not mistaken, right? There are articles of incorporation, because you lit it up in my head. Like, remember that stream? It was right during the time when they were playing the game, the board game, when the kids were still there. And they tried to get Courtney involved in the negotiation over the articles. Yo, that could be the documentation. Which is why they're so sure of themselves. They're like, And none of us would have seen that shit. And this is what I'm talking about. These are the missing edges that may seem like, oh, Aaron, you're just being insane. This is clearly just abuse. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of abuse involved in this. Don't get me wrong on that. If they were serious about making an LLC, then they should have have one. I only started watching the Thorpes a few months ago. Oh, no, that was a thing 8 months ago? Something like that? Yo, you're gonna make me go back and look at a stream from a long time ago. Which, by the way, I've also found a stream with Mr. Girl and Destiny planning out their arc over the course of the following 8 months. And it's called You Told Me I Was Wrong, or You Told Them I Was Wrong. Mr. Girl and Destiny Men Bridges or something. Something of that name. I think it's Destiny Late Night channel as opposed to Destiny Normal channel, if it's still there. But it's an entire 4-hour stream of them planning their whole arc up until where they make him a bad guy, which is one of those things of why I didn't really take Mr. Girl very seriously, because I thought he was a character. I really, truly did. Until I found out that just Destiny can't be trusted and he fucking turns on people and sets them up this way. Yes, Ben keeps saying that Grace is the CEO. Well, she is the CEO. Yeah, they may actually, I guarantee you they have one. There was talk of this, whether or not it actually got, filled out. It would have had to, because I know that he transferred all the money to her. They're not poor. They talk about that. And she's like, oh, I only have $1,000 or whatever. Yeah, because she only takes so much for herself. And they live kind of off the stream, but they have fucking properties and money. And they rent multiple properties. They're not poor. His dad and grandpa owned a shit ton of properties. And Shamu claims to have done a deep dive on their finances. But we've never seen any of the paperwork about that shit. And so I don't believe that was the case. Although PI could go deep in it. It wouldn't be able to, you wouldn't want to publicly say anything about it because it would mean that you infiltrated somebody else's fucking finances, which is why I don't believe that it happened. It's very unreasonable. And anyways. Somebody who has actually requested via lawsuits for other parties via PI a financial audit of somebody. I know that there are certain states that you can't even do it in legally. So you've had your LLC for 10 years now, with articles of incorporation. Look now, etc. You've had another startup B Corp after an accelerator program you participated in 2018. It's even more detailed. Yeah, the limited partnership that I have is extremely detailed. And if it's an LLC, it's got to be filed somewhere. I guarantee you. Whether it's an LLC or not, this would be fascinating. I bet you Ben would tell us. One of them would tell us. Discovery in the trial will be absolutely hilarious, and Ben will make it as, there will be a 12-inch dildo somewhere in Discovery, a 12-inch black dildo, a 13-inch black dildo. Let me correct that. Somewhere in Discovery, just cause Ben will want the judge to read that out loud. I guarantee you. He's a smart ass. He's gonna get hit with the, obstruction or some shit like that.
They're
sorry, let me
like,
shrink down.
it's just blatant that they kind of lost their minds and lost their ability to make decisions for themselves. And yeah, he's just doing a great job at walking him down a thought process where Ben starts off with,
they would have to have one based off of how he transferred the money, all his money to her. He's basically poor. He transferred all of his property to her, put it in her name and a family trust so that Courtney couldn't get it because Courtney and he are not technically married. They would have to I would hope they would likely have one. And if not, they definitely have a family trust, so likely an LLC supporting that, right? It would probably be prudent because things could definitely get ugly. Yeah, probate, fucking horrifying. Probate. I don't wish probate on anybody. That shit's tough.
Don't think they can say it for themselves, then you don't think women are people. And it's very quickly, very succinctly, Mr. Girl has already demolished that thought process and made sure that Ben understands that literally every.
And then I point out, by the way, and this is a truth. They both said this. If you understand anything, Grace controls Ben. If you understand what's up in the large scheme, she's in control of a lot of Ben's behavior. He is not, I'm not saying it's her fault by any means, but they play a role with each other. And if you don't understand their dynamic, you might think that Ben is just a obnoxiously, purely evil person. He's just picking on her. But no, there's a back and forth. And a lot of the stuff in the back and forth is stuff we don't actually see unless you've like been involved in the VCs or seen the chats between them or know how she directs him the way he directs her when he's on stream. So, yeah. Oh my God, these videos in the court hearings and discovery would be wild. And really, truly, they have a winner for themselves where Grace gets smacked by Darius and then also gets smacked by several other people by choice as part of the show, where she burns people's clothes as part of the show, where they leave Darius as part of the show. They have so much evidence that, you know, can support their point. There's a lot of evidence that can support it. That's why it's gonna be wild. The judge is gonna be like, oh my God. Like what? Poor judge is gonna have to watch 1,000 hours of the Thorpes inadvertently to get to the bottom of the case. Oh no! Somebody going to jail. Somebody Hormaxer is going to jail. Reactive abuse is real as well. Yes, it is. Absolutely. What a mess. Absolutely. Total mess. Total fucking mess. And Get Cracked For Me pointed out earlier, they were warned when they went on Keemstar. They were warned that people that watch that react in fucking extreme ways. And yeah, we got videos of Darius smacking Grace and Grace smacking Lalo. I mean, it's all kinds of stuff where like, it's going to make so little sense to a judge. They may have to presume that it's all art because they don't know the difference. Or they may have to make an ethical or legal, like a logic call. I would wonder how they would balance that out. There has to be some fucking variance that they have that they can follow. I would wonder. We'll find out, I'm sure. But yeah, it is going to be very confusing for any judge who sees this. There's so much background to it. Even leading up to that moment, and why there might be an agenda of somebody anonymously calling in. Could have been, you know, they could call it a swatting too. I mean, there's so many fucking things involved in this. So this is me pointing out that, like, yo, if you understand the whole story, Grace does control a lot of what Ben does. Yeah, there's enough reasonable doubt can be made as long as Ben doesn't screw up. And this is the problem, is, you know, this is why he needs an attorney. Because we've already seen that there's, you know, if that's what he remembers from the arraignment, then procedurally, it's problematic. Yeah, we can expect that he might. Ben, if you're watching, please stop. Don't talk in court. Just say, yes, sir. And wait till the judge asks you a question. Come on, bro. We got your back. I know it's tough. You want to argue.
But he thinks
protect
that women
yourself.
aren't
I
people.
understand him. You need to. But
Men, or vice versa, theoretically.
don't fuck yourself up by
Into
arguing at the
physicality
same time.
And then apologize because they realize they do that.
Arguing
Yes.
at the wrong
I think
time.
that if you're in a relationship where the other person has any kind of emotional leverage over you, they can use that emotional leverage.
Okay, here's Hunter again
Emotionally
attacking the
dysregulate.
person that he supposedly. I mean, it's the weirdest fucking mindset. I don't know what these people are thinking. Like, is he grandstanding that he's just smarter or supreme? Is he actually empathetic to the story? Is he just wants to have something to say? It's like the most childish bullshit. Can't acknowledge real criticism, so she falls back to irony or hyperbole. Real big W, bro. Hitting the alleged abused again there. Real smart, pal. Both need to seek legal advice. Get a free consultation or 3. Yes, Allie. Ding, ding, ding. Hold on a second. That's a... Oh, shit. It did not come back. It didn't come back. Hold on. Oh, it's going to make me my soundboard fucked up there. Hold on. Yes, Allie, absolutely. Get free consultation. Call the internet legal dude. What's his name? He's not really a lawyer, but he looks like one on stream. Anyways, no, there's a couple great legal guys actually around, including Legal Eagle. What am I thinking? Legal Eagle is fucking great. That would make a great episode. Ben talking to Legal Eagle, and Legal Eagle would be just be like, oh my god, bro, like, you know, ain't nothing to fuck with. It's real cute. Yeah, until you all got, you know, yeah, legal issues for life, which is the other problem I have with a lack of self-control and the kind of fervent virtue-seeking audience that, I mean, would we do these people do this on the Real Housewives of Orange County? Or no, because it's not real time. Would they do that? No, because they know it's a show. But they do it with streaming. Why? I believe that it is the audience's fanatical need to insert themselves as a power control in a story. One, because they don't assume that it's real. Two, because they don't assume that there's actual outcomes, none that will affect them. And I think we will see a time coming up here in the near future where, I know now the laws are catching up, but I think people are going to start getting sued for this stuff. And when it comes back to them, when it really comes back to them, that's when we're going to stop seeing these fuckers play around like children. Even though most of the folks that are making these calls, you realize they're not kids. They're fucking adults who think they're doing right virtuously. And they don't realize that they're the heckler at the comedy club when everybody wants them to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up so that everybody can enjoy the comedy. Yeah, it's exciting. It's titillating. And that's the, by the way, Allie, that's one of the biggest things about the Thorpes is it's titillating. For those people who have no excitement in their life, had doldrums, live in their mom's basement. For those people who did have that stuff, it's watching somebody else vicariously and catharsis in a lot of cases. For those of us who like, seeing absurdist, Dadaist, and outlandish stuff, it's watching the audience get manipulated all over the place, in a fervor. It's fascinating fucking shit. It's a car crash you're watching that never seems to end. It has its limits. Sometimes it's disgusting as fuck. But that's what TV's all about. Change channel when it's not your flavor. Doesn't mean anything about you. You're not making the show. It's when you're sitting in chat, hoping that someone feels pain from your statement, or hoping that you can make a point virtuously that asserts dominance over a situation that has none, has no fucking role for you. You're just a viewer talking about what you feel. What the fuck is wrong with people? That's where the line gets blurred. That's also part of the confusion in the real or the show. It is like a choose your own adventure in real life. Yes, it is. It has some components of the IRL. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that one. Hunter, Aaron, are the Thorpes established performers? Actually, Hunter, yes, they are. Technically, yes.
Yeah.
They are.
And such that
we've seen them
you're
perform
much
many
more likely
times.
to snap.
Yeah.
You guys, I just updated my thumbnail. You guys
I do agree
up.
with you. There is another side of me that looks at this and goes, yeah, she does have a very battered spouse response. There's a delay, there's an angst, but I also know how she fakes crying. And one complained to the other because of the suppressed emotion. It gets very tough there. Because she definitely does have some of those responses. Is that practiced or is that real? Fuck, only she knows. That's one of the toughest portions of Grace. She's such a fucking good actress. And she's twisted. All great actresses are twisted, by the way. Actors and actresses. Real good ones. In some way, shape, or form, because when you're putting on that many different suits and that well, and playing out these characters as you being them, which is hard for folks to understand psychologically. I understand it. It's complex shit. It takes a lot of self-control. It takes a lot of emotional self-control. It takes a lot of psychological self-control. And most people have a hard time just being them fucking selves, much less understanding that other people, like myself, can take another human's identity and just kind of put it on like a suit and be like, okay, now, we can be here and we could be here all day. Now, if you just met me and I walked up and started talking to you, you wouldn't know any difference. You'd think I'm a little silly, and I'm playing it a little over the top because I am on camera. But really, truly, I can walk in and be anybody I want to be. That's just the fact. You wouldn't know no different if you'd never met me. My whole physicality could be completely different, and it's just a matter of what I have chosen to take from the things that I have seen around me and the people I see around me. Now, you might call that a lie. I'd call that disingenuous or simple on your part if that's the problem. Do you not watch movies? Do you not watch TV? Even the guy on the news is playing a character. Now, separately, even me, aronmsound. If you think I growl in my real life, you're very confused. If you watch the old videos of me, do I sound like this? No, I do not. I've told people many times, I'm an amalgam of things that I found very entertaining that I wanted to play out, and it was a challenge for me, and this is why this was fun, because clearly, I'm not as interesting. I'm kind of a square, personally. I'm a nerd. I like gardening. Whatever. Yeah. It can be both. It can be all those. And that's the other thing is a lot of the concepts that are pushed around are as if we live in a black and white world that just has no nuance to it. And I hate the term when reflecting upon personal matters, but levels and layers and many different caveats. Because many things can be true at once. It's life. It's complex. What can I say? The confusion thereof or thereabout is really that of folks that maybe haven't lived enough or just never went outside their little bubble or insular space or friend group. And okay, that happens. But what it does is that creates xenophobia, fear of others, fear of the unknown. And we see it right here in the assumption that people know what's happening on the other side of the camera when they don't ever have a role on the other side of the camera. We've never been around that. Don't know what goes on reality TV, quote unquote, unscripted. That's very scripted. So Hunter, yeah. Are the Thorpes established performers? Yeah, they actually fucking are, moron. They're on a stream almost every fucking day. I would call that established performers when especially half the shit they do is performative. Yeah, pretty clear. Anyway.
And refresh and check it out real quick. Actually, I think I can just pull it up. I don't know why I just said that. I can just...
By the way, this is coming up to the kick herd around the world.
Oh my goodness. What is this?
And then Tom, the man with no obvious emotions, calling me mentally problematic.
Get it? It's not a thumbnail.
But I guess when your emotional reciprocity is that of a...
Because it's got a foot on
ant. A stunted ant. It may be a thing. Just pretty lobbing it right back. Just kind of just tossing it right back. Anyway, so here, I said, Hunter, not my gag to give away. Anecdotally, there was another question there. Something about what they're doing, and I said, hey, Hunter, it's not my gag to give away. Anecdotally, I would say more often than not. Oh, is that real?
What the fuck? And then she goes, aha.
And then I said, observationally as well. Yeah, it's mostly a show.
A woman attempting to drive a guy crazy.
Mostly. Like as if it has to be one way or the other.
Yes,
no, bro, it's somewhere in between.
We're all responsible for our own actions to some degree, at least. And so I think when analyzing is who's the manipulator and who's the manipulator.
Aaron, do you think that the instance they speak about with the siblings and the mom are about being performances? Oh, the instances that they speak about. So he doesn't really know the whole story around them are being performative, and actually some of them are. Some of them are not. Some of them are real. We saw performative shit with Courtney all the time, especially when she was getting drunk and high on stream and getting into fights with Ben and or Grace. So if you never saw that, you wouldn't know that context or background. And this is the kind of thing that's like, oh, I know he doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. He doesn't know the whole story or the whole background, so he's just kind of assuming what he sees is everything, right? Aaron, do you think that the instances that they speak about, you mean the stuff that we saw, that I've seen over the past year? Yeah, dude. With the siblings and the mom are about being performers? Half of it, yes. Half the arguments with Courtney was about doing a performative show. Yeah. That's fucking ignorance. And then he's very sure of himself. I actually said,
She
sure and
antagonized you,
ignorance.
and then you kicked her. Then we would say, okay, well, you're not really free to do something else because you're the child and she's the parent. She's tormenting you, clearly. And so now we see it's more complicated. But when you are both the person with more power and the person who's claiming that you were driven beyond your own control to violence.
And also correct here, too.
I was under control.
Well, if you're under control, then why?
Out of control.
If you were in,
okay, so I already have a problem with this. If this was like an act and this was all for just the stream.
Stand by. Hold that thought, Tom. Just like that. Yeah, just hold that thought. Like that. All right, so, and then I point out here, and I ask, Hunter, do you know the background with Courtney or what's happened? Or are you assuming that they are connected? Because it's what it sounded like to me. So I'm asking that question for real.
And blah, blah, blah. Again, as I said before, when they first got arrested,
fashion,
you have to like actually have planned this ahead of time. You can't just say, "Oh, we ad-libbed a kick."
Oh, Aaron, can you answer my question? No, bro, I answered your question succinctly. Now, fucking answer my. They never remember that they've been asked a question. It's just deflection away from the point that they can't
do
actually,
that. That's not allowed.
When they can't defend themselves, they avoid the answer.
Violence. So,
which, by the way, in real debate world, like if you don't get to avoid the. If you avoid the answer, you lose the point. Meaning like an actual point. -3 points, you get expunged from the round. -4 points, you get expelled from the debate.
No, we planned it. I said, "Hey, can I kick you?" And she said, "Yes." Now you have now you're like, it's pretty easy to get off on this. But
and then here's something else. Grace says, frankly, for two people who've been living together for 5, almost 6 years, there is no manipulator and manipulatee. It's a mutual agreement. And this is kind of what I was pointing out, is that it's kind of a vicious, toxic cycle between them, right? Do they both need help? Yes. Are either one of them innocent? No. Is anyone more guilt than the other? Yeah, we can blame her dad a little more, but she's played a role and she's an adult now. She's either trying to fix it or she's not. And that's her responsibility as well. She has an agency. She is an adult. That's part of what Ben is saying, is like he's mad because they took away her agency. She's mad about that too. And I think I would be upset about it as well. I understand what the law is doing, but that feeling's not going to not be there. It'd be irrational to not have that sense. Anyways. So
saying, "Oh no, I ad-libbed the kick," and then she decided afterwards that she was okay with this. Tom, you have no idea about the. Okay, I'm gonna have to ban you. So, Grace, you're not capable of engaging in this chat. I'm gonna have to ban this account too. But yeah, otherwise they're just not gonna. They will never believe that.
And this is where I point out. Okay, so the question suggests that you don't know the history, Hunter. So what you're saying is a fallacy. It's just something you come up with, something that you're suggesting, but you don't know, and you're asking me because you don't know. And you're not asking me honestly, earnestly, with good faith. No, you're asking me as a contrarian. You're asking me because you're gonna deny the answer no matter what. And this is the second answer I've given you, which, by the way, is this classic abuser mindset from the DGG, that if you just keep deflecting and asking more questions, they'll forget what was originally asked and we'll just have moved on. Yeah, that's not how it works. You just make yourself look like the asshat when you do that. And the person that you're doing that to, you're abusing them in the conversation. You're abusing the course of the conversation, and you're not taking accountability as a fucking adult having a conversation with somebody else. So it's a bad on their part, not on the person who's trying to actually engage with you. Period.
Somebody is allowing a kick and not being coerced.
Andy Kaufman is proud of the Thorpes.
No shot. They will never believe that. They will always.
Hunter, once again, with a loaded question. It's like he doesn't know how to ask a question without filling in his expectation of the answer in it. It's the weirdest shit. Grace, how do two people in marriages for 16 years exist in a manipulative relationship? What? Plenty of fucking Long-term manipulative relationships. Hunter, are you fucking 15 years old? I bet you this guy's in his fucking late 20s and is fucking face maxing in the morning.
Is like
fucking moron.
Need you to say that it was planned
Sorry.
ahead of time
Not
and that
sorry.
you agreed to it. Because yeah, for domestic issues, they're just they will never believe you. So,
and somebody points out,
when
who is this?
When they start talking about this, and he says,
somebody has a rational fucking point that they're more worried about if Grace gets used to the kicking and punching routine, thinking this is a normal relationship. Valid, fucking reasonable, empathetic, caring fucking point. Thank you, Baygen, based. No, Hunter, you can't answer a question. I've asked you 2 questions that you've just avoided altogether. Now that we've looked back at it, clearly you're the one deflecting and having a problem with any fact or truth. You're completely comfortable answering yours. You never answered any. That's a fucking... Okay, so that dude's a liar. If you see this guy, we can just write it. That dude is an actual fucking, like, pathological person. He doesn't... Does he not recognize, or is he just being cynical asshat, trying to troll in chat, just being a liar? Because that's actual liar behavior. That's some crazy ass, like, I'm comfortable answering your question. You haven't answered shit, bitch. What a fucking cunt. I'm sorry, I didn't mute that.
We agree.
What a fucking...
It's fine. It's okay.
Sucking...
And then as soon as Mr. Girl
like
starts
the size
talking
of
about,
Vosh's big old fucking wannabe,
but,
goddamn horse.
But she starts crying afterwards, saying, why am I like this? Why do I do this? And she seems to blame herself and blah, blah, blah.
What a liar. Oh my God. I'm sorry. How do people like this live with themselves? How do they live? I play a character. I could never lie like this. This is just a fucking fabrication of trying to manipulate. That's even weirder. That's why this person should not be trusted and should be pointed out as, oh, hey, liar. What's up, liar? Oh, no. You don't know the difference between reality and not reality, and you think it's okay to continue abusing somebody who you feel is abused so you can prove to them that they were abused. That's some fucking psychopathic, sociopathic bullshit. Fucking, you need to fucking stay off the internet and go learn how to human. Or are you 15, Hunter? I think you're 15. Because that's what 15-year-olds do. I gather you're probably in your late 20s, early 30s. You probably got 2 kids. That's even worse. I know a lot of these folks have licenses, and it's fucking frightening. We should, hold on a second. All of us, the royal we should all be fucking frightened. Fucking frightened. Okay? Where am I looking at? I don't know. You? Is you? 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 Or you? It's you. It's you. No, it's you. Okay, no. These people have licenses and children. Jesus.
Has to answer there. Yes, again, that's for stream. But he didn't. He didn't say that. So if that is her reaction to getting kicked, and
then, so no answer to the question here, and where's my response to him? Oh, and but you're assuming my knowledge of the situation? No, I don't have to assume. You've told me you have none based off your questions. It's a, educated observation based off of your own questions. And instantly dismissing it. No, I didn't instantly dismiss it. I asked you directly for questions and you can't answer any of it, and you're just being deflective. So clearly you don't know anything about any of it, and you want to be reactionary. And you want to win as if this is some kind of debate about the reality when I'm literally posing, not hypothetical, but logical argument to the situation. Not just yours, but it wasn't even directly towards you initially, until I saw you trying to beat up on the person that you were saying should admit that they got beat up. That's the weirdest fucking abuser mindset shit. And then we can see that this person is basically just abuser mindset anyways, because they've lied about whether or not they answered a question, which is fucking weird. What a weirdo. And then, hey, you think I'm fucking eccentric. This is some fucking actual weirdo, don't trust this person shit. Because clearly if they're willing to do this in chat, what are they willing to do in real life? Holy fuck. Don't let them change your tires. Oh, god damn. Don't play cards with these people. When you can give the same critique, what is any of this reference? What topic? What moment? I fucking hate this like random blurt of assuming my knowledge of the situation, instantly dismissing it as fallacy when I can give the same critique. No, I've made examples. You've made no example even in this as to what you think I'm defining as that. So fucking failed thought there, buddy.
It's not part of the act.
Complete
but
the
instead,
thought, man. I'm not in your head. I can't extrapolate
that's
for
just
you.
how she is sometimes.
You didn't leave an obvious extrapolation point.
Now it's like, oh, okay, so yeah, so it doesn't like, it literally doesn't matter what you say from here on out, because this is, it seems pretty obvious that she's just not capable of standing up for herself.
No, I have to go to the backup. Oh my God.
If that is a real...
Oh, and here we go. This is when I bet Grace is about to go on her own stream since she got banned from chat. Did she actually get banned, or was he just joking? I think he was just joking. Hunter, extrapolation capability is key to quality thinking. And I mean this for everybody, by the way. I know that they aren't connected in the way that you're clearly suggesting. As I said, you're asking a leading fallacy. I think we could see that pretty clearly earlier in what the dude was saying. She didn't get banned. Yeah, I didn't think so. But this is another example. Thank you for telling me, Allie, because this is the great ding, ding, ding example of how someone like Hunter just believes anything they see and they don't know, even when somebody is joking. It's not because they're autists. It's because they're an insufferable fucking asshat who wants to believe the worst in others. Let's call it like it is. Bad fucking unsocialized behavior by emotionally fucking bereft asshats. And look at how like cynical and mean he really is. Mean-spirited this is. I bet Grace is about to go on her own stream since she got banned from chat. It's like 15-year-old shit. Well, once again, I bet you this dude's an adult. And he believes something that was clearly a fucking smarmy joke from Tom. He laughs about it. This guy doesn't know what's real and what's not. He wants to believe whatever he wants to believe. You can sell this guy a bridge in Brooklyn, guarantee you. And then don't trust him because he doesn't know what's real, so he probably doesn't tell you what's real. I'm telling you right now, that shit's crazy. Right? I mean, am I right? Am I wrong? I don't know, I could be wrong. I'm imperfect all day long. I fucked up plenty of times in life, but goddamn, I've never been so sure of myself that I never like thought to myself, maybe I don't really know. While saying to other people, you couldn't possibly know. And that person who got attacked, they should feel bad they got attacked and not admit they got attacked. The fuck is wrong with these people? What planet do they grow up on? Oh, they grow up on planet lonely. So they're kind of angry, and I understand. Now that I've said all this shit talking, yeah, I am still empathetic to some of these folks because they're just unsocialized and lonely and never really had friends and never had anybody smack them upside the head for doing something so stupid or had a social group that would judge them or kick them out other than in a Discord where they just find their way to another. And that's not a parallel with life, by the way. That's not how shit happens in life. You fuck up amongst your closed or small little group in a small town, you may not have friends the rest of your life. That's some, most people tread carefully amongst the world. Not so that they don't offend people, but so that they're at least sensitive to others in some way, shape, or form. Not to the point of where you just stab yourself because you're so sensitive, but rather that you're aware of the world around you and yourself. But that's a lot of the problem, is a lack of self-awareness in the cases of this. Which is also what makes what Tom says at the end of this so fucking funny. When I burst out laughing, really, truly, that's why I wrote LOL in big caps, because I literally at home fell over because I thought I was going to be able to nab him when he actually hits me with what he says. Because he was looking for the right thing and he wasn't finding the words for it, and then he got it. And he got it. I was like, oh, he got it! I fucking got it! And once again, I talk about him in sundresses I fucking make fun of Tom all the time. I've made fun of him being bald. I've just, silly shit. If you can't take out of the bowl that you're served from and laugh about it and have fun, you shouldn't be fucking jabbing at anybody. It means you're a thin-skinned prick. And that means if you got a vulva and labia and clit, you're a prick as well. Little tiny pinky one. Embarrassingly flaccid one.
Reaction from Grace to sit there and start crying, saying, this is all my fault.
And by the way, I'm accusatorial. Yeah, I'll talk shit. Why? I don't think there's enough of that on here. I really don't. And I'm not your fucking manager. I'm not your boss. I'm just a dude, like at the end of the bar. I'm the crazy uncle at the fucking turkey dinner. Except crazy uncle's actually done a bunch of shit in his life, and, you can trust that I'm given a lot of faith and a lot of not just opportunity, but I've been really blessed that people give me a lot of authority and responsibility. So you can at least trust that, like, off this stream, like, if your life was in my hands, doesn't matter who you are, I'm going to take care of you, really, truly, with all of my heart and being. That's how that shit works. From the uncharacterized Aaron to you, that's how that shit works. Credibility matters in the real world. So playing a wild character here online, it's different, okay? And that means you also can't take away any of that stuff out there. No matter how badly rappers in their mom's basement who pretend to be black, but that's really their stepdad, who are deadbeat parents. Doesn't matter what they say. Once again, if you can't take out of the bowl you serve, don't fucking scoop the ice cream. Especially with an old fart like me, doesn't give two fucks about this kind of shit other than to have a good time. See other people have a good time, learn some shit. I don't care about the community. That shit's not real. We're all viewers. We meet some people along the way. That's great, but, let's keep it real. Let's keep it enjoyable. Let's keep it fun. That's my idea. And try to be supportive. Mean-spirited pieces of shit should always be called what they are. And you can call me that too, because sometimes I do get mean-spirited. I'll at least hear it. Even from people I don't like. Like if somebody I don't like says, man, you're just a mean-spirited piece of shit. I'd be like, really? Am I really being that way? Fuck you. Damn. Am I? What'd I do? Have you ever seen, I will ask shit like that. But yeah. This is how naive this dude is. Back to the point. He believed the joke that Tom made, worst case scenario, Grace got banned. He thinks it's funny, but he also wants her to be abused by the fact that she's not right about what he perceives as abuse. I don't even know what kind of mindset this fucking psychotic fucking person has. It's crazy.
Why am I like this?
You
blah,
gotta
blah,
do
blah.
backflips over and over to get to that end result. Jesus Christ.
Then it's just like she doesn't have the ability to say, I'm okay with this. She doesn't have the ability to say, yes, it was okay. I said it was fine. She literally is incapable of doing that if that is her reaction to getting kicked. Literally nobody would react that way. Anybody would be like, what the fuck, dude? Don't kick me. What is wrong with you? Anybody would react that way.
Okay, so this is where one of the few things where I kind of disagree with Tom here is I can see his point. I can see and understand his point. I can even empathize with the point because that can be very true. But if there is a predilection and or practice of performative behavior, then what we're seeing there is not a latent reaction, but a latent reaction based off of performative timing, slow timing, bad timing. You know what I mean? It could be that too, and we don't know what's inside her head, and we don't know what's inside his head. We can only assume based off the physical actions. That's pretty damning from that angle. But as soon as we try to take apart their logic or their psychology and not listen to them and just ignored what they're saying about their own experiences, you know, we disvalidate, we invalidate anything that we're saying. It's problematic in the scenario, which is why DV cases are so tough to deal with, especially and when you add in this performative aspect that we have to allow to be part of the story, because that is true. It is absolute fact of the situation. We can't know what's in anybody's mind at the end of the day. And every time we say, oh, she couldn't have made this decision. Hold on, buddy. She wasn't strapped up. She wasn't held in a corner. She's not worried for her life. She fucking terrorizes Ben too. So it's like, it's kind of not a logical argument for that. I understand why you'd say it. I empathize with it too, because it could be a case, not excluded from the parameters or possibilities or plausibilities. But I just don't think it's as likely as what we know. Describing intent is natural, but we will never actually know. Thank you. That is a great way to put it. By the way, I love the word describe. Ascribing intent from our point of view, no matter where we're at, is totally natural. We can only assume, we presume, we could try to figure it out, but we can never know, as Ali says, what's inside people's heads. It's impossible. And we have to kind of take people at face value, even unless we are proven with like just solid video fact, them saying something to the contrary moments before. It's just, you know. We don't live in a murder mystery. We aren't Scooby-Doo. And none of us are Madame Cleo. Not even Madame Cleo.
Or they would just kick him back or punch him back or some shit like that, right? Or they would just...
Yeah, no, I like his response
give him
here,
a fucking dirty look and move on and just kind of ignore it.
Yeah, there would be a response normally from people. But then we also would... I would ask, are you considering that there might be a performative effort for the camera? Because she never moves. She sits in front of the camera. She corrects herself in front of the camera. These are little things that, like, people forget that she does this, and it's like, okay, she's doing that because of just practice, or is she doing that because this is part of the performance, or it makes it very blurry, very disturbingly blurry, which is why it's hard for us, well, to figure what's really inside the head.
But if instead they start crying,
and we can try to put on
and
what we
blaming
expect on it.
themselves, and oh, why am I like this? Oh, it's all
But
my
really,
fault. Oh man.
I mean,
yes, that person is just
that's also based off of what
incapable
we've experienced, what we may think
consenting
that
to
we've
anything,
seen. You know,
ever.
it's so tough.
And control why did she bear any responsibility for you kicking her?
Oh, and so this dude, once again, so you don't think that they're being honest about the family dynamics they have? He's talking to somebody else, and Hunter challenged me that I hadn't answered him already. And I said, I did 3 ways. You didn't like how I answered it, so you think I didn't. It's called cognitive dissonance, my friend. That's a... and then Hunter's great. No, Bay, she apologized to him. Yes, because of what they were talking about, Hunter. So it wasn't for the kick. It was for what they were talking about, which is very common in their communication. She'll just skip over. And it's also one of those things that does legitimize the abuse argument, actually. In one facet. I mean, it can kind of go either direction, but no, it tends to fit into the abuse reaction as somebody who's practiced. Or, you know, we all want to think we know. True based alley. We all want to think we know what the fuck is going on inside of people's minds. That is one of the greater biases in the past decade that I have worked on to get out of my practices, to assume that I know what other people's thoughts are. I can tell you what their behaviors are. I can tell you what the outcomes of their actions are. I cannot tell you what they're thinking. And I actually have come to despise when people presume that I can know what they're thinking. Unless you leave an extrapolative or an open-ended question that is clearly extrapolative. And then you should expect a fill in the blank. I'm sorry, it's just one of those things like we should expect that somebody's going to fill in the Q through Z that we didn't expect. Or A through C, whichever.
A person in control can't express themselves physically?
I'm not saying they can't. I'm saying that you just characterize it as her driving you to violence by taunting you.
I don't like to do that, but when someone drives you to it, then
Being driven to
they're
something.
putting you.
And by the way, at this point in the conversation, I'm just like, all right, let me.
I understand the framing, but the framing also
directly
implies that you were not in control.
like
if you're driven
challenge
to do
this
something,
kid.
it means you snapped, essentially.
I don't think that implies.
Let me challenge this guy in chat.
Well, you
Because
said, do
If
you
I'm
think
put
women-
in a situation where I have to defend my, let's say, my children against an attack,
Unless it's all fake. I would
unless it's all fake.
wager to bet that even if it was
I-
all fake, at this point, if they were going to court and they know that shit from their streams are going to be used as evidence against them, this is the last thing that they would be doing.
Yeah, no. I don't know. I think the self-assuredness could be two things. It could be stupidity, or it could just be self-assuredness that they haven't done anything wrong, that they know that they can prove it's fake. That could be it too. I mean, that self-assuredness, like I said, could be stupidity, arrogance, courage in the face of ignorance, or it could be that they have things that we don't understand or know that are left out of our point of view. So at some point coming up here soon, I challenge Hunter's authority and then ask how Hunter believes that he's so self-assured, what accomplishments in his life, and what he's really about in IRL. And he won't and can't answer, by the way.
This is the fucking...
Oh,
like,
yeah, I point here. Hunter, one has to have watched hundreds of hours to understand the full dynamic. To be frank, there's no healthy ground in either home. Though, believe it or not, Ben is a better parent. And this is a thing that if you'd watched any of the streams before, Ben is not drunk on wine, getting high all day long. Period. Ben was shuttling and chauffeuring the kids around. And because she knew it would hurt Ben and the practices and the things the kids were used to, that's why she separated Ben from the kids. And if you don't understand that dynamic, then you're missing part of the story of why Ben is so dramatic in some cases, because he's really been hurt. Maybe for good reason from her point of view, but it's none of our fucking business at that end. That's where the entitlement of some of these audience members who have no life of their own, who are living a soap opera through some people's real fucking pain, have no idea how ghoulish they actually are, to me, in my opinion.
Pretty obvious that the court
He does
already
need help.
seems
So many
to
levels.
doubt whether or not...
He even in the court record, he was like, "Yes, I do need a therapist. Yes, or I do need
it's all
psychiatric
fact.
help. Yes,
Fake.
like a psychologist. Yeah, like
And
medication.
the court seems to
And
be
a
believing
vacation.
that this shit's real and that it's not fake. You would not continue on with more fake fucking shit and just...
Okay, so how is it simultaneously an act, but he was also driven to physical retaliation because of years of abuse by Grace? Okay, so he never said physical retaliation. That's not the language he used, but that's the language Hunter's used repeatedly. So, okay, we know where his biases lay. Well, he's not saying it simultaneously. He's actually addressing each as a separate argument of hypothesis or speculation, rather than taking it out on his kids or his wife or litigating it on the internet again and again. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's absolutely. Because you know what? He didn't take it out on his kids. Took it out on his wife. Took it out on himself. And then, once Grace opened up wider to the situation, the interaction between the two of them, I believe, in my opinion, from what I've seen so far, over the past year, it seems like that's the story. But I will tell you this, the insidiousness and the apparent impression of pain and powerful manipulation that was had at the hands of Courtney and now Grace, that filtered off onto Grace and Ben, that Ben both put up with, felt guilty for putting up with it. This is a whole thing, by the way, if you missed this arc. Ben has felt extreme guilt for allowing Courtney to indoctrinate or culture Grace the way she has, and I put her in those positions. He feels incredibly guilty. There's a whole arc about it. So I think that some of these things is like, it's so much more complex. It's so much more complex, you know? Yeah, get help. He's the parent. Absolutely. No, there's that responsibility too. He's supposed to be the adult. Set the example. Stop making excuses. 100%. And you know why there wasn't any action is because he was always picking up the broken plates that were being thrown to the ground by Courtney. And by the time I think that he started to really recognize that that was a thing, as far as he's described, Grace started doing it too. He's already taken on the behaviors. So he's basically recycling through it. And then, yeah, he's not helping himself either. There's no excuse on anybody's part. That's why I say it's just not healthy anywhere. It's not healthy anywhere. It's a tough situation. People don't want to hear it. They want to have an enemy. They want to point out, especially in these tubes of used streets, they want to have somebody to scream at so they can blame and go, see, there's the problem. Guilt yourself all the way to a therapist. Yeah, that's all I want to say to him. Yeah, no, you should. Blame the wife all you want, but do it with a professional. He'd agree with you. I mean, he'd also try to turn it into something interesting and then ask you if he could get your phone number, but he would agree with you, Allie. And then he'd probably say something creepy and send you a creepy picture. I don't know the truth. I don't know. That I'm just allegedly. If you let him. No, apparently there's a lot of, yeah. Anyways. True. Ooh, I can tell you I'm getting tired. I was all blarf. Yeah, guilt yourself all the way to a therapist. Actions over words. True. It's just, yeah, the only reason why I say any of it is because it makes a lot more sense when you understand the totality of like kind of the behavioral reciprocity between all the parties. And it seems like Ben over time broke and became this way. Because if you saw how Courtney was at the beginning, Ben wasn't quite the same way he is now. Ben is broken since Courtney. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Even worse. Like that, I know it's hard to believe. No, Ben is even broken even worse from the Courtney thing. It definitely had action or impact on them all. Anyways, it plays a role. But yeah, they all need therapy. They all need some love at therapy. No innocent parties in this. Okay, so now we're about to get to the good stuff. What was I saying? I know, crazy, but it's true something. I don't know who I was talking to there.
Digging yourself deeper to where they can continue using this stuff against you. This is the opposite of what you would do.
Well, see, this is also, it's the opposite of what you would do, so it suggests that they feel either, like I said before, they either mean just reckless or they're sure of themselves for some reason.
That doesn't mean I snap. It means I acted rationally.
She didn't get banned.
That argument is true, but what you just said before that was, do you
think women...
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I didn't hear that the other night, Allie. Okay, so she didn't get banned, but and look at how Hunter has just come up with a whole story. Leader, she's banned, but she said so, and Ben doubled down on it. Like, look at how he's just built a whole fucking narrative going on. This is what I'm talking about. This is a great example of what goes down with folks that don't have much of a life. And they really want something to be wrong. And they want to hold on to it and be like, I'm virtuous because I found something wrong. Trauma sector. Get it? How many times does he need to explain and get approval from random audiences off the internet? Oh yeah, that's part of the whole thing of like why I really believe half of it's a show. It's never going to fix the root of the problem until he does the actual work. Which is the other thing is he's smart enough to know that. As opposed to a lot of these folks like Andrew Wilson, he's playing a character, but he's just the most unaware fucking dolt of a human being. His logic is that of a trash can rattling around with fucking Oscar away from home. I'm sorry, leaving the cats in there. I'm just mean tonight. I'm getting tired. I can tell. Yeah, no, he does need to do the actual work, and you know what? He's smart enough to know that. That's the weirdest thing about Ben. That as opposed to a lot of these folks that we see that are probably just not quite self-aware enough. No, Ben knows fucking better. He really does. And we can fault him for that.
Can taunt men to the point where they get physical. And I assumed, right, and so when I agreed with you, and I think you agreed with my agreement, is yes, I think it's possible for somebody to trigger or dysregulate you to the point where you lose control and hit them.
Yeah,
That
but I
doesn't-
think you can also rationally hit them.
What does that mean, Ben? I missed that one.
Well, it can be both. It can be both.
If you mean
Hold
as
on.
in response for an aggression?
That argument.
You're
Okay,
really
so-
understanding how stupid they are. Yeah, this is again. What?
Yeah,
they
this
kind
is-
of came
by the
into
way-
this space, from what I remember. Like,
So it's not just stupid. The conversation point is actually kind of stupid. It's just such an extreme, it doesn't make a lot of sense. This is where it's like, so I made this thing, it's round, it's called a wheel. I know it's 2024, but you may have never seen this. I expect a fucking debate bro head to say something. This is the kind of conversation we're hearing right here. It's a little bit of a stupid point. Yeah, there's an added, okay, so this is where I'm like, there's an added dynamic in there that's fairly misunderstood. Yeah, until he does it, won't believe it. Yeah, I don't believe that he will, simply because he does have a like an ego block to that kind of thing. I believe. I mean, that's just my observing idea. I could be completely wrong. He could be, for all we know, he could be totally down to go to therapy and just can't get there for some reason. You know what I mean? Some people just can't get to therapy because they just won't go. They won't break down and do the action, yeah. Which is abusive of himself. Good point. And allowing more unhealthy modeling for his kids. True. Now, and that we're talking about unhealthy modeling. I'm sorry, but there is no one around that group. Holy shit. If you haven't seen Courtney's antics, Allie, when I say here that between the two of them in the chat, when I'm like, no, Ben is actually the better parent between the two of them, I am not fucking kidding. I am not fucking kidding. I do not know how a court gave her the kids. She is on pills. She drinks. She gets high all day long. The lady is a mess. Like, it makes no sense to me. It is literally one of the most weird situations. And yes, he needs help, but yeah, it's even more sad, right? It's even more sad. It's like it's part of the disturbing fashion. It's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't, either way. You know, and I can understand. It doesn't make it rational. It doesn't make it reasonable. But I can understand a block of being stuck and not being able to get yourself the help you need because you're too busy fixating on the things you want to fix. Yeah, and in many cases, I think that he thinks he's a good example, though he knows when he's not. So yeah, he's smart enough. That's the other portion of it that's so damning in so many ways. It's disappointing. So many dynamics. Yeah, bitching about it, not helped anybody. Never helps anybody. Just shit bitching about it, never helps
through
anybody.
my streams. They just popped into my chat one day when I was reviewing a video. They asked if they could come on. It's an open call-in show. Sure, whatever. They both come on. We have a conversation.
Okay, here. They are too dumb to fake shit. No, we've seen them fake shit over and over and over again. They're not too dumb. They've fooled many audiences, Hunter. You're really naive. That's why she had a horrendous breakdown in the RV when she got ghosted by the whatever podcast in Darius. She never got ghosted because they never answered her call. She didn't have a major breakdown. That was literally a show. This guy is fucking scary naive, for real. And then he thinks it's funny. Her pain is funny. What kind of virtue signaling is this bullshit? It's ogre signaling. He's just a shitty person telling us he's shitty in all directions. He doesn't care about her. He doesn't care about the scenario. He just wants to be right about something. It's the weirdest fucking self-serving crazy shit. And as I point out, yeah, the determination of the court is what's going to make the difference. I've just
And
never
then the next
seen
day,
anybody
I'm
be so
tagged
proud of
in
being
like
such a
5,
terrible
6 other
human.
videos from a ton of other channels
Yeah,
that
look
I've
at this
never heard
outcome.
of,
Yeah, absolutely.
covering the
Yeah.
Thorpes going on
Based.
tomfoolery stream. And I was like, wait, why are they covering these like random chatters coming on my stream? What's happening?
Yeah.
And then Grace and her dad both kept coming
They
on. They
baited
were
that
pretty
whole,
active
they
in the
baited
Discord,
that
and
whole
they were pretty-
community. They planted that evidence. They made sure Xenia and Destiny handed that shit to Destiny. That was all a very well orchestrated plan. They're not stupid at all.
Active in chats, and they were doing more and more stuff, and then they started going and talking to Destiny and started talking to other people at like a month after they had been coming on my stream for a while. A month later, they go on to Destiny's.
Very good point
And
here.
The same day they go on the Destiny's.
Very good point, Allie. She was raised to think that
find
this
the
is all
whole,
normal.
like,
So she's
what was it called?
She's playing out that direction. too.
Hormaxer guy and the shit that happened with him, and
Sorry, Tom, and that what's his name? Hormaxer guy. You mean the scourge of the internet? That I don't know whether that I can't even watch that dude's stream. I get greasy. I turn on get greased. That's a rough one. Like if you think the Thorpes are dark, Hormaxer makes all the rest of it look normal. Oh my god. And she was calling him Uncle Hormaxer. Yeah, that's all she knows. That situation, and also the fact that she was put into the parental situation, kind of forcibly and repeatedly indoctrinated to do so by her mom, and then challenged when she took that position. All kinds of mind games going on. It's terrible.
The shit that happened with their mom, and I've got like ex-boyfriends contacting me.
Yes,
And
attachment theory. Yes, that's all the problematic situation here. Super involved with the levels of attachment theory, and God, I can't remember what it is. It's when you're you've supplanted the parenting. I can't remember the name of the term for that, but where the child has taken over the parenting role, and it's creating tension in the house. Yeah. But there's a level of the attachment theory that addresses that directly. That's basically what it was.
family members contacting me.
This was a role that wasn't taken because of an absence. This was a role taken because the parent like directly chose to be absent while being there. It's some of the wildest.
Like tons of receipts and information, and they're like, it's not
Insecure
fake.
attachment,
This is
thank
real. This is how they are. But they kind of play it up, and
That sounds about
this
right.
is how they are all the time now. And this is all just kind of become their entire lives. Where like, yes, they play it up for stream, but they don't turn it off afterwards. They just keep acting this way. And then Darius came on after she
very
burnt his
commonly
clothes and
called the
everything,
vaccine.
and said the same thing. He said,
Okay, but do we believe Darius at all? That guy is pretty far out. And who do we really hear this from, that they don't turn it off outside? We hear it from people who are playing part of the roles, that have signed agreements with them. It's hard for me to know. It's hard for me to know where that line really is with them. So I have to assume half the time that people are playing as part of the show. Now, whether or not that's true, I don't want to seem naive, but I can't trust that it's not show, and I can't trust that it's not true. So I assume a little of both. I assume that things get out of control. I assume that they don't have real boundary lines very clear, but a general consensus of what they want to do, which is indicative of people who are untrained performers doing wild sociodrama. Performance art that gets out of control. That's how people get hurt, by the way. And emotionally and spiritually, we've definitely seen people get hurt. Woo, because that shit gets out of control. Not that's an excuse, but it is a real common issue that has a basis in research and solutions if they were to seek any help. Absolutely. No, there's a ton of responsible answers, Alley Cat. There's so many possibilities for them. And I think for Grace as well. And I hope they find them. I'll be honest, I don't have a lot of hope for them seeking it out. I think it's going to take a lot of empathetic advice, unwarranted, and folks to come at them as friendly instead of their enemies. Which is why there probably hasn't been much of a response otherwise, because pretty much everybody goes at them as an enemy to try to expose them as one thing or another, and really that just plays into what they want, because that gets them more negative attention, because that is the gag. The audience is mostly their show.
Same thing. He's like, yeah, they literally, they plan out the dumb shit that they're going to do, but they're always just doing dumb shit. It's not like the cameras turn off and they just stop doing dumb shit. This is just who they are. This is what they do.
Or is that just because they're around people that they know that they're trying to show they're doing dumb shit?
I thought it was an act. I thought it was going to like change when cameras turned off. I thought we were going to act differently, and then we didn't. It just...
Oh, absolutely true, Allie. It might end up being court mandated at this rate. Absolutely. I think it's one of the reasons why we haven't seen much streaming from them. I think they were streaming today, but
kept getting worse.
Could be wrong about that.
When I came out with my video and I confront Ben on like, you know, grooming and like engagement with his daughter and inappropriateness and all this shit, and he pretty much admits to like some form of grooming and says like, oh yeah, we're family members, we're gonna help each other in that way, what's the big deal? Like it was weird as fuck. So I came out with that, and after I came out with that, had tons of people butting into my chat saying, Tom, it's fake, stop acting like it's real, it's fake. And I'm like,
I point out here that John is also not that trustworthy though, Tom, and if you know anything about John the brother, that guy is honestly not too different than Ben, except he's more like Courtney. He'll just make some shit up. He's telling everybody he's a vampire, and then he was gay for a while, and that was a joke to him. So I don't, you know, anyways. And then he was going to file charges against Grace, but he actually choked Grace. I don't know if you know this. Everybody forgets that he choked Grace live on stream against a wall, and that wasn't a setup. And she started screaming at him that he was playing too rough, and then he didn't care. He started choking. Hey, it's a whole thing. So actually, the video still exists.
Okay, I get that there's like an element of fakeness here. There's an element of theatrics here, but stop saying it's fake. You're giving them like passes on so much shit that they should not be getting passes on. Like that you're just...
Now, I agree with Tom there. We shouldn't just call it fake, because it's not all fake. It is a blurred fucking line. Passes shouldn't be given, but we still need to check the bias. I don't know if I'm really disagreeing with him there, but I think I'm just being more nuanced about it. Surprise, Tom not being fully nuanced. No,
giving them
I'm kidding.
so much leniency on shit that they just should not get leniency on. And then somebody hacked into...
Oh yeah, Allie, be careful to not become a save gracer, because if you end up on Grace's save grace list, she won't take you seriously, no matter how earnest you are. So you kind of got to go at it in a way. If there's any advice of knowing about this girl at all, this lady at all, be wary. But yeah, she's probably resistant to it. But I would say the best way to approach it is like to be blasé, like as if you don't really care. But if she wants to know, you know what I mean? Like that's kind of I kind of figure that to hit her best, or it's gonna come from an authoritative figure, you know? Yeah, it's a tough line, right? It's a super tough line, because many save gracers have come and gone. I'll just tell you this. It's a gag. That's why we call it save gracers. There's several camps. Now there's save benders now too. You got to be kind of wild to be a save bender. I'm a little bit of a save bender, but only because, you know, it's silly as fuck. And Ben and I've had a couple good conversations. I really like his ecumenical knowledge, his actual theological, like, ecumenical knowledge about Catholicism. It's fucking astonishing how deep that guy understands Catholicism and the tenets of the Catholic practice. It's very wild. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a tough thing all the way around. It is a very tough scenario because they are the only ones that can do it for themselves. And, you know, it's clearly going to take something to move them one way or the other, or it's all been a show and none of it is really affecting them whatsoever heavily. I don't know how much I believe that, but I think there's a part of it that's real. As far as
Ben
that,
Thorpe's
it being a
Twitter
show
account.
and them not caring, you know.
And they took screenshots of DMs. And they had like a whole list
Oh,
of
nice.
DMs.
Smart move, Allie. Yeah. Yeah, I would be cautious. She's had a lot of people come through. So, yeah, I would just be, you know. And that's a good way to work it out with her, to become real with her. Yeah, because she's had a lot of wild stuff. A lot of wild stuff happen. And she's also been, you know, thrown herself into some pretty wild situations, which, excuse me, most people wouldn't do in their right mind. She just went headlong, where angels fear to tread many times over. So. And also, don't get had. I don't know how you get had, but don't get had.
And I was able to contact a
she's
couple
a
of people
little
and say,
dangerous.
hey, did you really
Burn
send
your
this DM
clothes.
to Ben Thorpe? And they're like, yeah, I did. I did. So I'm like, okay, so this is really Ben Thorpe's DMs. This isn't fake. Somebody didn't.
And then
type
you got the zealots. Let the fucking incestuous bitch justify her disgusting consanguinity? At least? Okay. I when you use a word I am not sure about, you're being a pretentious ass. What the fuck is this about? Consanguinity? Oh, there you go. No, you know how to get close to people. Bartending is like the great sociologist gig. Psychology, learning psychologists and sociologists should all be bartenders. True, that's just fact. Yeah, you've seen and heard something. Yes. So bartenders are not too dissimilar, especially in big clubs, from audio engineers or production people like myself. We are behind a protected thing and we get to watch everybody else's behavior in their most vulnerable state. And yes, I'll just make this clear. I can back you up on this. We hear some shit. We see some shit. We see homegirl who goes and fucks the dude who's been standing there at the edge of the bar that she called, even though she showed up with her boyfriend. She hits him in the corner of the bar back in the thing while she tells him she's going to the bathroom, comes back and just dances the rest of the night with her boyfriend after hitting the dude in the corner. And I swear to God, we've all seen this shit. Something of that nature. And vice versa. Other way around, but both directions. Also, people hump in corners. Give them a dark corner, people hump.
this up and pretend to be Ben Thorpe's DMs. And
worst.
in those
It's the
DMs
worst.
was Grace.
I mean, it's not
I
terrible.
believe, if I remember correctly,
Get yours,
telling
but
her
you know what I
dad
mean.
that she
You
was
know what I
afraid
mean.
of him and that
Somebody
she was
gotta
trying
clean
to get
that
away
floor,
from him
okay?
and shit like that.
Also, where are your drawers?
In DMs,
It's a club.
this wasn't part of
Jesus
stream.
Christ.
This wasn't part of anything else. People who hate them, want nothing to do with them, are the ones who hacked the account and sent me the screenshots.
Okay, so I don't know how I got to this point, but I'm saying it's closer to Andy Kaufman and Gigi Allen, but yes, a moral play via sociodrama. Yeah, I for all of the 90s, I worked in clubs and took my PA around venues and stuff like that. So when it comes to clubs, and I mean, I stopped working in the clubs in 2001 full tilt. Because between 97 and 2001, I went full-time touring, you know, so when I wasn't touring, I'd be working in the clubs, and then about 2001 is when I went full-time. Yeah, the club scene, oh my God. And at the House of Blues, LA in the 90s, holy shit, we saw stuff. I was there the night the riot happened. I was there the night that Suge, that's the same night that Suge held the dude over the fucking edge of the bar. We were all there. It was right after soundcheck. So when I say all there, there's a whole bunch of us there that worked at the House of Blues in the 90s that were right there. Actually, was I working there at the time? Yes, I was working there at the time, but I wasn't working that night. I was working for Warren G that night. which is a whole other thing. I saw so many great acts that night in their like early. The big act was Exhibit, and one of the openers was Black Eyed Peas doing their dance act, and then the like direct support was Outkast, and Back of the Bus had just come out. Fucking amazing night. Anyway.
So that tells me that at least the abusive aspects of this seem to be real. At least that much.
But yeah,
is real.
I actually saw a Full Tilt riot where we had to close the bars down that night.
Hyperbolic, and
yes, people were getting laid in the dark corners.
So yeah,
during the riot, it was crazy.
They're like, I appreciate.
Who, me? No. I wish it was 2000. Try a decade earlier. I worked at House of Blues LA, starting in it was like February, March, 2006. It was maybe 8 months after they opened. And I was picking up like morning kids show shift before they ever let me touch the night shows. Oh, 2007, 2018. Oh, okay. I was gonna say. Oh no. I wish. No. That'd make me much younger, and I wouldn't be as old as I am now. 2007. That's damn, 11 years. 11 years in the bars. That's a long time. I did. Let's see, how long? It's 93 to. Because it was really solid 93 when I started providing PA. Yeah, to 2001. So you beat me. You spent longer in the clubs than I did. You held out longer. I'm so thankful for the Temple Bar LA. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been working in the club. I would have probably gone to a studio rehearsal space. But yeah, you're lucky. The clubs were cleaner then, everywhere. 2007, the clubs were very clean comparative to the 90s. I don't know what the fuck happened between the 90s. It was smoking. The smoking thing. In the 90s, we used to smoke in clubs. That'd be gnarly. So gnarly.
Appreciate people who want to just keep saying, oh, who cares? It's all fake. Don't pay attention. It's not even real. Stop buying it.
I only
blah,
had
blah,
3
blah.
hours of liquid, and
But
I think I ran. Oh yeah, I ran that out by 2. Damn.
You are just kind of giving them like a pass on shit that they just should not get a pass on.
Yeah, we shouldn't get
at that
passes.
point.
I agree with them on that. On all of the things. But we do need to recognize
but what you just said before that was,
when
do you think
it's
women can taunt men to the point
something
where they
that's
get
part of
physical?
this show,
and I assume,
and other times
right,
when
and so
it's
when I
our
agreed with you,
moral
I think you agree with
outrage
my
at
agreement
the
yes,
statements
I
of
think
the
it's possible
show.
for somebody to trigger or
The law is
dysregulate
involved
you to the
now,
point where
and
you
it's
lose
out of
control
all
and
of
hit
our
them.
hands, outside
Yeah,
of
but
our
I think you can
opinion.
also rationally hit them if they're asking for it.
Oh yeah, clubs.
But it can
Let me
be
tell you
both.
something.
It can
90s clubs.
Okay, so you're saying that in your framing of it as taunting to the point where the man gets physical, you're not then saying that the man is reacting with a sudden rage. They're reacting with a calculated.
Ham's right.
decision
Banksy
to
would understand the
hit
Thorpes.
It
Yes,
can
he
be
would.
either one.
Yes, he would.
But I've been in
Which
many.
one?
I've been in situations like this my whole life, and I have extraordinary self.
Bro rationally kicked his daughter.
If you have okay, so if you have strong
LMAO.
self-control,
Oh, it's
I
the
just wanna know
funniest
when you-
thing in the world. He rationally kicked his daughter. So, are you protective of her, or you just hate them all and you just want to? None of this shit makes sense. By the way, either these answers are just horrible for court. Either of these answers are horrible for court. Okay, lawyer, attorney Hunter. Well, you know what's terrible for court? A cynical asshole as an attorney, which if you are, God help your clients, sir.
Required to have, but
I understand your point, but I'm asking which one you meant when you said it. Are you saying that you were driven to kicking her because you were so angry? Or are you saying you were not that angry, that you're not so angry that you couldn't control yourself? You were very
so
angry.
you'd be
You were
admitting
in
to
control,
doxing
and
them
then
at Special Victim Maxer.
made a decision to kick her because of her behavior.
That's probably whore Maxer, by the way.
it's a little more.
And
but
yes, he has
in
doxed
retrospect,
them more than once.
I don't believe I have anything to apologize.
In fact, that's kind of his gag, is he just shits
But which
on
of
the
those two
Thorpes
was it? Was
most
it
of
a
the show.
calculated
And then
decision
calls
to kick
them and
her, or-
loves them, and then goes back to his show and shits on the Thorpes. It's oh no, I did not just do that. Hold on a second. It should take us right back to that.
It affect minority communities more than they affect the Anglo or white community, whatever you want to call it. And so they actually do the opposite of what they're supposed to be doing, and yet here we are.
Oh, I missed this statement that I made earlier, by the way. If folks can't tell the difference between shows and IRL, it may be on them to determine their own fallacy and belief or suspension thereof. Meaning, check your fucking biases. What the hell did I do here? Get over to here. Is this it?
Are you saying that you were driven to kicking her because you were so angry? Or are you saying you were not that angry,
There
you're
it
not so
is.
angry
Yeah,
that you couldn't
got
control
it.
yourself?
That's amazing.
Just were very angry. You were in control, and then
Yeah.
made a
Someone should
decision
call
to
the
kick her
judge and notify them
because
of
her
this
behavior.
VOD.
It's a
Actually,
little more-
someone should notify your fucking local ass kickers and find where you live, Hunter, and just fucking beat your ass a little bit. The fucking kind of person is this? Sorry. Don't mean to threaten violence at all. I really don't mean that. In a video game, but maybe there should be some repercussion for you, Hunter, because you don't really associate to real people's lives. So maybe you should have an effect in your life that you then, it happens out of the blue from somebody online, huh? Yeah, none of that is reasonable. And this is the kind of person that makes me think that, okay, there's a 15-year-old in chat. But once again, I guarantee you this guy's a full-blown adult with kids. Yeah, that has to be special victim maxer. That has to be whore maxer. That dude is, talk about dingy. Holy shit. Grimy. That motherfucker's grimy. I can watch some pretty wild stuff because it's salacious and, just be like, all right, I get it. It's just wild. I can't watch Hormaxer. Hormaxer makes me feel like a bad person for watching. Even the Thorpes don't make me feel like a bad person. Hormaxer makes me feel like a bad person for even peeping on that show. Just like Princella. I can't watch Princella for very long because after a minute in time, she starts talking about some amygdala shit and how all manner are, you found in Rhode, oh, damn, get crack for me, you've been really rocking it. Found in Rhode Island was Ben's old Ethiopian restaurant, the Abyssinia restaurant. Wow, you actually found the LLC. Yeah, then it must not be an actual incorporation, and they just wrote a paper agreement or something. Oh, problematic. Issues and legalities. Oh, all right. So hold on, but it's.
But I in retrospect, I
wrap
I
this.
don't
Come up
believe
here
I have
soon.
anything to apologize
Because
for.
we're coming up to it.
But which of those two was it? Was it a calculated decision to kick her, or you lost control?
It was just right. I mean, it wasn't calculated in the sense I did all the math, but yeah, I mean, it was a. When you get to that position, there are some people who act in ways that they later regret.
Yeah, so that just means that this is post hoc justification when they.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bad thing for Ben too. He should have just said right away, no, that was actually strategic. No, we knew that was going to happen. If he was going to use that argument, it's hard for him to get away from this right here, especially if the DA is watching. It's just not the right. Man. Some attorney, please help him. Legal Eagle, where are you?
It was for stream, and we're okay with it. This is all post hoc, and this is why when I keep mentioning
Mantis does also have a good point here. By extrapolation, he is saying that he would have kicked her harder if he had no control. Another defunct LLC under Ben Thorpe. I Got a Guy LLC. Oh shit! Holy Mac! Holy Mac! All right, I'm gonna pull. Thank goodness I archived chat because it's no way. Damn, you are getting into it. Get cracked for me. Damn. That crack is definitely working for you. Whatever's going on there. I don't advise it. It's working for him. Them. We don't know. With crack in the name, I assume him, but we don't know. We don't know. I shouldn't assume. Makes an ass out of you and me. You. Banana hammock. But that is just the funniest one of the banana hammock.
To say that this was planned is because they're not going to let you post hoc decide that this was okay. They're not going to let you post hoc say, oh yes, now I decided after this happened that it was all just for stream. They're not going to let you do that. So every time I mention, yes, they have to say, this was planned. We agreed on it. We planned it.
Why would he regret it if it wasn't serious? Hunter, are you 12? You can do things that aren't serious in the moment and then regret them later because you find out that it may have hurt somebody, or it inadvertently went wrong, or you end up made a mistake, or something that started out good ended up bad. Even scaring somebody for a surprise party can give them a heart attack. So something that you had intended to go well ended up hurting somebody inadvertently. So why would you regret it if it wasn't serious? Because shit happens, kid. Jesus Christ. Yeah, serious. Get crack for me is like this is the shit that helps you find rare material.
We talked to each other. We said it was okay. I said I'm going to kick her. She said, okay, I'm cool with you kicking me. You have to say that in order for it to be illegal. Every time Ben and Grace start saying, oh, Tom, you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, no, Tom, you don't have to do that. I have to disagree with you there. If you're doing a regular performance or something, you've already made out that platitude or that agreement between each other. If that is the case, I'm not saying it is, but if that is the case, you said at the beginning, it's one of those just understood consent in this kind of situation. If that is the case, not saying it is, but if I do a play where I smack somebody in the play, or great example, when I played Teddy and When You Coming Back Red Rider, I did actually have to shoot somebody, stab somebody, and beat somebody with a gun in that play. And it was very realistic. And there was blood. And there were gunshots that sounded real with blanks and the whole nine. And the stabbing, there was blood. You know? Did I have to ask consent from the other actors every single show? No. We had talked about the parameters. We worked on the parameters. We felt comfortable with the parameters. And there it went. And anytime it would get out of hand, we wouldn't stop the play and be like, dude, you're just being too crazy. No, after the show, be like, maybe don't, hold back a little here. Oh, that punch wasn't pulled enough. You know, I also got punched. I get punched in that show too, multiple times. And many times people didn't hold the punches back. That's actually part of performing. People don't realize you do get like actually socked and smacked when you're performing. It's part of the fucking thing. Now, mind you, you're not throwing full tilt. Yeah, truly. Yeah, we'll need a Thorpe stalker to search. Well, you know, there's a couple out there, that's for sure. He also searched with Grace Thorpe in case she's really a corporate officer, a CEO, but no active corporations. Middle name was M. Grace, no, her middle name is not Alicia. Somewhere I have her middle name, by the way. I don't remember what it is. Somewhere I have a whole thing. One of the real freaks put it out quite a while ago. It's just like lists everybody's name and Examiner doxes them. And for all we know, Ben opened a shell company in the Caymans. Yeah, exactly. We don't know what they did. He definitely hid the money with Grace, and she doesn't have complete access to it, and it seems to feed like a family like trust. That's really what it sounds like. So, there were a lot of claims, but you know, they were supposed to be out of money a year ago, or 6 months ago, 8 months ago, and none of that has happened.
Tom, you have no idea. You don't know what you're up. But this is why. Is because they're not gonna let you, like, I don't get to fucking beat my wife and then her afterwards be like, no, this is how we love each other. I'm okay with it. I'm all right with it. This is how I know he loves me.
No, that is true. The state, if it discerns, can come in and
no
change
cops would
that
be like,
situation.
oh, she said it was okay, guys.
Yeah, true.
She said it was okay. All right, cool. Never mind then. Sounds.
Oh yeah, at this point I'm like, wow, okay, bro. Something else that's been said where I'm just like, Hunter, why would we regret it if it wasn't serious? That's where I'm like, none of you are allowed to see any sociodrama off Broadway. You'll call the cops in disturbed confusion. And I mean that. I think some of this is just like too adult for people. I really do. I think it's just not appropriate for some of these folks who are not really emotionally growing. And we can talk about why ad nauseum, but they're just not. We can see it in the lack of seriousness of somebody who wants to be taken seriously here. And as somebody who is a generally serious person who doesn't feel the need to be taken seriously about serious things right now on camera, I understand this conundrum. Anyways.
Like you guys got it all figured out. Nobody's gonna do that. Unless, yes,
right.
again,
Tom's right.
unless it's like actually planned ahead of time, consented to ahead of time in some form or fashion.
You know what you're doing when you're doing what you're doing. So for example,
Okay, so Tom admitted, Tom agreed with me.
Appeared.
It just came around. And sometimes, by the way,
so you
Tom,
don't
if I have a criticism, sometimes it just takes you forever to get to your point, and you're trying to cover so much ground to be so clear about it that you make it convoluted. Over-explaining can be convoluted. Take it from somebody who has a lack of brevity.
More
Regret
or
what
less
you
a
did.
shove. Yeah.
You don't regret the kick shove. But
And I think it was proper for her to apologize for putting me in a situation where that was necessary. Or maybe
Okay.
not necessary.
Yeah, that's some abuser shit. That's some wild shit. I don't know whether he's
okay,
being
so it's
serious
like a
then. If he
spanking.
is, that's some
and then,
wild shit.
it was
That right
discipline.
there is
It was
wild
not
shit.
you losing your temper.
Not discipline. We're two adults. I don't have a disciplinary relationship with my daughter.
Okay. When you say it's necessary, it makes it sound like discipline. Like she misbehaved, so you have to kick her.
Well, I mean, this goes back. If you ever watch, there was a Sean Connery interview by Barbara Walters, and
Yeah, he said sometimes the woman needs to be slapped
defended-
because she won't. She
Yeah,
always
she's
wants the last
asking
word.
for it.
Yeah.
I just got here as a Grace
Hey,
excusing
what's
slash
up,
accepting his behavior.
fools?
Yeah, I mean, if you guys,
Tom feeding
is there
himself
anybody
back
here
to
who
himself.
didn't see the
Based.
kick and the arrest? You guys
Show
all
them
saw
something
this,
they've
right?
seen
Everybody
again, but me
knows what
talking
we're
shit about it.
Yes.
What up,
Like,
Mantis?
one's
Welcome
in chat
on
if
in,
you
all
didn't see this and you
fools.
just don't know what we're talking about. Maybe I should
Hey,
have gone over
one
that
second,
first
Ray.
at the beginning, but
Nice.
I just saw
I
the
give you
kick.
the air
okay,
horn,
so
but
so after
air
the
horn
kick,
died.
the cops show up.
What's going on,
Somebody
folks?
from chat. You didn't see it either.
Tom.
All right, let me see. I think it all got taken down.
So it
And then
was supposed to
somebody
be
else
a
sent them to me
4-hour show.
afterwards, but I don't.
What up,
remember
fools?
who.
Neon, how y'all feeling? So good to see y'all. Hey, what's going on, everybody? I'm so glad to see everybody show up. What up?
Shit, who sent me the stuff?
Anyway,
Oh, here it is. Okay.
I don't know who sent you the stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, of course you come in right as I... Oh, is this the hearing? No, that's the arrest. That's the arrest. That's right. So where were we at?
Joke for the stream.
We were talking about just
Did I
moments
even
ago.
see him?
And thanks for coming in.
Is it
Highly
raining where
artistic
you live?
mental, yes, highly artistic mental illness. Some would say. Those more confused would say such a thing. Actually, that cracked. You missed it, Tom, because it cracked me up so hard last night. I so constantly talk shit to you from the chat that if I can't take back a little bit of the same fucking bull, I don't deserve to fucking put it out. You know what I'm saying? Then thank God for artistic mental illness. Let's make Mantis a mod, because that might drive somebody else crazy. Anyways, and I will. By the way, D1000 more. Everybody's a mod normally here, folks. So don't be mad if I make you a mod. It's so you can have fun with the trolls that actually don't show up very often any longer. So, because they just know they get kicked by the rest of the people who then show up. Oh yeah. Oh, thanks, Neon. I appreciate it. One of us. True. Oh, a second. One of us. Hold on. I got some. Here we go. One of us. One of us. Yeah. Okay, so we were talking about right before you guys all rudely interrupted. Well, right before you rudely interrupted. No, seriously. One of us. Yeah, true. Hello. Oh, my head is so huge now. Sorry, let me shrink. Hey, Naksha. There we go. We were talking about the fallacy of thinking that somebody's a bad guy in this situation, just to wrap it all into a bow. And everybody's the bad guy. Everybody's the good guy. Why do I say this? Because everybody's problematic. There's no fucking win. There's no win for somebody. And I was pointing out kind of really one schmuck in chat, one particular schmuck. You'll see it come back up. Who, in the end, the hypocritical behavior of this person is indicative of what's wrong with a lot of the folks who are, well, feeling entitled to other people's lives as their soap opera. And they don't care about the outcomes of their interjections into their lives. Now, can say a lot of things about the reasoning for why and how people interject themselves. But when it's a show, it turns, even if it's real life, IRL, even if it's reality TV, we have to learn how to draw some of these lines. You see someone get really hurt? Fucking take action. But how many of us know what's really going on inside of other people's heads and what they've agreed to and what's really real anymore for some of these cases? And we can argue about that all day long, but when we're talking about the Thorpes, one of the problems is that they have blurred the lines, both psychologically, personally, and we have to hold them responsible for themselves. Just one of the downfalls of the situation. You have to give it all a grain of salt, not just some of it or one side of it. It's not fucking one platitude. That's the problem I have with a lot of the mindsets. We're talking about people's lives and performative capabilities that you may not be aware of. Most people are not trained actors. Not everybody, to be or not to be. Not everybody's me, you know? In any case. There's only three, oh, really, Neon? Oh, I was like, D1000, you deserve one too. Come on. I'm just going to make everybody moderate nothing. You don't have to moderate nothing because once everybody's a moderator, you ain't got nothing to moderate. It's one of the easiest gigs of all time. Anyways, what was Tom saying?
Let's be quiet, right?
I don't, the kick isn't here.
No, but the arrest where, okay, so this is another interesting thing about all this is, that is telling about both the feeling of responsibility and remorse, and also the sense that, look, we could look at this from either side, because somebody who's in beaten spouse syndrome will respond this way, but somebody who is just doing a stream with somebody in a performative capability would also respond this way. This is the problem of us being other people and just having to listen to folks and take them for face value, even if we don't trust them. And at this point, smart people will stand back and go, okay, these are some possibilities. These are the arguments that could be had, but a judge is going to figure this shit out, whether we like it or not, whether we think we know what the outcome is. One of the things I don't like, personally, is when folks who are trying to figure it out want to use it as a way to beat the people who are already abused with their logic or with their insensitivity. That's really my message here. It's just a thing. I think it's unfair of folks to empower themselves with accusing folks of being allowing of abuse and then abusing to get the point across. Probably talking around that a little bit, but you know what I'm saying. Shouldn't be abusing folks that are already abused to try to make a point that they are abused. It's pretty fucking ridiculous asshattery. Excuse me. Had to play a little melody with that one. Yeah, we don't know what we don't know. Brittany's right. Human gun human. No. I mean, like, that's really way too wide for this. But okay. Yes, we don't know what we don't know. Allie is spot on with that shit. And to assume we know is basically taking our own ass and putting it as a hat on our head. Oh yeah, the kick. I just like ignored the kick. So this is a
hold back because you're so
this is the thing.
You're already doing something. Afraid of. You're already doing something to you, right?
Okay,
no!
So there's so many interactions there in this moment that are damning, but also curious. She puts herself right back into frame. That is odd. Unknown unknowns. That is a thing. But there's a lot of odd behavior. Is this practice behavior or is this setup? No, she's really shocked there, clearly. But we don't know what's inside her head. She says it's not painful. She's a fucking adult. Let's stop taking the agency away from other people. Let them take their own responsibility as well. That's another thing that seems to be outlandish for some of the folks that are responding. I think it's unfair. And since Tom is here, to add to this is the same kind of behavior that set folks into the position of entitlement to find out who is in the picture, as if it was their right to lurch into an accident and expose something that was nothing more than an accident. Look, virtue signaling, that's one thing. I think we need to come up with a term for that extra layer, and I keep saying asshattery, but it doesn't really encapsulate it well enough. So if you've got an idea or a suggestion, please let me know. There's got to be a way to describe that kind of behavior that's more than just virtuosity or synchrosanct, personal sentiment. It drives people to quote unquote help in their minds. Well-meaning, I think, a lot of the time. I don't think they're being evil. I don't think they're being disingenuous. I think these people are actually just not socially self-aware, not clear of how intrusive that stuff that's not connected, when it's not requested, when it's, I can't remember her name, the very skinny girl. I was referencing this earlier. Eugenia Kumi? The people who sent her to the hospital when she was already going to rehab, and they fucked up her her install into the rehab, her ability to go to rehab, because they put her in a watch for 78 hours when they didn't even know what was going on. I think this is very similar to how the jizz tickles and the fucking extreme responsive, knee-jerk, limited experience but expansive expression people who really just want attention for negative bullshit. I mean, I know the CVID happened and people got stunted by a couple years, but if you're above the age of 28, I don't think there's any excuse for this kind of fucking leading entitled bullshit. You don't get to hurt other people just because you're watching them. We don't do that with reality TV. We don't call the cops on, well, maybe we do, but not while you're watching the show on like Wives of the OC or Mob Housewives. We should definitely call the cops on Mob Housewives, though. It is frustrating.
The kick isn't here.
And yes, it becomes super sus. 1,000 more. It becomes super sus when folks who are trying to prove to you how important they think their ideas and how their people are bad, and I'm important because I'm saying they're bad.
Like you're gonna cry and then you hold back because you're so.
It is kind of a cheating thing, isn't it?
Daddy doing something to you, right? You look like you're gonna cry and then you hold back because you're so.
Mom Housewives, yes.
Daddy doing something. Afraid of Daddy doing something to you, right?
No, that's literally not why.
All bullshit.
So also, I just want to add in, there is another psychological level to this that nobody seems to have mentioned. There's a very duplicitous thing happening that is kind of undermining any good intent. And I'm not one to totally undermine a story here or an agenda, but what he says right there, that is a little damning.
Daddy doing something to you.
He's afraid. You're afraid of Daddy doing something to you while he's acting out doing something. That's a complex little psychological action. There's a lot of anger there, just based off that statement alone. Now, if this is an act, it's playing off that social drama pretty hard. If this isn't an act, well then, Ben, fuck, man, you're being a fucking dickhead here. And Grace, you should recognize it. But if these motherfuckers are playing out this act right here off of the natural, which it totally can be because of some of the reactions here and interactions, they're doing the job of what they wanted to achieve. They wanted all of our attention. They wanted to make a scene. They wanted to make an empathy play. They got what they wanted, right? Sad to say. A terrible way to get it. That, I think we can all agree. No healthy route or answer here. I mean, that's one of the horrible things about this. At the same time, the worst portion to me about this is that it also fucks up the environment for folks who do want to do real socio-dramatic action, and fool people. It means it puts people in danger being able to play out, and this may all backfire in court for them. Yeah, absolutely backfire. Who knows? I mean, that's the gnarly thing. And thank you for rating, by the way.
Not why?
Really appreciate it.
All bullshit all the time.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this whole scenario right here is curious.
That's literally not why.
Because I will tell you this, I've watched this a couple times now. And in the moment, I was like, oh my God, oh my God, she's really lost her mind. She's really freaking out. And I think we've all had this moment where there's like a repressed angst and anger, but we cannot know what's inside her head. We don't know what's happening. I've also seen her act out crying in this exact same fashion. So it's confusing as fuck if you watch them at all. This becomes a blurred line that makes it so it's even hard to have empathy for the situation earnestly. It is a little infuriating on that level. Add in all the schmucks throwing in what they decide is inside people's head because they know life better from the corner of their mom's fucking basement. Fuck off. Get the fuck out of here with that. Let's talk about really what the impact of this kind of shit is. She's done this trick before. I mean, like, I don't mean to sound unempathetic. I'm just stating fact. Get cracked for me backs me up here. I'm not alone in this. She even got called out on one stream. I mentioned this a couple hours ago. That there's even a stream where she's crying and bawling, tearing at her hair, and then somebody goes, "You're fucking faking this," and she kind of cracks up, goes, "Yeah," and breaks. She's an incredible actress. That's saying I don't want to be disingenuous and say, "Oh, that's exactly what this is," because I don't fucking know. And if I ever said that I did know, well, I'd make myself the schmuck just like the schmuck in chat. Anyways. And I mean that from my heart. I do.
Oh my God! I don't mean to do this!
It's too long. The better part of a decade is not a reasonable amount of time for someone to get a hold of themselves.
Okay, but I wanted to get a hold of myself today, and
Whatever.
we were like,
And see, these are the things that are problematic because now we're talking about script that we've heard repeatedly. When I say script, I mean practiced language that we don't actually know whether this is fucking something real or not anymore. It's problematic. I don't want to seem naive at all. I just want to be earnest about the fact that you and I don't know. We can only know that we can't completely trust the situation in either direction. See, it is unhealthy. That's fucking factual and real. That's fucking totally legitimate. But when we start pretending that we know what's inside other people's heads, we make the mistake of assumption, presumption. Objectively, it looks bad. Objectively, this looks fucking terrible. It feels terrible. But really, as Tom was pointing out the other night, optics don't fucking matter if everybody's paying attention to you and that's what you want. And even, where is he? Schmuck in chat, Hunter. He doesn't care about the optics. He doesn't even recognize optics, which is funny because I think he was one of the guys talking about optics. That stuff is all red herring fallacy, friends. It really is. It's just excuse to play up some kind of idea instead of having an earnest response and leave it there. Giving things the benefit of the doubt. Looking at all sides, you gotta be like, oh yeah, this could happen, that could happen. There's fucking a bunch of platitudes. We don't know them all. We don't know them all. And the more we admit to fallibility, the more likely we are to find the correct answer in our ability to think things through clearly.
Yeah, there's
that's another
and there's a
portion
bunch of
logic
videos of her.
I gotta stress.
Upset about stuff with her mom, upset about stuff with the kids, upset about something. And then, and it's stuff that like she has like a justified reason for being upset about. It's like she was kind of forced to be a mom at like 14 years old and raise other kids and take care of them. And her mom.
By the way, I just want to point out this is a true Thorpe chat statement. Who says this? Oh, it's Hormaxer. Of course it is. Why is it that Ben was charged for kicking her back, and not Grace's back that was charged for viciously striking the sole of his shoe. Gynocentric society strikes again. Shake my head. That's definitely Tormaxer right there. That is a Thorpe statement. No empathy. It's all a joke. Let me say the worst thing possible. Yeah. Doesn't make any sense in Tom's chat, but okay, Hormaxer, thanks. Thanks, buddy. Okay, Hormaxer. Anyway, you know what's funny is, like, if this had been, like, somebody else, I would have been like, look at this asshole. But because it's Hormaxer, it's like, God damn, bro. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? The man loves blow-up dolls.
Is Ben, and so yeah, she's cooking all the meals and she's like doing all the cleaning and all the shit. And there was just like a lot of stuff that she had good reason to be upset about and want to talk to her dad about. But every time she would want to talk to him about
nervous,
it, he would say, "Oh,
Alley Katz
you're a victim.
pointed out
oh,
earlier,
you're a victim.
Nervous,
I'm such a bad
nervous
guy.
attachment syndrome.
Oh, everybody blame Ben. I'm so bad. I'm such a bad guy. Everybody, let's just be mad at Ben because everything's Ben's fault." And he would sit there and like, you know, kind of berate her like this, and she would sit there and start crying and be like, "No, I'm sorry, you're right. I'm not a victim. I'm not a victim. I'm not. I don't know why I'm crying.
It's
I
both a
shouldn't be
practice and a
crying."
gag.
Like,
it's both.
It's just like it's the same shit
wild,
over and over and over with them.
Yeah.
And so her like turning around and blaming herself, and like that's just part of their dynamic. So this is afterwards. Somebody in chat calls the cops because he kicked her, and this is him getting arrested.
Somebody. Yeah. Okay. So we gotta be honest. So there's a large list of people it could possibly be, but a limited amount of logical folks who would know the address. And really, truly, we can just presume that it was probably Courtney. One, the swiftness with which they got there, and two, the fact that Courtney, the way she spoke to Grace believes that could have been John. It was likely somebody who knew them, or I mean, could have been their neighbor or their fucking landlord. Everybody around them is watching them constantly. So this is, you know, it's a thing. We don't know, but we should probably presume that it was somebody close to them. And not a rando chatter. I think that's a bit absurd.
Is it raining where you live? What the fuck?
I mean, I know some of you. Oh, a second. I know some of you freaks out here. Have your ways, diving in the little kiwis and the onions and tippy tapping your way into fucking people's lives, doxing and schnoxing and shit like that. But come on, no, I don't think that actually happened. Yeah, one of the worst things about this situation, by the way, in seeing this video is the fact that anybody who sees this knows that, like, the court, or I'm sorry, the cops can't do anything. They're going to take somebody. I was telling this story earlier. It happened right in front of me with my some old roommate. He and his lady got into a fucking fight. Cops were called, not by me, not by them, but by the neighbors. Cops showed up, and in California, somebody got to go to jail. They didn't care. They literally said, the cops literally in front of us said, "We don't care who. Somebody going to jail tonight." And that was because they put hands on each other in like a little struggle thing that happened. And then they were both like, "Oh, that was stupid." And by the time the cops got there, they were done with it. But somebody was going to jail because both of them had bruises on each other's shoulders. So, and I got to tell you this. He was like, "Oh, I'll go. I'm the man." Blah, blah. And she was like, "No, I'm going. I started it." She took responsibility. Ladies, take accountability for your own shit too. Just like men, take accountability for your own shit too. Don't be a deadbeat dad living in your mom's basement pretending to be a rapper. That's a bad thing. Get a job. Anyways. Oh, was that personal? Was that? I didn't mean to say that. No, I did. I said it. I meant it.
Their cesspool of a community is actually gross, and their effects are wholly negative. Look,
I don't agree with that, and I'll tell you why. The darkness brings out the light. It also brings out the ghouls, and it lets you see who they are. It's one of the great reasons of why we should always have people be open bigots. And I used to not believe this. My friend Akil actually is the one who convinced me. He actually, staunch, liberal, whole nine, voted for Trump. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? He said, no. We're going to get to find out who all the bigots are. We're going to find out what the real idea is here. We're going to find out who's really against us and who's really for us. And he meant that literally across the board. And I didn't believe him at first. No, he was right. He was right. I'd rather see it out in the open and know who these fuckers are instead of them hiding. Because that way we can put clown wigs on them. And then we know who the fuck looks like a fucking goop. You know what I mean? Sorry. Stalled. I was stalled. Anyways. Still, Peter Poopy Pants, how you doing? Still their fault. Control your emotions. Personally, don't think it necessarily needs to lead to arrest, but if you know that, conduct yourself accordingly. Absolutely. Flow State! What's up, brother? How you feeling? Hold on a second. You are definitely get the standard mod over here. What's the haps, my friend? Peter Poopy. Yeah, it's definitely. That's the thing, is the blame goes all the way around. Yeah, if you haven't had a chance already, please do hit the old like and such for the old show. I do appreciate you stopping on by. Yeah, you can abuse it. You can abuse it. Yeah, flow of all people. I mean, I've abused your chat willingly, so and thoroughly, liberally. That's what I mean. What was I'm just gonna keep moving on.
As much as like
I don't remember what my point was. So
the rationale is there, and it
That's
makes
really
sense. This is just kind of a cultural norm as well. Like the Thorpes aren't this like random thing. Anybody who watches reality TV and Big Brother and all of this other shit, there are tons of people who are just watching shows because the mental illness is entertaining and the abuse is entertaining. And
I'm glad Tom is pointing this out. I don't know if all of this is mental illness. I think some of this, obviously, in this situation is, infirm. Is it? Yeah, they're. Oh, your chat is mildly locust-like. Yes, they do, but they reprise faster than every 30 years, I think. So 15, whatever that is. So it's astonishing, Flo. Yeah, this complex situation. Flo's a former or post-Thorpeter. It's more complex than most people give it credit for.
Just the crazy is all entertaining, which is tons of streamers in general as well, and the amount of people who are just fucking out there and the norms that have kind of become just everyday life for people who are streamers in this space.
Yeah, and I think when people are acting shocked about them, we were talking about this earlier, we don't act shocked about the mob wives of Orange County, of New Jersey. We don't act crazy about the documentaries we see on MS, on the gangs. We don't act shocked about reality TV wildness when the moms of Orange County tear apart a fucking bar because they got into a slap fight. You know what I mean? And that flow, that's half the problem, and also half the entertainment is it's hard to know where the entertainment begins and ends with them. We can call it a LARP. I hate the term LARP. The improv, the sketch, the gag, the show, because as soon as we start calling it LARP, it's like as if there's a game, and it removes the performance aspect of it, so people get confused about that. It was just most of the theme of this evening, talking about this strange line that people have a problem with because they've been watching streamers be true to themselves, quote unquote, for so long. And it really is a lot of these people who are watching streaming transition from gaming. So there was a natural conversational aspect where it's, just people being people. And then those people came on the stream, and now you're watching them looking for their, interesting points of view, but they're still just talking heads. And there's this assumption that everybody has to be just a talking head and who they are. Meanwhile, all of our TV is creative characters, actors playing characters. Even if you think the reality TV you're watching isn't scripted, I'm sorry, folks, to tell you this. There's instigation and script to all that shit. There's very little in this world that isn't somehow directed. Scripting is sometimes the wrong word for it. It is the proper term. Even where, and not sure. Yeah, role would be more, exactly, a role or a gag. A skit, even sounds bad. Yeah, LARPing sounds bad. Not sure where the begins and ends. Yeah, absolutely. And it's hard. If they don't know either, that's a problem. But I think they do know. And it becomes contrived. Thank you. Pro wrestling is real. Yeah, I'm not going to get cracked for me. Hold on a second. Yes. Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. There's no such thing as kayfabe. Yeah. Anyhow.
And kind of like what happens here and the amount of cognitive dissonance here.
Except
the Thorpes are just like one other aspect of it. It's if we're going to apply that sort of thought process, we're going to have to like say that everybody who watches what we call lol cows are all also cesspools of audiences. Everybody who watches,
everybody loves drama. We don't go to a fucking movie because, some people do. Some people like to go to those, long, languid, boring movies and pay $30 and not get a blast out of it. I want to go see fucking Transformers. I want to see some nipple, some explosions. I want to see man nipple, woman nipple. I just want to see nipple. Damn it. It's by the way, if you didn't know, it's well after dark.
Ooh, well, damn, baby. Did one of y'all just turn the heat up?
No, but we were talking about nipple. I want to see, if I'm going to go pay $30 to sit in a comfy seat at a movie theater, I'm not going to see boredom. I'm going to see drama and excitement and wildness. You don't watch a documentary if it's about stamps unless you really love the stamps. Okay? You watch a documentary because the Dr. Death and the downfall of the guy who didn't even have a license is drama. Everybody loves the things because we live vicariously through the things, experiences that we don't have for ourselves. That's why we go on roller coasters, some of us. That's why people are adrenaline junkies. That's why soap operas exist. Because life is doldrum. Life is kind of boring if you're living it in any decent way. And we live in the first world for the most part, and we live in the Western world, and we live in the 21st century, so we're really fucking comfortable. So people are looking for anything to fill that fucking void. And if you don't know that's part of the gag, I'm concerned. And I think there's a lot of people that just don't know where that line actually is, and so they think that anything that they don't understand isn't real or scary. Yeah, what happened to the world? Like organic drama, mostly, yeah. Yeah, it can be relatable too. No, it can be relatable dramas. Absolutely. We just don't see it right now in this atmosphere yet, which is one of the things I'm saying is I will go so far as to say I really, and this is my personal, let's call it prejudice. I don't really believe, nothing against you, Tom, because you are one of the few, I believe you could be a newscaster, Tom, so if you're still here. I believe that performers should be the ones streaming and not talking head schmucks who are playing video games. I don't think most of these people who are video game players sitting there talking heads who want to be political figures or political talking heads are prepared psychologically, performatively for any of this shit. They don't know how to put the spacesuit on, so everything becomes personal and the VCs go into real life. So someone like the Thorpes becomes completely confused, or somebody like myself, completely confusing. All the show is lost because you think that the crazy eyes, that's how I am off stream, clearly this is me off stream, completely unhinged. No, come on, give me a fucking break. Now, since most of you probably have never seen me before, I'll break it down. I'm pretty clear. Mike Wallace, all right? That's the stance. Mike Wallace. It's the voice of Shadow Stevens. And the performative humor of Andy fucking Kaufman, because you never knew when Andy was joking or not. Anyways. And occasionally, Morton Downey Jr., it's when I started smoking on camera. Oh, shit. Did I just
Live to
rewind?
Garrett James, who's taking...
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Ruby Frankie, what was I watching today? Holy Jesus Christ. I'm just flipping around, by the way, folks. No, that's real, though. And if you're like, oh, you can't combine those many things that make sense. Shut the fuck up. Have you never been to a movie?
Reality TV or the Kardashians or you know, any of it.
Or seen Kim's ass? That is extra ass. And did you see the sex tape? That was performance. No, that was not a performance. She answered the phone. Or he answered the phone. He answers the phone, and she's like, oh, my nails. Oh, God. I'm sorry, I have to actually push back. It's more like this. Sorry. I'm now ruining the fourth wall. Oh my God, my nails. Fresh socks, by the way. Don't worry about that. Ruby Frank is fucking terrifying. Thank you. I added a fucking in there. Jinxed it. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Flo. I appreciate you. Second camera provided by. Hold on a second. Second camera provided by Lizard Tree. Gotta love the supporters, by the way. Love y'all, and I do appreciate you watching. I'll get back to it. I'm sorry. I'm just way off.
You know, TMZ, Kanye West, Cat Williams, all of these people, like, we all get entertainment from watching people just act like retards. And
thank you. Okay, one of the most popular things of the entire late 80s and 90s was you can't do that on television, dropping slop on people's heads. With pretty bland content in general, other than dropping slop on people's heads on stupid kids. And don't forget, world's funniest home videos, which was generally just an abuse session of how can we make babies fall on their ass. And old men skip a beat, skip their heartbeat and almost die but not die on camera. You know what I mean? Yeah, Lizard Tree is amazing. Lizard Tree's story... The more I've learned about Lizard Tree, the more astonishing she has become, by the way. She is an amazing human. Thank you, Flo. I try to stay business up top, party on the bottom. You know what I'm saying? I was wearing like slacks and things for a while doing streams, and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Hold on a second. What am I doing? Seriously. By the way, you want to know how old I am? I remember when the TV looked like this old. Brought to you by, yeah. Seriously, most of what you see, by the way, is inspired by a show called Forest of Wires on Twitch. So if you're not familiar with Carl DeLonghi, the Wizard and his show, watch it. It is way beyond anything you've ever seen before. Hey, but you know what? I've heard lots of stories of how people find themselves comfortable. There are a lot of newscasters who do not have pants on. That is real. That is very real. Anyways.
It is what it is.
It is what it is, Tom. True. Bro, seriously. Interlaced? Let's go.
Let me just pause a second, Grace. What you need to do... Are you still there?
What you need to do, Grace, is something Gracie, and we're going to talk about sexual things in a perverted manner for a while.
Crying always seems so fake. I don't think I've ever seen her cry where it sounds real. That sounds like the fakest
Tom feels me on this
ever.
one.
So, like, that's one aspect that makes me... Yeah, maybe it's all just, like, super fake because she can't even get crying right.
Yes.
But you also
That's
would
one of the
think that if it
producers.
was fake, she would at least practice getting better at crying at this point. This is like...
Look, Tom, that's some hard shit. I dare you to just turn the camera on, look at yourself, and cry to the camera. I dare you to try Dorkmaxer as Rod. Oh my god, dude, Dorkmaxer. Oh my god. I almost feel like you can't get rid of him. I feel like even if you tried, there would just be another one that would just like, it would just be another like him. It would just. I'm back. I'm no longer Street Maxer. I'm World Maxer. I'm built of AI sexuality in a creepy fashion. I mean, I gotta respect his, I don't. I'd have to respect any of that shit. What am I saying? Oh my God. Anyway, okay. Yeah, he is. I was saying this earlier. I can watch a lot of disgusting things. I saw G.G. Allen before the dude died, okay? I can't watch Hormaxer. And that's also saying my age.
I don't think I've ever heard Faker sounding crying before.
Yeah.
He's like, you know what he's like? I'm sorry. Hormaxer is like one of those Japanese spooky characters who's like actually all goo and spirit energy. So it's like the goop monster. I don't know. I've seen Spirited Away too many times. I apologize. Yeah, this is so horrifying, by the way, because she's so powerless in this moment.
That sounds real to me, not gonna lie. I don't know anybody who cries out loud, especially not adults. Like, normally 5-year-olds might cry out loud with the that's a normal thing for like 5-year-olds. Adults don't cry out loud.
She might have been doing a show.
Like
We'd have to ask her. If anyone knows what the name of that goopy goop monster from Spirited Away is, please let me know. That will be bothering me until 4 a.m. Slime monster from Fern Gully. Oh my God, true.
Whatever you guys had going on in your live stream today, somebody reported it.
And of course, like tomorrow at 2 p.m., I'll be like,
that's considered domestic assault.
Orogudu! Yeah. I don't know. I just screamed something nonsensical in a Japanese sounding word. That wasn't bigoted at all. That was completely
It was
fucking...
a joke, and I don't have any problem with what happened.
Our hands are tied, okay? So what's gonna happen is he's gonna go to the station. He's gonna
Oh, No Face! That's right! No Face, thank you.
Yeah, and again, like, she keeps saying that I don't understand the law, but she's sitting there thinking that she can just tell them she doesn't have a problem with it, and they're just gonna let him go, or that matters somehow. With domestic abuse, that does not matter. It doesn't matter.
Tom is
You
right.
can,
They don't
the
give a
wife can
fuck.
tell them over and over, no, I like it when my husband hits me, and they do not give a fuck.
They don't give a fuck.
It's a cash bail.
I'm just seconding Tom on that one because that is true. They don't give a damn.
Wait, what did he say there?
He said the cash bill's $50.
If you want to call the station.
That was a lie. That was not true.
I went there.
The
They
cash
did not
bail was a
say
lot
that.
more than that.
What did they say?
They said it could be up to 10,000, and they'll have to let me know.
Again, that's bail. Bail and bond are different things.
Totally
He
two
said
different
the
things.
bond is like $50. The bail is what the court sets. The bond is what a bail bondsman gives you, where he gives you a bond that is a percentage of your bail. They're separate things.
Tom knows all about
but
this.
She keeps mixing up
That's so
bond
mean.
and
Tom,
bail.
ask
She's like,
Tom.
oh,
He
said
knows
the
all about
bond was
bail.
this much. But I
Guy
got
was
there
18.
and they
Come
said,
on.
no, the bail is actually this much. Like, those are two different things, dude.
I don't think it's that. But
There
it's
we go.
probably what it
Latent
is.
air horn. Momo.
Cash bail for $50. I don't know if you drive or anything like that.
Or maybe you did say bail.
Oh, that thing. Oh, yeah,
think
Momo.
that time you
Oh,
said bail.
the No Face.
I know it's
Yeah,
a cash bail for $50.
that is a freaky fucking thing. The No Face and he just wants to take a bath. Yeah, that does.
I can't tell
that
what
is
he
a
said that
freaky
time. It
nightmare
sounded
of a
like the
moment.
first time he said bond.
I don't know if you drive or anything like that.
Yeah.
That reminds me, by the way, you guys weren't here. I'm going to break it up a little bit just because you guys weren't here. I do found footage stuff most of the time when I'm doing like sketchy entertainment. And it reminds me of Thalamin. Theracin? Thalamin. Let me see. It's in here somewhere. Not the identity. Oh, here we go. It's called Thalacin. Everybody loves Thalacin. Stand by for Thalacin. You'll enjoy this. Everybody needs a little Thalacin.
Or a loved one are suffering from any of the following symptoms: lack of feeling, emotional outbursts,
Most of you
fog of the
are
mind,
suffering from lack
or
of feeling,
memory
right?
loss. This may be a sign of onset ADD,
Fog of the mind?
or advanced emotional deterioration.
Get crack for me knows what I'm talking about here.
7 in 10 people over the age of 21 report experiencing emotional degradation severe enough to hinder everyday tasks.
I think we're
such
seeing
as
that in
workplace
in this
performance,
culture a
social
little bit,
interaction,
right?
and general well-being.
True.
Emotional stability is required for a functional and
That's
healthy
what they
mind.
say. They keep saying that.
Correcting
The they.
ADD used to require rigorous testing and invasive procedures, costing time, effort, and money.
Yeah, who wants
Today,
that extra
the
hole in the
solution
head?
is
Nobody
Thalacin.
wants that. Thalacin is the answer. Controls
Using
all,
our
gives you
modern
all the
understanding
motions
of
that you just
brain
don't have.
Thalassine is able to reproduce the emotions necessary for any occasion.
All of them.
Not only does
any of the ones
store
you
lost emotions,
be choosy about
but patients have reported emotions at a higher and more consistent quality.
It's just
than
fucking
ones
super
produced
weirdly
non-chemically.
nostalgic, right? Like it's
Included
so
in
close.
every pack of Thalassine are these common emotions.
Everybody wants these common emotions.
Happiness, sadness, anger, fear, and relief.
Everybody loves
also,
relief.
Look
I like
out for
relief.
over-the-counter options such as jealousy, hope,
Yeah, don't forget to pick up a little
frustration,
nervousness
pride.
and courage, both at the same time. Totally safe, absolutely safe over
Tired
the
of
counter.
only experiencing natural
This is my jam,
or
though.
maybe interested in expanding your emotional palette.
I like to
Cutting-edge
expand on my
brain
emotional
mapping
palette.
technology has not only allowed us to refine existing emotions, but has also allowed for the creation
Yes,
of
brain
new
candy.
emotions
This is not
and
too
emotional
different than brain
experiences.
candy.
With Thalassine Plus, experience emotions beyond previous natural capabilities.
Yeah, and these are the ones that
new
are important,
emotions
folks.
include Degrance,
Degrance is solid. Humber,
Nage,
I don't suggest nage or
dorselessness.
dorselessness.
Andric.
Andric is cool.
Verin-
Verination, I'm kind of pawnish a little bit once in a while. Harfam, stay away from that one. Kine, I don't know who does Kine. Trantiveness, I mean, Toulouse is fun once in a while. Lorik is my jam, though. Lorik is definitely my jam. Anyways, what was I showing you before? Oh, yeah. We were talking about...
You know, any sort of reality TV or the Kardashians or, you know, any of, TMZ, Kanye West, Cat Williams.
That was almost shocking.
This man, I'm not on the account. She could just freeze me out completely, and I'd be penniless. Yes.
Oh,
I maybe have 3
Momo.
or 4.
Oh, I love that stuff. I'll do that on the next sketch.
If she wants to buy
I'll definitely-
something, say she wants to buy a laptop, does she ask you?
If it's something that we're for the the streaming business that we're doing together, she'll generally consult me. But I generally tell her that I'm happy to talk about the pros and cons, but I leave the executive decision to her. I don't like making executive decisions. I've gotten fried by that. I'm not good at it.
Huh.
How old was he
That's
when
an interesting
you
kind
made
of a
the
take
switch
to
of
understand
her-
that he doesn't like to be in charge. He doesn't want to be in charge. That's kind of a thing for him to take into consideration in the situation. Look, I think I've gone as far as I can in taking this apart. And our friend Hunter there, they're not the same. That's why it's comparison. Oh, it's back and forth. Hunter, Tom in the Twitch poll is not the same as Hormaxer and Tommy in the Thorpes. It's a whole other sector and should not be compared. Tom's experience was too real and some BS from Adult Baby. And I was referring to the Jizzlicks issue where, I went into that dude's server during that time period, and I'll just say this for those that were affected by it. There is no reason why that person had any moral high ground, ethical high ground, or any sense, because the degeneracy going on in that server while he's watching and giggling along, as well as his his sense of self-righteousness in the matter, and then going after Tom repeatedly for anything and all, is not as ridiculous as it is insidious. Sad. And silly, because the guy, to me, is a literal character. He looks exactly like, excuse me, I don't mean to body shame anybody, but he looks exactly like the fucking fart stain of internet individual on South Park. So I just don't know where the high reasoning sensibility comes from on that cat. Look, none of us are fucking perfect. You can tell I'm just a fucking perfect, right? Yeah, no. Come on. None of us are fucking perfect. It's whether or not you can deal with things in earnest fashion and really see through the lines and give all of the credit where it's due, credibility where it's due, and also be reasonable enough to see that there's more platitudes than just the one that we want to be true, that the echo chamber around us pats us on the back for agreeing with. Because a lot of these little sectors and groups, frankly, are kind of dangerous to free thinking. They're dangerous to free will. They're dangerous to our sense of selves a lot of the times. If folks aren't getting outside, if they've been stuck inside since the CVID, if they really do have a social problem, meaning they don't know how to make friends outside of this environment, or they don't really know the difference between a show and what's real. Now, that is not to say that we shouldn't hold people accountable. They shouldn't hold themselves accountable. We shouldn't expect people to be adults, and we shouldn't expect the law to be interjected when it is appropriate. The question becomes, when is it actually appropriate? And the law makes that answer. We can report when we feel it's appropriate. But if we're doing that just for a sense of power over a situation, we're no better than the bad situation, in my opinion. We're all fairly unreliable, narrators of certain things. And everyone has blind spots. Allie, couldn't have said it better. That's why I'm just saying what you're saying. And Thallison is real. Omega Mart is real. Wrestling is real. Yes, Omega Mart. If you don't know what that is, please return the lemons if you have bought lemon. We're sorry that you mistook the lemon for real lemon. It's not lemon, it's lemon, but it's, never mind. It's too hard to explain right now. In any case, I think it's an important, almost imperative concept that the space be allowing for artists, for wild people, eccentrics, characters, and the unusual, because this is performance and entertainment. We also have to see the entertainment when it is entertainment and call it out for when it's over the line. But because a lot of this is niche and new and invading into a space that has otherwise just been folks staring at the camera and telling you what they thought of the latest video game and how they hate somebody for their bad takes, playing up the lack of personality, it is understandable how some of this is very confusing to folks who have only watched that kind of media. But the truth is, the larger set of media, the larger set of what we watch in the world, the entertainment, it's salacious, it's wild, it's unexpected, and some of it is real life. So why do we fight it here? This is no different than TV. And as the medium grows and grows and becomes more technically wild, as we get more options to do things from home in wild and creative ways, we're going to see a whole different set of shows, a whole different kind of approaches. And so the concept that the debate bro world of Twitch poll invasive concepts and minimal emotional escapes of reality, these folks, they're going to be secluded to a genre, a subset genre, just like all things. And maybe it'll pass as a fad. Maybe it won't. Either way. Oh, thank you, Allie. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you enjoying it. I'm glad you did. The point I'm trying to make is open your mind to other possibilities, that everything isn't what we always think it is, and challenge your own bias. Double check these things and question whether or not people are playing out in front of you. Honestly, you can't call folks liars if they're acting, but you can call folks that aren't actors liars. Just don't get it confused. And it can be very hard in this environment, which is why I say question the bias twice. Check everything twice. Really try to understand the larger picture, because if you just start making knee-jerk reactions and being abusive to the people that you're saying are being abused, just to prove that you are smarter or superior in one way or another, you're not doing anybody any favors. You're just taking part in some weird subculture that has no role in real life. Because I dare you to try that shit in real life. It doesn't take you very far. Either way. Moral of today. Be a little more open than closed if you can. Because then you'll end up seeing that some of this stuff is bullshit. That the accountable parties are those who take things over the line. They're the ones who are untrustworthy because they'll utilize any piece of information to hurt others. Those that hurt each other of their own choice because they want to be there, that's their accountability. And unfortunately, the responsibility is ours to watch. We have no entitlement to interjection. Welcome to humanity. By understanding these things, we can slowly free ourselves from the limitations that folks set upon us, or that we set upon ourselves. Limitations that are often pushed by society and also our subculture groups, and also the folks that would tell you that they're your friends. But then in the end, when you need them to be your friend, they aren't there. By opening our mind to the other possibilities, by seeing folks for who they are, we break down mental barriers, mental prisons. And it takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of self-work. It takes a lot of self-worth. It takes the worth and love of others. And it doesn't happen overnight. My friends, no, it takes a stretch of our emotional values. It takes a trust for ourselves. And it takes time and experience. And there is never a time where we don't fall down. It's a question of whether or not we dust ourselves off, stand back up, and empower ourselves to look up. Thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate y'all raiding in. It was really nice to have a nice crowd tonight. And, you know, I'm getting back to streaming now that I have a little more time. A bunch of the work that I was doing is coming to a conclusion in the next couple of days. So I'll have a schedule back up, most likely tomorrow. And as usual, back to the sketchy stuff, maybe a little drama, maybe a little bit of this or that. Storytelling. Definitely going down the gateway. The gateway process again. I've got some more information about the gateway and some of the things about remote viewing, so that should be pretty fun. Directly from the government. Anyways, yeah, and when I say directly, I mean like from the CIA library, motherfuckers. I don't fuck with that half-ass shit. Any case, thank you so much for being here. I hope you appreciated it. I hope you got something out of it. And I hope your night is truly wonderful. And if you can, take a walk outside, take a deep breath of fresh air, enjoy the stars, look up. Tom is fair. Click.